Good evening. Welcome to The Warble. I'm your host, Matt. How are we all this evening? This is the first official Oppo supporter conversation night. So we'll be getting a few Oppo fans on tonight and, of course, a few Collingwood fans as well. And I've just been, speaking of opposition fan streams, I've just been watching a bit of the Jumper Punch. It has been entertaining, to say the least, with our own Mick Sack from Magpie Army Chronicles. He's still a guest over there, I think. Are you guys still, any of you guys still watching the Jumper Punch? Who we got here? Hello, Chris. Stephanos, g'day, mate. Yeah, Hotkey, have you got the link? I think I emailed it to you. MD, how you doing, mate? G'day, Lucas. I'm going to bring you on soon. G'day, Mello. G'day, Josh. G'day, Age. G'day, Manny. How you doing, mate? Yeah, guys, still watching the Jumper Punch. Yeah, you need split screen there, Chris. Have Jumper Punch one side and me on the other. All right, so let's get a few of these boys on. So first of all, I'm going to welcome to stage. We have merged Collingwood and Essendon.
An unholy alliance of genetic mutation.
Yep.
I will make it also Ray's the Essendon supporter, and I'm Dan, the Collingwood supporter, or Void, as I'm known as.
That's a perfect avatar for you, Void. I've always thought you were a double agent.
I had to find one where Collingwood was where the magpie head wasn't as cut off.
You know, I've got it around here somewhere, but on Anzac Day, I was in the members, and I said, "I'll have one of those stubby holders, please," because you can buy cans and take them to your seat now. And she handed me the stubby holder. It was about $15 or something ridiculous. And I said, "No, I have a Collingwood one." She said, "Oh no, it's Collingwood. It's both teams, so it's Essendon on one side and Collingwood around the other." Oh, isn't that inclusive? So anyway, I've got my half Essendon, half Collingwood stubby holder. I'll find it for you later.
You just have to put
All right, let's get some of these other boys on. Lucas has been waiting. So, evening, Lucas from the Geelong zone. How you doing, mate?
Hello, Matt. Yes, I'm doing well, mate. Pleasure to be here. Hello, Ray of Sunshine and Void.
Hey.
Hey.
Awesome. This is good timing. This will be like a little preview because you're playing tomorrow.
Yeah, we've made big changes. Fuck, we've made changes, haven't we? Jeez.
We'll put that on the agenda, eh?
Yeah. Okay.
And welcome, Hotkey, who is here to represent 1990s North Melbourne. How you doing, mate?
There we go. Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. I'm not the sub this time like I was on Mix, so that's good. Moving up in the world.
Yeah, we'll have maybe one or two other people join us, but we're pretty full at the moment. And how's that YouTube channel going? Is it building up, I see? Getting a few views?
Well, no, it's just the one video. Just one video on YouTube because I've gone off YouTube now after that.
Oh, I thought you were going to... I did think you were going to start putting stuff back on there, though.
I might put things on every now and then, but it's mostly Patreon now.
Yeah. Okay. Now, how does Patreon work compared to YouTube?
So, Patreon, you get a monthly membership. So those people just pay every month. And YouTube, you just get revenue from AdSense after 3 months. But yeah, it's way more lucrative than YouTube after a while.
So it's like the membership, and that way you pay a membership, but at least that's paid, and you don't have ads coming up.
Yeah, and like people can come and go whenever they want, and like they get all the uncensored content, which YouTube, of course, you never know if anything's going to get taken down, as we found out after being terminated.
Yeah. And how's Patreon going? Like, how's the take up been? I assume it'd be a little bit slower, but it's more of a slower burn to be a bigger return on investment in the long run.
Yeah, well, I've always said it's just a nice little savings account. That's all it really is. Like, it's not meant to be a full-time income. I started this as a hobby anyway, and it's just people that want to hear about the 90s and different stories over the years. They've come over and they enjoy it, so that's the main thing.
Okay, cool. Now, do you have any feedback from the Collingwood North game?
I actually watched it. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I haven't watched every game this year. But that game, I didn't like too much in the first half, which I said to Mick on the stream. But the last quarter was good. But I just thought it was full of errors and just it's pretty boring to me. And I don't really like today's footy that much. But you guys might have a different opinion on that.
I thought it was a poor.
The last 15 minutes were good because it was close. Yeah.
Yeah, Fly got what he wants. That he loves the close games. Yeah, we should have won that by 6 goals.
And I can probably talk on North Melbourne's behalf. I think I've never seen a team let off the hook so much for so long. And now it's like if we have a close game, it's seen as a good effort as opposed to we just can't win and we can't get, into the finals. And now being a top 10, we do have a chance to get in. And I guess with you guys, Collingwood, you've always had the issue with, the scoring power this year. You're not scoring that much, but lately that's turned around, so that's good. And you probably make the top 10 and we won't.
Do you want to talk about Clarko?
In what context?
You're not the biggest fan.
No, I haven't been for a long time. I liked him when he was at Hawthorn, and even when he was in the SANFL coaching Centrals as well. But no, not since he's been at North Melbourne. And I think he got a pass when he took a year off, or he took however long it was for that whole saga, and he hasn't been the same since. And he's probably out of touch as well. Like he's not as good a coach as he used to be.
Yeah. Do you think North Melbourne should have won on Friday
against Collingwood?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think now because I've been watching a lot of the World Cup this week. Yeah, I mean we had our chances, but I think Collingwood's a better team, and so you should have won. But you haven't lived up to your expectations this year. I think Collingwood's way better than what they're showing.
I think we're a way better team, but pretty much since McRae's come in, he gets off on close games. So whether we're playing North Melbourne or the Sydney Swans at the SCG, he's going to manufacture a 4 or 5 point game. And most of them we've been losing this year, and he's been doing it since 2023.
You don't think he'd prefer to win big and keep his job? You think he'd rather have close games?
He said it. He said it in press conferences. He blurts out a lot of stuff he's not supposed to say, but he's talked about how he manufactures close games because he says the fans really like it and he loves it. And the fans, we hate it. It is infuriating, these close games, especially when it's a team we think is inferior. Like I think we're a 6-goal better side than North.
I do too.
But we're winning by 6 points.
We are literally smashing all the crap teams and getting the praise for it. We're playing everybody twice, who's like Essendon, Richmond, West Coast, Port Power. I mean, they beat us. We should have beaten them. We can't win the games that we're supposed to really cement that we're getting better. And I think we keep getting let off the hook.
Yeah, well, we can't smash shit teams. So that's one thing you've got over us.
But at least Collingwood have had a good recent history. Like 2022, you made the prelim, then you won the premiership. And I think you missed the finals 1 year, and then 25 you made it again, right?
Yeah.
So you're consistent at least.
Yeah, 22-23, we win so many games by close margins. Yeah. And that's fantastic. But what we've shown this year is that if you don't have that closing ability to close off these close games and finish well, which we've stopped practicing that. We used to do this drill at the end of training where we'd do 5 minutes each way. 5 minutes we're down by 4 points, and 5 minutes we're up by 4 points. And you play a totally different game, don't you? Right? So we've stopped doing that, and it's shown. Like we nearly fluffed that game. Like when Houston had that ball, 30 seconds to go, he had two options where he could have just kicked it back to Billy Frampton and Scott Pendlebury, and there's 15, 20 seconds gone, game over. He chose to kick down the line.
But I think
now
was it that,
Houston was
it? Yeah, sorry, go.
Sorry,
I was just going to say there was a North player that was caught holding the ball that wasn't paid in the last quarter, right? In the last few minutes. Was that game? Pretty sure it was. Anyway,
I'm not sure. It's such a raffle to holding the ball these days.
Yeah.
You know, one umpire is going to call it holding the ball, and the other one's going to say it's a dangerous tackle.
I think it's an easy thing to interpret.
It should be.
Yeah,
it should be. You've got prior opportunity. That's easy to judge. Like if you go to fend off, or you go to duck, or you drop one tackle and then next guy tackles you. There's your prior. That should be obvious. They just miss so many of them though.
I don't like how ducking is seen as a bad thing. I don't know why, because it's a tactic to evade the tackle. So it should be up to the tackler to tackle correctly, rather than if the guy ducks, then it's like play on, even though he gets taken around the head. I've never understood that.
If he ducks and gets out of the tackle or gets a disposal out, I'm happy with that.
If he ducks and he gets taken high, it should be a high tackle. But it's play on a lot of times. That's what I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, ducking's normally like it's fair game. If you duck and you get collected, then it's play on.
Yeah, in theory, yes, but I think that it's
been a rule for a very long time though. Like I think it's a tactic sort of rule.
Yeah, because I still think if you don't tackle correctly, it's a high tackle. But they don't interpret it that way. It's like if you duck, then it's like play on, even though the guy gets coat hanged, practically.
It's the thing that what they're doing though, and Ginnivan sort of started it. There's two things to do. One thing,
Joel Selwood probably.
They raise, Selwood probably started it. They raise the elbow, and then it sort of forces you to sort of for them to slip down. The other thing is they're at a normal level, and the tackles a split second away from happening, and they smash their head down.
Yeah.
Or they actually drop to their knees, and then there's actually there's almost no chance. It's not like it's a soft tackle. They're just not quick enough to react to them dropping to their
and players take advantage of it too. So when they're getting tackled as well, 100%.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of the issues with Joel Selwood, but he was good at evading tackles at the same time. So I think everything should be by what the actual letter of the law is, and if you get someone high, then I think it's a high tackle. But there's a lot of things I don't like about the game, especially today. So many rules and so much bullshit.
What do you think about that, Lucas? Your boy Selwood, he was the pioneer.
He was the pioneer of that. Yes, of the ducking, wasn't he?
The ruiner of the modern game. I'm just joking.
Yeah, I just prefer it just if it was back in the 90s. But then again, you have every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry suing, like we're seeing today. The holding the ball rule's a joke. The last touch rule's a joke. The stand rule is an absolute disgrace.
Yes. The deliberate points.
With rush behind. That's fucking that's cooked. Everything is cooked with the rules, and then what makes it worse? You're adding more rules. There's as if the game can't get any more confusing. You add in rules every year. It's absolutely pathetic what Andrew Dillon and Laura Kane, mainly Andrew Dillon, are doing to this game. It's just madness, absolute madness. And the stand rule against Carlton and Carlton Hawthorn last week when the umpire said move and he moved and he's giving away 50 for that. Oh, but no, we don't drop umpires. He did okay. He did no wrong there. So it's absolute bullshit. It's a joke, and it's killing our game. I'm surprised fans even turn up. But that's how loyal our fans are. Yeah, that's how loyal our fans are. We'll turn up regardless. But I'd love it if they didn't, just to send a message. Then they'll fucking stop with this bullshit rules. But no, it's just the game. 20, like even 10 years, even 5 years ago, it's changed so much. And it's not for the better, it's for the worse, in my opinion. I found footy 5 years ago even more better than what it is now. So, you know, I think you'll know. Well, I prefer the old school 90s, but thank you, Mick. I won't do that. Well, I could, Mick. I could take my top off. Give the people what they want, Matt.
We do, yeah.
We've got to put that behind a paywall.
Start a Patreon
right?
first. You got to get paid, yeah.
The payroll,
Only
yeah.
fans,
Leave that to my show. Leave it to my show. But no, look, I'm an old school 90s guy. I think the best era of footy was clearly in the 90s, late 80s. But that's where I stand with it. I don't enjoy today's game very much. So I'm with you, Hotkey, with that one.
Can I just say a couple of things before I forget? So do you remember there used to be, if you took a mark near the goal square and you were on an angle, you had to kick from the angle. So there's actually a skill to actually doing that. Now you can just take the shot, which changes the goal percentage because people used to miss some of those as well. So now they're saying, the scoring's great because of things like that. The 50-meter penalties are way too much of a penalty for the crime that's committed. Like it's over the top and it's an overreaction.
Yeah.
Things like
Absolutely.
that. There's so many things.
Here's a simple solution to all these rules. Get rid of them. You've brought in more harm than it's that simple. It's
the
that
stand
simple.
rule. Stand rule you can get rid of. Absolutely.
Yeah, that can fucking get in the fire and never be mentioned again. Look, I
want more
if it ain't
rules.
broken, don't fix it. Why do we have to fucking tamper with things? I just don't get that. And you've just now made a mockery. Like last week in that Hawthorn Carlton game, that was just an absolute joke. Absolute joke. No awareness. But like I said, they don't punish umpires. If players make mistakes, they get punished. How come when umpires make mistakes, they don't get punished? It's all good. No, you made a good decision. We back our umpires. It's just an absolute fucking joke the way it's been run in today's game. And it's not acceptable. And I just wish,
even with the stand rule, that used to be a tactic, standing on the mark, right? Which would force players to kick over the mark so they didn't get too close. Now they can gain 15 meters by running around. That's insane. And that, again, increases the goal tally and the pace of the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a team's discretion if they want to man the mark at all, because it's an advantage not to man the mark to the team free kick, right? So that was the time memorial. That was the rule, right? If you didn't man the mark, you gave the opponent an opportunity to gain 10, 15 meters, went before they kicked it. And so now to punish people for running back off a mark is insane.
It's participation.
You know what
trophy.
I find amazing with that rule? You know what I find that no one talks about? So, I've seen players, turn back. They have to turn their back on the ball like this and stand. They're not even talking. But
there's two guys doing this.
Yeah.
It's it's some sort of like the goodies or like a Monty Python sketch.
But then this is what no one brings up yet. When someone's going for goal, they can jump up in the air, do 100 fucking push-ups, 100 star jumps, and no one says anything. So the rule so it's already cooked right there, because there's two different interpretations. It's okay to jump in the air and do star jumps and throw grass and do what you want on the mark, as long as when they're not kicking for goal, no, you have to stand like a statue, and it looks absolutely stupid, absolute stupid.
And on top of that, they started off at the start of the year with umpire dissent, or was that last year? I can't remember. But they've changed it so many times. It's inconsistent, and they changed it throughout the year, which doesn't make sense.
Oh, don't get me started on that as well. Just insensitive umpires. That's what it's all about. Just a bunch of crybabies. You're not bigger than the game. How about you just umpire the game, for God's sake? Any chance of that whatsoever? Just umpire. That's what you're paid to do. You're not paid there to make yourself look big and strong. You're there to umpire. It's not that hard of a job, though. Those, when you change the rules every year, I don't blame the umpires. But when they constantly make mistake after mistake after mistake, and they try to stamp little authority into the games, just keep out of it. Just umpire the game. Is there any chance of that whatsoever? Or is that just too hard for them? They must be heard. They must be seen.
Yeah, they've got to insert themselves. They seem to have Yeah, they need to insert themselves, don't they? Like, I'm
Yeah.
the
Oh,
star
yeah.
here, because that 50 metre that they paid against Carlton, he called play on, and he even did the signal. The guy played on, and he paid 50 metres. Now
that's
that's
terrible.
not a mistake. That seems to me to just be outright cheating.
Yeah.
Well, it's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you
And
call
guess what
call
happened?
play on, and you're giving me a 50 metre.
And
Ridiculous.
guess what happened, Matt? All the talk was on that umpire, not about the game. Forget it. I can't even tell you who won that game. It was all about the umpire.
That's a good point.
And the umpire got what he wanted. Just
Attention.
stay out of the game and umpire.
Do you know who that was? That was Matt Stevic. He's umpired like 500 games or something. Shouldn't he know better? He's supposed to be the premier umpire.
Yeah, he's supposed to be one of the better ones. Yeah. So if you get the best umpire in the AFL fucking it up, what chance have we got?
Because there's only so much a human can actually hold in their brain at any one time, right? So if you're diverting the umpire's attention to staring at people's toes to see if they crib like by an inch, then their attention's completely shifted away from the foundational rules, like holding the ball. That's my issue, is that if you're adding more rules, you're not removing rules, you're adding rules. So then you're having to then umpire the foundational rules as well as these new silly technical ones. So then the problem is only so many. I'm sure they get a mandate to only have a certain amount of free kicks per game. So that means that more often than not, they're going to let holding the ball go and pay stand rule. Just by the percentages.
Yeah, because it's easy to miss a holding the ball rule. Like, they can just blatantly miss one. Someone can get tackled, spin out of the tackle, and a second bloke tackles him. That's your prior. It's obvious. But the amount of free kicks that don't get paid for that, there'd probably be 4 or 5 a game where it's clear prior opportunity. And then some bloke will have zero prior opportunity. Like, he gets the ball, bang, he's slammed, and the ball pops out. Now, back in the day, you'd say, yeah, that's good tackle, holding the ball. But that's not prior. But then that guy gets pinged. So they're so inconsistent.
But another thing that annoys me, the umpires, why the fuck, when there's a close game with 10 minutes to go in the last quarter, why is the 50-50s never paid? It's like they throw the rule book out the window. But every single game where it's close, all these 50-50s that they paid in the first 3 quarters gets completely thrown out the window in the fourth quarter. It's like someone's telling them, you know what, boys, just let it go. If that's the case, why can't they do that from quarter 1 to quarter 3? That's the most frustrating thing.
Especially when the intensity is higher in the last quarter.
Absolutely.
And then the commentators are in on it. They're like, oh, the umps have put the whistle away. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
If there's a free kick there, pay it.
So they're throwing the rule book out in the fourth quarter. So who's teaching them this? Who's doing? Is Andrew Dillon saying, you know what? If the game's close, let it go. That's even more worse, because now you're setting 2 sets of rules.
I actually think what they're doing is they're saying, oh, in the last 10 minutes, if it's close, if we make the wrong decision, then we'll get blamed. So it's easier to make no decision. Yeah, it's easier to make no decision.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're paid 120 grand for a part-time job, it's your job to wear the decisions. You don't get to just chicken out and say, oh, nah, I'm just going to hang back. Not decide.
That's why they get compensated. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, guys, I've got a guest waiting backstage. I know he'd be super keen to get stuck into this topic. And he's a mad Richmond fan. And it was great to have him on Mix channel a couple of weeks ago. And he's been kind enough to join us here. It's my old mate and footy coach, Bergs.
G'day, mate. G'day, mate. How are you?
Doing well.
That's the way. Umpires,
welcome.
State of the umpiring, huh?
Yeah, I think it's frustrating for everyone. We waste a lot of time on it. We've got the greatest game in the world, but we change the rules and interpret the rules by the minute. I'd like to talk about one rule. I don't know. I've only been backstage for 10 minutes, but they brought in the lasso rule, right? So I actually like it. I watched it work in South Australian footy for a long period of time. I watched it work in AFLW. But the lasso rule is designed to speed up play between the arcs. It's designed to be a last touch, and it should be last touch from a possession, kick or a handball. Now we're going to replays when a guy taps the ball back into play. It bounces off a guy's foot. It's not a possession. It's not a kick or a handball. But then we're going to a replay for 20 seconds to see, did it actually come off his boot or his hand? That's a throw in, boys. Like, can you just sort your shit out?
Yeah.
Got to be a kick or a handball out of bounds. Otherwise, it's not last touch. It's got to come from a possession. Otherwise, we're not speeding the game up. We're slowing it down. It's madness, like absolute madness. Watching replays on the wing.
Yeah.
Well,
Since when were they allowed to use the arc? Since when were they allowed to use the arc for that?
I know.
They didn't
madness.
at first, did they?
No, they didn't at first, but the last few weeks it's creeping in. So they've obviously changed their thought process on that rule as well. Like, it's just in South Australia it was never like that. In the AFLW it was never like that. Like, now we're tactically pushing the ball off a guy's boot to gain a possession.
Handball into the guy's shin.
Yeah, I'm watching it, I'm going, is this what the game's come to? This is what we're trying to do now. Because you give a guy a rule, they'll exploit it, right? They'll absolutely exploit it. So
always.
And the worst thing is, you could do that just outside the arc and then got a shot on goal.
100%. If you've got Buddy Franklin in your team and he can kick from 60, absolutely, that's a shot on goal.
Dan Houston.
Jezza Cameron. He'd love
Cameron
it out of
used to
the
do
pocket.
it. Cameron does it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're gonna discuss the state of umpiring, we could be here for 4 weeks, right? It's just horrendous. But I feel for him, and I know you touched on Matty Stevic, and I watched it very closely, and you certainly couldn't say Matty Stevic's cheating, but I watched his arms go up, and as his arms went up, he realised the guy had already moved, so he paid 50 metres, but it didn't look good, did it, on a replay? Like, you watched his arms go up, and he goes, that guy's already moved, and he's gone, I've got to pay 50. Yeah, but
from when I saw it, I thought Ginnivan, wasn't it, that was kicking?
Yeah, Ginnivan.
And I feel like he actually played for the free as he was walking in.
But have you seen what else they're doing? You've seen
partway through walking in.
Have you seen players are now trying to feign a handball to get them to move?
Yeah.
Yeah, but guys, they said 18 months ago that anyone who feigns a handball, we won't be paying 50. And now they've paid 50 on a paid handball. So they don't know what they're doing. Like, they're out of whack. It's just crazy.
Also, the last couple of weeks, there was incidents with players backing into the umpires, right? That was a big deal, where the umpire would throw the ball up and then go backwards and the players would cannon into him. And they were using him as a shield.
That's been going on for a while.
Yeah, but it became news again in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, because they decide each week. Like, I can tell you, having been involved in the game, you used to get a memo on a Friday of what they were going to focus on the weekend.
Yeah.
On what world?
I remember hearing about that.
What world does that make sense? Well, we're changing the rules again this week. We're going to have an emphasis on holding the ball. We're going to have an emphasis on stand the mark. Hang on, the rules should be the rules. They should be set in stone, and we're not changing the way we interpret them. We're going to do it the same every week so people can understand. Oh, no, we're cracking down on this or we're cracking down on this, which means their rules are fluid. There's been that many rule changes. Their rules are fluid now, so no one knows what's going to happen week to week. Not even the umpires, all right?
How do you coach that? You can't, I guess.
You can't. You just can't coach it. And how do you, like... Yeah, no, it's very frustrating to watch now. And then, like, I was watching a game a couple of weeks ago, and there was 35 kicks in the first quarter, and there's usually about 50, 60 for a game. And all the commentators were talking about it. And then there was like 80 in the next quarter because someone said to them a quarter time, I've had 35 free kicks. Like, Jesus, we're paying them, we're not paying, what are we doing? They don't know what they're doing. And, like, the other thing too is they get direction from above. You'll never convince me they don't. Because you see them go to their earpiece, and it's not from another umpire. Someone above has given them instruction. So if someone above has given them instruction and they're not admitting to it, why don't you just have 2 friggin' umpires and 3 guys in the box?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jesus.
Yep.
At least then there's not a different interpretation from one umpire to the next because there's only a couple out there and the direction's coming from above anyway. Like, most people
and you have less players running into them too.
Yeah, because there's not 17 of them on the field.
You would cover off on about 95% of the issues that they've got at the moment.
And it won't be hard to find really good umpires because you're not expanding the pool too wide.
Well, all of a sudden, you could have Jimmy Bartell and 2 or 3 other guys like that sitting in the box umpiring the game. I know what I'd rather have.
Yeah.
And it's not like people get king hit anymore, so you don't need extra umpires to protect the players. You've got so much video now.
You probably only need one in the front half, one in the back half, and one in the midfield, and they'd take direction in all their areas. And no one makes a decision outside their area, and they're waiting for instruction above, in case something happens or something. They call the game themselves.
Yeah.
They call the game themselves.
Yeah,
go on.
Yeah, and on that, how many times do you see, Boogs, or anyone here? You get 2 umpires, one 50 metres away, one about 10 metres from the contest. The one that 10 metres doesn't blow the whistle, but the umpire somehow 50 metres away can see what's going on and then gives a free kick. And then most of the times they're not even there.
Yeah, well,
it's stupid.
That's one of my main arguments because I'll argue that it's not the guy 50 metres away making that change of decision. I'll argue with you that there's someone upstairs making that change of decision.
Okay. Well, then that's even more stupid. Yeah.
Well, I'm just not convinced, Matty. Like, they always say, there's no one upstairs, but then, they found out like 12 months ago that there was someone giving instruction to umpires from outside the field of play. So who is it? Why is it? What's going on? There's a lot of things the AFL don't tell you. I can tell you now.
Yeah.
Well, that should be illegal. So,
for example, that Billy Frampton one where it was called holding the ball, then it got changed to dangerous tackle. Yep. Is that an example of that, you think?
I don't know. I watched a replay of that, I know you're Collingwood supporter, Matty, but when the head hits the ground, the umpire's got the right to deem it a dangerous tackle. Now, the guy who called holding the ball, he's probably right, and the other guys, if he's closer and deems it a dangerous tackle, he's got the right to override that first decision. And you could see Josh arguing with the umpire, but his head hit the ground, and it is.
Yeah. I'm not debating the Billy Frampton thing. I was just asking if you thought that was a situation where upstairs said, "Hey, that doesn't look good."
It could well have been.
Make that play on, and it's a goal.
You'll never convince me that there isn't someone upstairs overruling shitty decisions, right? Or what deemed could potentially be a shitty decision. Clearly, they're not overruling enough because there's still heaps.
Yeah.
So you think this is happening while they're umpiring at the same time? They're getting in their earpiece. Well, that should be illegal because coaches can't do that with players, right?
Yeah, no. But see, their argument is that the earpieces are from one umpire to another. Why do they need it? Why?
No, I don't believe that either. And how often do you hear umpires communicate with the other umpires on the field? Because they're too busy letting it straight into the players. I agree with that.
When they switch to the next umpire. When it goes from halfback or whatever, then they switch to the next one, so they tell them yours or whatever, right?
Yeah, yours, yeah.
You don't need an earpiece for it, but yeah.
No, correct.
No. As soon as I see the earpiece, I'm smelling a rat.
Yeah.
Mick wants a conspiracy.
I don't like it either.
Maddie, can I say something controversial, actually?
Yeah, go on.
Well, it's probably not. To me, it's not. For years and years, you constantly hear they're trying to speed the game up, right? Or it's as fast as it's ever been, right? It's bigger and badder than faster than ever, right? But that's not true, is it? Because players go in tentatively for the tackles for starters, so they can't be going in as hard and fast as they used to. And on top of that, if they're constantly bringing in new rules to speed it up, how can it be as fast as it's ever been?
Yeah, I think the game was at its fastest in around the 2010 sort of era.
I would say
that's when they tried to put the brakes on the game because of the
rotation, before they cap rotations.
Yeah.
Mickey Malthouse had a look at. I was at the game. It was the first game of the year, Brisbane Collingwood. Mickey Malthouse had been watching ice hockey, and then all of a sudden there was like 130 rotations in a game. I was watching run off, and I couldn't work out who was going where. I was sitting right above the box at the Gabba, and they were running off quick, and then that was going to speed the game up, and so they needed to decide that what they capped their rotations at now is about 80. I think it's about 80.
70 something?
70 might come down now.
75.
They talk about speeding the game up, but the game's not quick. You know why? Because the way they coach it, where they squash a team in the front half and they can't get out, where is the game going then? The game stands still for like 5 minutes before they can get out. And when they get out, they can run like the wind. But it's been stuck in someone's front half for 5 to 10 minutes. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm not buying that game's quickest it's ever been.
Does that go back to...
How can it be quick when you can't tackle properly?
But as a coach, Bergs, do you find because the argument was the uncapped rotations were leading to too many high impact injuries because the players had like too many fresh legs, so they were colliding at faster speeds. Do you buy that, or is that just because to me it would be more of a risk playing tired players in terms of injury? Like I know not impact injuries, but in terms of soft tissue and everything else.
All right, so let's just take the game on the weekend, Geelong GWS, where Geelong were 5 goals up, down 3 rotations, then all of a sudden the other team scores. What used to be good about the game 20 years ago was that there was high scoring because when teams fatigued, other teams scored heavily against them. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got enough rotations that everyone can stay in the game for the whole game. No one gets tired unless they're down rotations. So teams kick 10 goals to 12 goals. Is that what we want to see?
No.
I don't know. For me, it was better when
just let them go.
Let them go. Like when it was 18 on the field and 2 changes, like it's primitive and the game's got faster. I get that, but at least teams fatigued, and then scores would be higher. Like you go back to the 72 grand final, was it 28 goals to 23 or something in a granny? People want to see goals, I reckon. Yeah. And I reckon we've got our balance wrong with so many players on the interchange bench for a start. The rotations are out of whack. So if it was me, I'd have 2 guys on the interchange bench and 2 substitutes that can only come on with injuries, and I'd have 30 rotations. So your midfielders have got to be fit because you've got to stay on the ground longer. Yeah. And if they get tired, you lose.
Yep.
Makes sense?
But also, Bergs,
yeah,
you're probably forgetting 20 years ago, since you're mentioning it, your mate Joel Bowden and Terry Wallace slowed the game down completely by waxing in the back lines and kicking back and forth.
I think the 2 Bowden brothers had 25 marks each one day. Kicking the ball
exactly.
And I think, they brought, and Joel did bring about that wonderful rule change that you can't rush a point when he stitched Essendon by just playing on and walking backwards through the points with a minute to go.
That was after the grand final, though, wasn't it? Hawthorn Geelong when they brought it in officially, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, because fucking Hawthorn did it for fun.
Joel showed everyone what you could do running down the clock with 5 minutes to go if you kick it, with a minute to go if you're kicking in. Like, he just stepped over the line 3 times. Like, held the ball for 10, 20 seconds, stepped over the line. So then
not in the spirit of the game, I would say.
No. The kicking the ball back in the game.
Was it Hawthorn that then used it in the grand final?
Yeah. 08. Yeah.
08, right.
Yeah, against Geelong, yeah.
Yep.
Sorry to bring that up, Lucas.
That was still a great grand final, regardless.
It's only Hawthorn. Sorry if I've gone off camera. I'm just charging my phone. So
it's all good.
It's all right. It's only Hawthorn. We've lost 2 grand finals to them. It's all good, Matt.
That was still a great game of footy, though, Lucas. You got to say.
Well, 89.
Well, 89 definitely, but 08. I mean, it was things like Cam Mooney missing the goal at halftime.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah. No, I keep saying this. I say we waited, what was it, 20 years to get revenge on Hawthorn, and we finally get our moment, and we absolutely choke. We were heavy favourites going into that match, and
one of the best of all time.
When Cameron Mooney hit that post, I think that's when he knew it wasn't going to happen, mate. It was not going to happen, and it just went absolutely from bad to worse since that moment. So yeah, they are us in those grand finals. Hawthorn, unfortunately. Fuck, I hate them. But no, it is what it is, isn't it? And then, yeah, they rush behinds and all that. But it's just...
I know as a Geelong supporter you hate it, but as a game to analyse, it's fascinating.
Oh, it would have been. No, both of them, absolutely. They were high quality games, absolutely. Oh, there's no doubt about that. Compared to fucking West Coast and what was it, Sydney? For a neutral, it'd be a snooze fest.
8 goals to 7.
Yeah.
They were the
05 especially was
the COVID finals prototypes. Those 2 Sydney West Coast grand finals.
That's Paul Roos.
That changed everything, didn't it? That changed the whole system of defense wins premierships, and then Ross Lyon comes in, and so really the way the game is today really probably started from those 2 grand final games, because everyone wants to just play defense these days. And it doesn't work.
Rossi still thinks it's going to. Ross is coming around to the idea that that's not going to win. You're only going to fall over the line playing that game plan. Like St Kilda could have won, and Freo could have won, but it just makes it a line ball sort of outcome.
Yeah,
all of those grand finals.
But they've changed philosophy in the way they defend. Like in those grand finals, it was just a massive flood back. And that's when Dimitri said no one's gonna win a flag playing like that. And to a degree, he was right, even though Sydney pinched one. But now they set up the ground. It's not just a flood; it's the way they set the ground up. They squeeze them out one side, so they only have to defend half the ground, and it's hard to get through. It's not a massive. It's not just everyone, flooding back all the time. Like in those grand finals, Sydney West Coast, Barry Hall would take a mark on the wing and have to wait 2 minutes for everyone to run to the other end of the ground. You don't see that happening so much now. Now they get through and they're out and they run and carry the footy. So the way team defence works is completely different than those
also, speaking about defence, in the 90s, right, it was fast and fun and exciting. But normally the best defensive teams would go on to win the premiership. If you look at 92 till about 98, because North Melbourne didn't have the best defence, but West Coast, the Crows, both premiership years had the best defence, even though they finished 4th and 5th. So generally that was the case, that the best defensive team would go through and win the premiership.
If you look at no better example than Malcolm Blight. So coached Geelong to 2 losses. They had the best or second best attack in the competition, but the defence was like 8th or 10th in the competition.
Yep.
When he went to Adelaide, he flipped it on its head. Adelaide had the 4th or 5th best attack, but they had the best or second best defence, and they won 2 flags. So he worked it out, and it is about defence, but you've got to have some scoring power as well. That's why I like, if you watched the game last week, Freo Sydney was an absolute belter of a game to watch. They've got three big forwards. They've got a nice mix of mids, but they set up the ground so well to defend it. They're going to be very hard to beat because they'll only have to come to the MCG, I think. You wouldn't want to get them. Yeah, the whole finals it'll just be ruined if Brisbane have to play Freo and Freo at some stage before getting them in the granny. The 2 best teams won't play off, but that's just neither here nor there. We'll see what.
Minutes on mute, Matt.
Sorry, boys. So Mick from Magpie Army Chronicles is asking if you rate Plough. Fergs.
Rate who?
Plough.
Lukey.
Wallace.
I do rate him. I coached against him in the Amos. Ripper fella, but I think his time's up.
I would have thought so.
I think his time's up.
What about when he was coaching Richmond?
Hang on, you're talking about Plough Wallace?
Yeah, Terry Wallace. Is that who you're talking about, Mick?
Sorry, for some reason I thought he meant the current coach, Lukey Beveridge.
No.
Look, Plough Wallace, no, not a fan. Coached his boy in Vic Metro 16s. Like, he's not a bad bloke, Terry, but got his jobs the wrong way. If anyone's watched the Year of the Dog, when he got rid of Joyce, that wasn't great.
Why?
It's a good dog. Not my favourite, Terry. No.
You think Alan Joyce should have stayed?
No. I just think that when your assistant coach shouldn't be shafting you, should they?
No, but he was a garbage coach, and he was like stressed and ready to leave. 100%.
Yeah, but Terry Wallace went about it the wrong way, uniting the players against the senior coach. Jesus.
I don't think it was just him, but he turned that team around the next year. Like they made a prelim final, and they're 2 points away from winning.
It doesn't matter whether you win by an inch or a mile, does it? If you win, you
no,
win.
No, but I'm saying that they were a kick away from a grand final, and they were 4 goals up against the Crows.
And they'll probably argue that they weren't even a kick away because Libba still reckons he kicked that goal. So
it probably was a goal. Yeah.
And Sav Rockers was a goal.
And Hudson didn't shepherd when Grant had that last kick as well.
No, but if you've watched that replay of Grant picking up that ball, for the life of me, why he didn't roll outside and kick on his left is beyond me. Like, I've watched it 100 times. He's a key forward. He's smart. He rolls outside on his left and opens the angle. He wins the game. It's it's like anything. Stephen Milne chasing that one down with a minute to go in the granny. I watched it 100 times. I still don't reckon he was going that hard. Inches. Game of inches, boys, yeah?
Yeah, and I think Hudson, definitely should have shepherded Tyson Edwards because he got the smother, and Mark West kicked a point, and I think they kicked 7 points in the last quarter. So just a total missed opportunity.
He was a good player, Mark West. Jeez, he was good.
Yeah, I loved him. He was good.
Bergs,
Fun to watch.
do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible that your opinion on Plough is sullied because of his time at Richmond?
Nah. I knew Terry because he was we were coaching Metro and he was all over Cochin. So I had spent a bit of time with him. Like Richmond were pus then. Terry Wallace had nothing. Terry Wallace had nothing to do with it. We used to change coaches like we changed a pair of jeans, mate. Like every second.
He was there for a while though, wasn't he? He was there for a good 4
the famous
4 or 5
5-year
years.
contract.
Yeah,
They gave him way too long.
They were all there for a while. Geesham was there for a while. Heaven forbid. Oh my God.
The Geesh.
Yeah. Unleash his Geesh.
What happened with Wallace when he was signed a contract to go to the Swans and didn't eventuate, right? And he left the Bulldogs?
Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
That's his version of it, yeah. It's on open mic as well, yeah.
Yeah. Who got that job?
Roos, right?
Yeah, that's the AFL intervention again, probably, eh? They like Paul. Doesn't win
Plough
much.
would have taken over from Rodney Eade, I'm guessing.
Yes, so Plough got a bit of karma.
Yeah.
Rodney Eade, there's another guy with a million games coach for no wins.
What's his name? Eade got sacked when Ricky Mott kicked that point against Essendon. And you can see his head drop. You can see him.
Ricky Mott.
You can see him literally die in that second.
His heartbreak. I love it.
Yeah, and then Roosie came in, yeah.
Interesting. So who's going to win the flag, boys?
Whoever shows up on the day.
Oh.
I think Brisbane.
It's hard to go past Freo, but the only question on them is if they'll choke in finals this year or not. I don't think they will in the home finals.
Yeah, they're going to have to win big MCG finals, including the grand final, and I don't see them getting past Brisbane.
They've only got to win one.
Will be in a couple of weeks, right? They play Melbourne over here, which I know Melbourne are a bit of a lesser side than Freo, but if they win that, then maybe, yeah.
It's a good point that Bergs was halfway through making about they probably only have to play one. That'll be the grand final.
Yeah. Can anyone tell me if they've played on the G yet this year? I haven't looked at the fixture that closely. Have they played?
Once.
Who'd they beat? They beat someone.
Oh, not a top side.
Maybe.
Was it Melbourne?
No, they played Melbourne.
They beat them in Perth. I remember that one.
Interesting.
I'm looking it up.
Hey, Void, I've got a theory on this actually. It's very hard, I think, because Fremantle are starting to start really slow now, and then they sort of come back in the third quarter, Wharfie time and all that crap, right? My theory is it's harder to maintain starting slow and coming back as the season goes on. And we've seen teams that did that for the first half of the year kind of drop off a little bit. So I'm tipping they're going to lose a few more games if they're going to keep on playing like that.
Yeah, that's fair too. And they've been up for a while, and
it's hard to maintain.
Brisbane sort of keep a lid on it for until the second half of the year. They play pretty average, and then Freo have sort of making the same mistake Sydney made a couple of years ago and that we made last year. peaking a little bit early.
Brisbane have the best list by a fair way, right? So they've still got so much talent to come back into that team with Allen will replace Hipwood, who's a spud, and then all of a sudden they'll have Kitty Coleman back. I think the move that wins Brisbane the flag potentially is with Coleman and Zorko in the team, they could potentially release Darcy Wilmot through the midfield, and that gives them speed on ball movement and metres gained. That's just, for me, that's the X factor move. I don't know whether Fags will do it, but you don't need all those three running backs in the one team. I'd put Wilmot in the guts around with all those Ashcroft boys and McCluggage, and there's so much, the plethora of midfield. They're way deeper in the midfield than what Freo are. So it'll just be interesting if they get them all healthy, and if Freo stay healthy, because Freo have been healthy all year, they wouldn't want to lose Luke Jackson or anyone like that, would they, come finals time? So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. And what you said earlier, whoever turns up on the day with the healthiest list. You know,
that was the cliche, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it always happens that way.
Yeah, the fittest team. And don't go into a granny with injured players, Jesus.
Well, Lockie Neal, third quarter.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah.
2011, we lost 2011 because of that.
Yeah,
it really is the premiership quarter, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's shaping as a... Is there a cat supporter there? There's a cat supporter in there.
Lucas,
yeah.
Yeah, Lucas, yep.
Cooked?
Don't ask me with flags, mate. We're more close to the fucking bottom four than top four.
Everyone talks about the Geelong methodology is staying up there. You just don't win many, you know, and they talk about 4 in 20 years. They've also got 4 in 60 years. So
they've also got 2 in fucking 20 years as well. So, yeah, if you want to go by that.
I think you got to get a good mix. You got to do like you don't want to drop down for 10 years. It turns into 20 years like Essendon. But there's nothing wrong with dropping down for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, even 5.
5 max. Because you don't want to stay down for too long.
North are just starting. They had too long down there, you know.
Don't say that to Geelong fans. You know, they'll say, "Oh, fucking how dare you say that? We can't do that. We're Geelong. We have to be top 8 every single year." Don't tell them that. I'm a little bit more realistic when it comes to that stuff. It wouldn't bother me if we did drop down 5 years. It wouldn't. But
5 years.
We're not gonna.
What is it about Geelong supporters where they're just so bloody happy about playing finals? Like
arrogant in a way.
I just don't get it. Like a winning season is a good season. No, it's not unless you win it. Like just win it, or stop wasting my fucking time. Like with thirds and fourths, and you know what did he do, Scott? He lost like 4 prelims in a row or something. Like
no, he lost 7 prelims. Seven prelims.
Yeah, I know. Jesus.
It's the same with Collingwood fans.
Yeah.
You hear Collingwood fans. If you criticise Fly,
they're trying to finish in the top 10. What the fuck for?
Yeah,
why?
stupid.
Can you win it? No. Stop wasting your time. Fuck me. Play the kids.
Exactly.
Jesus.
Exactly.
I just don't get the mentality. Like they're hell bent on winning round 17. Like Collinwood play the Bulldogs and they're worried about who's going to win. Who gives a shit? Neither's going to win the flag. So find out some shit about your kids. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, whoever remembers someone finishing in the top 6 and not even making a prelim, who's going to remember that? Who's going to actually remember someone making a prelim?
And now it's
who cares about that? Like,
I just don't get the
so what's your point? Don't try. Play the worst players and hope for the best.
Not play the worst players. The kids that you really want to find something about that are knocking the door down in the twos, don't let them play another 5 weeks in the twos when you lose all your selection integrity just to play some 35-year-old players. Right? Don't do that. Don't break that.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you listening, Chris Scott? Are you listening, mate?
I think play your best players every week.
No, it depends. It depends.
That's what the fans are paying for too.
It depends where you're at, Ben, because right at the moment, even Collingwood supporters have been critical of a guy called Tim Membry. Right? He's doing really well, but the guy's on a 1-year contract. He's 32 years age. He's not going to play in our next premiership. And we've got a guy like Charlie West who has got real potential and he's rotting away in the VFL. I would prefer to have him come in and kick 1 goal than Tim Membry's 3 goals, and we maybe lose against North Melbourne because it's better for our
him in the
future.
All-Australian, by the way.
We're not winning the premiership this year, but we want to know that the next premiership players are being given a chance and being able to develop and played in the ones.
Collingwood's good enough to win. If they make it, if they make the top 10, they shouldn't just give up.
No, you can't win from a wild card. You need to be top. You need to be 6th at minimum.
Western Bulldogs did it from 7th.
You're not winning it from a wild card because you've got to win 6 games in a row or something ridiculous.
You won't see that. The AFL have brought in 2 extra places in the finals and in effect turned it into a final 6 because 7, 8, 9, 10 can't win now. Too many games in a row.
Exactly right. See, if you finish 6th, you're playing in an elimination final, but you get a rest the week before.
Yeah.
So you could get someone like Geelong finishing between 7th and 10th, and you're saying they can't challenge?
No chance.
You can't. You can't. You're going to have to win too many finals in a row.
Even when the Dogs won it from 7, it's 1 less game. It's 1 less game than it is now.
They travelled to Perth in the first week, and they went to Fremantle the week before, right? Or whatever it was, round 22 before that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
1 less game.
It just depends whether how we go in the next couple of weeks and whether we can sneak into the top 6 at any point.
Yeah, sorry, Peter. Yeah, good point. It's 5. You used to have to win 4 games in a row to win the flag. The Bulldogs did that, and Brisbane did that a couple of years ago. So now it's an extra game. You'd have to win 5 games on the trot. Geez, you bloody deserve it, but it's hard work.
Yeah. But the week off isn't as important as it used to be. And I think teams have proven that.
Yeah.
See, I hate the week off. I hate it.
Yeah, everyone hates it, for sure.
I'm not a fan of it.
It kills the momentum.
No, it does. But having said that, if you don't have the bye, Footscray don't win that flag.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
What I could see happening, though, guys, is if Collingwood is in a wild card, it's possible we can make the grand final, but then we'll get beaten by 90 points. And it'll be like 1980 all over again, Bergs. You'd like that?
But you'll be in the grand final.
Yeah, that 1980 was a very nice year, Matty.
We've got someone waiting backstage, so I'll bring him on. Welcome, Sean, Ultimate Greatness.
Sean.
How are you, buddy?
Hey, fellas. What's going on?
How we doing, Sean?
Hey,
Sean.
Yes.
What are your thoughts there,
selection integrity. Hey, let's talk about it.
Well, we've got a so Hotkey here would be playing Gordon Coventry if we were still on the list.
In his current form?
Pendlebury, do you know that name? Have you heard of Pendlebury?
Who? Which kid?
Pendlebury's done, Hotkey. I love Pendles, and I didn't feel the same way.
You kept him on the list for 20 years, though, and you're playing him every week. Just about.
But now it's time. It's
I feel like Pendlebury's been cooked for at least 6 weeks, I reckon. I think that Anzac Day was his. I don't know how long ago Anzac Day was, but I feel like that was his swan song sort of game. And I think ever since then, he hasn't even looked even close to getting a contract for next year. So if it was up to me right now, here and now to make a choice, I'd be telling him to retire.
No, he's playing 450 next year.
No way.
No. Just on that topic before, I'd just like to see the next few weeks because we're trending upward in terms of like our ball movement. We've entered the top 2 or 3 teams in the league. We're up there with Freo and Brisbane the last 4 or 5 weeks. Oh, I think is it 4 to 5 weeks. I just want to see.
What team we talking about now?
Collinwood.
I forgot it was a Collingwood show.
It's called the opposition show.
Because I've noticed the difference in how they're moving the football. So I'd just like to see if that takes them into any kind of spot where they could be, an outside sort of threat or not.
The best way to deal with the wild card round. Like when Morgan Freeman was asked about racism, I think it's like the wild card. Just stop talking about it. Just
I hate it.
we're going to try and finish top 6, and if we don't, that's bullshit. We
Finish
just
11th.
think about next year.
Can I just say something on this, though, Matt?
Such crap.
I think to talk about your point about resting players and all that stuff, teams that consistently challenge in the top 8 every single year are the ones that tend to be successful, and the ones that talk about rebuilding and tanking or some variation of tanking tend not to do very well over the years.
Okay, now here's my counterpoint to that.
Yeah,
we're talking about Craig McRae here. So when he is picking someone like Steele Sidebottom over someone like a Angry Anderson or a Sam Swadling, I would prefer, and it's better for the team. These young kids are good. They're not as good as Steele Sidebottom, but they are decent, and they could do just as well. Maybe not as good. So when you're developing the team, and we're going through a period now, we're halfway down the ladder, and we're not third or whatever, and you've got a kid who is showing a lot of promise, Sidebottom needs to come out of the side every now and then. Sometimes he needs to play VFL. Sometimes he needs to be managed. But what McRae does, what's that?
You just said it every now and then.
No, I'm saying absolutely.
But he gets played every week.
Yeah.
But if he's performing, then that's fine, right?
But he doesn't. He plays
then he should be taken out.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I agree if he's not playing well.
See, yeah, that's right. And we've got kids, guys like McCarthy, guys like Saxena, guys like Di Mattia. So there's young kids in there that really haven't shown a lot. I'm not talking about those kids. I'm talking about the guys that are getting a sniff of a game. Sometimes they're in the side and sometimes they're not. But McRae has favourites. So he has favouritism, and a guy like Ned Long should not be in the side at the moment. So someone like
having favourites is a bad strategy.
That is, that goes against selection integrity, and there's university studies that shows that it's not good for team morale when people are treated differently to others. Now you can have people who've got different personalities. I'm not saying don't treat someone totally everyone exactly the same like Nathan Buckley would. You've got to be more of a Mick Malthouse. He realizes people have different personalities and they respond to different types of motivations. I'm talking about I'm picking this guy in the side, even though this young kid is better or as good, because he's my favourite and he won a premiership for me 4 years ago. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. There's nostalgia in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, lost you boys, but you're back.
When you've got teams
I couldn't hear. I want to say it was hotkeys. I couldn't hear. So, because you guys were having a conversation, but I couldn't hear one person in the conversation. So I just hopefully that's all fixed now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Do you, Bergs? Can I put it back to you with Uze? Is he playing? Like I know, obviously you got a lot of young kids on the list. Is he playing the right kids, and is he developing to your satisfaction?
Well, the right kids are injured, Matty, so he's playing the next tier of kids. I think he's certainly trying to change up our old slow midfield and get some youth in there. And like they won clearance on the weekend against Melbourne, so the kids are getting in and having a crack. But what happens now is you've got a bunch of kids who are just starting to learn about each other, and the easiest thing for them to get good at quickly is see ball, get ball. So they're starting to win clearance, but it's knowing each other and it's seeing those 50-50 contests and making a split-second decision to run offensively or defensively that they've got to get better at. So they're winning the clearance, but they're really poor at identifying when they should defend over when they should attack. So that comes with more games together. Is that a 50-50 ball or is it a 30-70 ball? Do I go forward half, back half quickly, make a decision? They're just getting caught on the hop a little bit and they need more games together. But he's trying to put speed around the ball. But what the compromise is at the moment is setting up the ground, Richmond, setting up the ground defensively on the back of the decision around clearance, if that makes sense, So it's a work in progress. I think he's playing the right kids. We've just got so many out, like so many of our key talk. Like you got Armstrong and Jonty Fall out. You've got Layla. Smilly hasn't played a game yet. Hotton's just got back and looks exciting. They're okay. I'm not quite convinced on Uze. If I could get if I could get a package deal with Hinkley and Butters and Houston, I'd probably grab that pretty quickly.
I've put that idea in your mind now, haven't I?
I'd do some deals. If Hinkley, Butters and Houston, yeah, I'd take them 3 as a package. That'd do me pretty well with the kids we've got coming through. So, yeah.
You reckon would Richmond give up a first rounder for Houston?
Yeah, but not their first pick. They'd obviously trade some late first. Houston ain't getting pick 1 or 2.
No, but like a late first.
Yeah, I think because you're going to lose Broad this year, and Vlosten's probably only got 2 or 3 years left. So a Houston for a bit of stability back there, yeah, that would help. And if we had Hinkley, he'd certainly be get the best out of Houston because you don't seem to be able to do that.
So the Richmond pitch for Butters, obviously you've got the cash is topping everyone.
Yeah.
The way we see what Butters wants, we don't reckon he wants the Dogs because he doesn't want to play at Marvel and he doesn't want to play at Ballarat. He wants to play big games at the MCG at a big club. So you're ticking big club.
Yeah, well, if you want
a few big games,
wrong, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you've got. Well, they only play a couple of games at the MCG. Most of the home games are at Geelong.
Yeah,
and he gets a farm.
Yeah, he gets a farm. Probably a couple, right? He might even get a nice property on at Janjuk or somewhere. Look, it's just about what's important to the kid. I guess he's given nothing away. Does he want money or does he want success? What would help Richmond is if they won 3 or 4 of the last 6 games, that would help their cause. He might see some light at the end of the tunnel, but that's not going to happen. So who knows? I don't know. I don't know Zach Butters from a bar of soap, but geez, he can play. I'd like him.
You got West Coast at the MCG.
What if he stays? I think Baylor will stay at Brisbane.
Yeah, Lockie.
I don't think Butters has any chance of staying.
Okay.
Lockie Neal's allowed Brisbane to give Bailey more money as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's
So is the general consensus Lockie Neal ends up at Collingwood?
Yeah.
I think he goes to the Victorian club. I don't know if it's Collingwood though.
He was reported today that he's told people close to him that it's Collingwood.
Yeah, because he could go to actual Collingwood and bring their average age down, I reckon.
Yeah.
Why is he so hell-bent on Melbourne instead of Perth?
I think his partner lives in Victoria.
Parents are in Victoria.
Or like the family. Yeah, families like in Victoria or something.
His kids are in Perth though, right?
Helping with the kids and whatnot, babysitting, looking after him when he's got them.
I thought it was all about the cash and the length of contract.
No, apparently it's
talking about Lockie Neal.
It's more about family reasons apparently. Well, that's what's been reported.
So I thought that was either Adelaide or Perth.
No, his parents live in Victoria. So when he's got the kids, his parents are going to help him out when it's his turn with the kids.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was originally from South Australia, and then he obviously went to Freo. He was in Perth for a little bit, but yeah, I don't know the reason, but yeah, family's in Victoria for some reason.
So Zach Butters out of contract, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, he's a free agent.
Restricted free agent.
Restricted free agent, which means any club he goes to, they've got to do a deal with that club, right?
No, it depends on if Port match it or not. So Port match it, then it becomes he then becomes a contracted player. But if they don't match it, then it's just highest bid wins, or whichever bid he wants to take, he goes.
So Port are going to want picks, right? Or they're going to want a good player.
They want picks and players.
So who's going? Who's got what? That's the question.
Well, Collingwood's got players that they'd want.
Yeah. Apparently there was a report, Doug, there was a kid in the draft they really want, Doug
Cochran.
So so apparently they want draft points for him because he's going to be like a top 2 or top 3 pick.
Yeah, he'll be number 1, Dougie Cochrane. So they need points to secure that. So someone needs to give him points. They could give him a chunk of shitty points that add up to the right amount of points. All right. Yeah. Okay.
If he nominates
Lucas
a club,
dropped out.
If he actually nominates a club, then usually they'll have to take, like Richmond obviously have the most to offer, but if he nominates Collingwood or Geelong or the Bulldogs, then Port are going to have to take whatever basically they can get out of one of those clubs.
But surely then it becomes a 3-way pick. So, like Richmond might give their first round pick to someone else to get the player they want, who then trades that pick onto the club that Butters wants to go to. You follow me?
Yeah. So like Houston could like go to Richmond, and Richmond first pick to Port.
Yeah. So that's where a third club comes in, and like last few years, there's been 5 and 6 club deals to move players around and get points. So, it might well be Richmond need a bloody ruckman. So, it might be like Bailey Williams or someone like that, and we give up Bailey Williams and we take someone else and give our pick to West Coast. West Coast give it on to Port Adelaide. Yeah. So there's a lot of permutation combination. I wouldn't want to be doing that role now. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Pain in the
Now,
house.
isn't it possible that they will just be happy with the compensation, and they'll get up the draft that way to get Cochrane?
Well, in terms of where they're at, they'll get a pick below what they have. So if they're 5th last on the ladder, they'll get like pick 6. So they'll have picks 5 and 6.
If Butters
be worth band 1.
If Butters stays, Port get Cochrane anyway. They'll find a way, right?
Yeah.
And Carlton will get Walker. They'll find a way. So Butters going, they've got to get some serious capital for him, right? What would they want? 3 first-round picks?
They'd probably want 2 first. I think what they'll be happy with is either 2 first-rounders and a couple of players, or 2 first-rounders, a player and a second-rounder. It'll be something like that.
Don't forget, Matty, you can give 2 first-round players and a first-round pick next year.
Yeah.
So, there's a million ways now. There's just a million ways.
Yeah, and we have all of our first-round picks for the next 3 years to trade. And then I'm pretty sure we may not have a second round this year. Or I think there's a pick we don't have, but we've basically got access to every pick in every round.
Plus, we've got players they want.
Who do they want?
Apparently they want Bobby Hill, and I'm not saying he's a first rounder by any means, but he'll be a sweetener. They'll want Bo McCreary. God knows why, but other teams seem to think he's good.
Want to go to Tassie?
I don't think that report's actually real. I don't believe that. The Bo to Tassie. I think that's just the manager trying to.
That's what I reckon. I reckon he's going to Adelaide, and that's helping drive the price up.
Yeah,
we'll be back in a minute.
Okay, it wouldn't surprise me if it goes down that path.
For Charlie West as well.
What's he worth, Bo McCreary?
To us, a 4th rounder. To everyone else, a 1st rounder.
He's probably worth
Bo McCreary.
He's hopeless, Bergs. He's
not for me.
He'll probably.
I wouldn't give it. No one in the right mind gives a 1st round for Bo McCreary.
You'll probably
other teams think he's awesome.
You probably get between.
Other teams have him.
Yeah, but we will.
That's
same with Houston. The thing is with Houston is less speculative. I think Houston could be used properly and be motivated properly and be trained to get into proper fitness and do well at another side. But it's been nearly 2 years at Collingwood. It's just not working. Bo McCreary, other sides will think, we can get the most out of him. Collingwood aren't doing it, but I reckon our development will get him to that next level.
And he's only 23 as opposed to 30.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Is that Bo's like 25? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think he is 25 actually.
Does his mum come as motivational speaker? Because
you know what my nickname for McCreary is? I call him Bo Sampson. because he hasn't been any good since he's cut his hair off.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he would honestly net you somewhere between 17 and 20 as a pick, I think.
Yeah. It's the clubs that pick up those, like the little surprise packets. Like the guy who's been a great pickup is McKenna to Brisbane. Have you been watching him play? He just gives them a little bit of X factor. He's no gun, but he gives them a little bit of X factor. He gives them some speed on the forward line, and he's bobbing up kicking goals because there's so many other good players on the forward line. It's those little hidden gems that the guys need to trade for. And unfortunately for Bo, he's not one of those. He's just ordinary. I'm with you, Matty. Yeah, he's just he runs real fast, but I've got a greyhound at home that runs real fast.
But also, so with Bo, and this has been something he's had his whole career. He's never been interested in like AFL. And I know that there are players that aren't interested in AFL. I think Tom Stewart's probably the best example. But like he doesn't assert himself in terms of any like passion like on the field. And in terms of any time he gets interviewed, he's always talking about, tuning up his cars. I think he's got some like dirt bikes and stuff. He talks more about that in interviews than he does actually playing football. Yeah. And it sucks because he's in terms of his potential, he's got so much on paper, like in terms of he's got big legs, so he's got explosive speed. If he was a student of the game, he could improve his footy IQ. Like there's so many things with Bo where he could have been like an absolute gun of the competition. But what lets him down so much is that it's kind of like how even with Houston just isn't mentally and emotionally invested in playing football. But Bo's like that, but to a whole nother level. Like Bo's never cared about having a good AFL career. Like I remember a couple of years ago, he was even interviewed. When he got interviewed, there was a question about his role and like his impact. And the question he ended up responding with was, "Oh, but Fly just likes me to tackle. So as long as I'm tackling, I'm then okay." Like it just came across as so like, "Oh, but I'm doing enough, so that's okay." It's I'm sure there's a word for it. Like it's too much. He's just too complacent and too. He's not the one to like squeeze the juice out. To squeeze the juice out of his talents. In any sense.
Yeah.
He can't be dropped. So why would he? Yeah. For him, he's not a footy nuffy. He doesn't really care about the game. He just has to run around and look good, and that's good enough. He's never getting dropped because he's in club fly. So what do we expect? So maybe another club is looking at that, saying we'll have McCreery, we'll have higher standards. Instead of him getting 10 kicks a game and 2 tackles, he'll play a high half forward and get 17 touches, 5 tackles and a goal. They'll see it.
Here's the question, Matt. Like you said before, the question I've got for you said before that Fly plays his favourites, right? Did you say that? Yeah. So I'm just wondering, someone's comment come up before, he doesn't kick goals and he doesn't tackle. So what does he do? Because he's in Fly's good book. So for me, without watching the kid every week, he's got to be getting up and down the ground. He's got to be creating space behind him, dummy leading, unrewarded running. He's got to be doing all that stuff to make space for others. Otherwise, how is he in Fly's good books? Fly likes to win.
It's his pressure. It's his pressure and his tackling. And the fact that he can get from each contest because he's got that speed, as we said.
Yeah, I put it to you that it's not his tackling, but you're right about the pressure, right? He doesn't, I don't think he gets an enormous amount of tackles, but it's that perceived pressure. He's so quick and can close down space. He's putting the fear of God into defenders who then kick quickly and make an error and you get the ball back, right? So you try recording a stat for that, good luck, right? But if Fly's got someone watching him and he's putting pressure on defensive kicks 15, 20 times in a game, that's probably why he's playing, Matty. And it might necessarily be that he's a favourite. He's just a favourite of Fly's because he's got a role to do that no one knows about. You know what I mean?
It's the same with long like Fly. Pressure is a big. Yeah. Fly loves pressure, and so the people who he feels that are pressuring the most, he has that above influence on the game in an attacking sense, possessions and scoring chains and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But having said that, Patrick Lipinski, who's a totally opposite player, he's also a favourite as well. And then you've got someone like Dan Houston, again, a very different player, but he's also a favourite as well. So
you're
it's hard
calling
to
them favourites because they keep playing and don't get dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd say there's no selection integrity at Collingwood when these guys get a game every week. Yeah, I understand.
Lloyd, you can relate to that too, Lucas.
Hurdy was talking about Houston last night on Footy Classified.
What did he say?
Lucas?
It's just funny that they put the spotlight on him. They were talking about how poor he is at one-on-one, defensively one-on-one, all the stuff that we know. Yeah. But it's just interesting that they've put a spotlight on him, and they said that he's at Port Adelaide. He was allowed to zone off his direct opponent all the time and just roam around the ground. Whereas he said Collingwood's more system based, and he's just really struggling to sort of play a role on an opposition defender or on an opposition forward, I should say.
Yeah, but also as well, because it's system based, he's also having to rotate on his opponents as well. So there's every chance he's going to have a matchup that he's just not going to handle properly. So I can sort of see why his number, because in terms of his one-on-ones, it's the lowest it's been, I think, in his whole career. So I think Anthony Pies Footy ended up doing a video on it. I think his win-loss percentage was about 22 when he had years at Port where it'd be high 30s. I think his best year he had a win rate of about 40%. I think that also comes down to if you're at Port and he was playing the one role and probably playing on the one opponent, it's probably a bit easier to adjust to that. So, if there is probably a bit of a, I want to say excuse, obviously, but if there's one thing to mention, it is probably
a reason.
Because it is system.
Boys,
he is rotating.
Don't let stats fool you. Let's be honest. If you break down that stat about percentage of one-on-ones, if he's playing at Port and he's their zone-off player, he's probably getting 2 one-on-ones a game. And if he's in Collingwood's system, he's getting 10 one-on-ones a game. So I put it to you that he's never, ever been much good at one-on-ones, like Bashahuli. But that wasn't his role. His role was to get off his opponent. And if Collingwood have stopped him getting off his opponent and not having guys cover off on 2 opponents for him to play his role, why would they recruit him if they're not going to let him do what he does? Makes no sense.
That's the problem. The actual recruitment in the first place.
Yeah. I think also as well too, because Houston wasn't there first. In fact, I don't think he was our second or third. I think he was about our 4th or 5th going into the trade period, because Houston originally chose Melbourne. And then it was public knowledge that he came out before the trade period and said, "I don't want to go to Melbourne. Their culture's not good." Yeah, that's actually a public.
Carlton made a play for Houston, didn't they?
Yeah. And then Carlton stepped in, and then once Carlton I can't remember who the list manager is that who was making the calls, but they came out and said that no, we're actually prioritizing the draft. So if we get Houston, but we're prioritizing the draft. So we basically, he went from, going to Melbourne, going to Carlton, and then I think it was reported that Nick Dacos came out and said that he wanted Houston at Collingwood, and we just sort of made it happen, even though we had other players that we were interested. So they just took the word of Nick and they just went and got him.
Nick Dacos.
Yeah.
Nick Dacos is running the club now. Fantastic.
Yeah.
This is turning into mixed stream.
I've got a question for you, boys. The big game this week, isn't it? Carlton Collingwood?
Yep.
Oh, really? Yep. I didn't know.
So my question is, to the gentleman earlier, and I apologise for laughing, who was telling me that their ball movement's right up there. You beat Carlton, don't you? Because they're rubbish.
Yeah.
You beat them and you beat them comfortably.
No, we're Collingwood, Bert.
No. Not historically.
No.
It'll be a close game.
But tell me about the ball movement again. The ball movement's good. Carlton's is pass.
Yeah, but we only do good ball movement for about 10 minutes at some stage. Usually, maybe when we're 12 points down.
I just noticed since what? Just about King's birthday. We're playing a little bit more attacking because we've got a bit more speed around the ball now with some different selections. So now we're not losing centre clearances as badly as we were, and the stat. I mean, this is just the stat I saw today that in the last sort of 7-8 weeks, Collingwood are back up to the 2023 stats in terms of their ball movement, and especially from back half as well.
So why do you reckon? Are they looking inside, or are they still trying to go on the outside?
I think they're attacking the corridor a lot more than they were in the first half of the year. First half of the year, it was very stop-start. Now they seem to be trying to do a lot more overlap, a lot more handballing, and they just go. Matt and Greatness might see it a little bit differently, but that's what I've noticed. And it was just interesting that the stats sort of backed up the changes, and we're scoring a lot more. We're having more shots at goal, I should say. Still sort of not cracking the 100 that often, but we're getting just on the regular now. We're getting like 30 odd scoring shots, which is.
You know what I reckon? You reckon your ball movement's better? I reckon playing Port Adelaide, North Melbourne, Richmond, and all the rubbish teams with less pressure means that you can move the ball a little bit more freely, right?
But that's against Melbourne as well. That was on Kings, including the last sort of 7 odd weeks.
Yeah, you lost against the D's, but you beat those other sides. Yeah, I hate Carlton. I just want you to beat them. They shit me to tears. So it's not very often that a Richmond sort of hands in the air, fists out, hoping for Collingwood. Like, fuck them. I hate them.
Historically, what you're going to see, it will be a close game, and we'll probably win by 4 points or something like that. So you're going to get a good game, and you're going to see Carlton lose. That's probably what's going to happen.
The reason I reckon
I was copping it on the jumper punch in the chat earlier from some Blues people. So I'm with you there.
We've got a couple in here as well.
We were never in the game against Collingwood, but we were so close to beating Carlton. If there wasn't a shitty decision with 30 seconds to go, we would have beat them. So yeah, I reckon you got them covered. We'll see what happens.
Should Lynch go on, Bergs?
Not a chance.
Yo, Ben.
Are we allowed to talk about other things as well, or is it just
we can change it. We can change the topic.
It doesn't bother me. I just can't add anything.
No. Yeah, you can talk. We can talk anything AFL.
We're not talking about hockey or tennis. We're talking about footy, right?
Not the World Cup, right?
No, we go there. Probably.
I'll be watching it tomorrow morning, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was just wondering if
talk about, mate.
Oh, probably heaps of stuff. I wonder if Lucas knows who Corey Worthington is.
I am aware of the party boy. I am aware.
That's very good.
If only I had the body he had, the shirt might come off.
It was Mal that came off.
Unfortunately, I don't.
They were yellow glasses, weren't they?
Yeah, they're actually a bit bulky like this. But yeah, they're the yellow shade in there. So, it feels like I've actually stolen these from my sunglass collection. But no, I've had these for many, many years. So.
Why have you got the sunnies on?
Just a
He's
thing
a
I
star.
do. Well, sometimes I do streams without the shirt on.
Yes.
So just the way I am, I have different personality. Just the way I am.
That's fine.
Because he's going to
when the future's so bright, you got to wear sunnies.
Yeah.
Well, I've got 3 lights on, so I might as well take advantage of it.
You wouldn't have got away with that at Collingwood under Buckley. He wanted everyone to be very, very vanilla.
Oh, shit. Gee. Don't think I'd work out then.
Got a question for the Collingwood people. Yep. Is Ben King the most important recruit for you?
No.
There's Lucas. He was in the Flame Trees film clip.
That is brilliant.
Hang on. Keep it up, mate. Keep it up.
Another good song.
There you go.
Ben King,
he's got different beats.
Personally, I reckon Zach Butters. I think Zach Butters is more important than Ben King is.
I don't really rate
absolutely
all that much. I haven't rated him for. He's not. I don't think he's going to help us if we don't deliver the ball properly into the forward line. And Ben King's not. He's not going to fight for his own football. Not a contested player.
You got no one up there. You got donuts up there.
Yeah, we need someone. We need someone else.
Tommy Lynch could probably get a game at Collinwood next year.
Right, I'd take him for a year.
Yeah, he probably could. Jeez, your boy was good last week. That big American
Josh's question.
More for you, like him back, wouldn't you?
Who?
The Cox.
Coxie, yeah. Joshy in the chat. Do you want Cox back? Yeah, no, that was a massive blunder list decision.
With the rule change was a blunder.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I heard the rule changes were coming. We go, oh, this is going to be good for Coxie.
Yeah.
Not so good for Darcy Cameron, which has turned out to be. But then when Steen went down.
After Cox.
Wow.
I want to get after Cox. As soon as the rule change, I go, well, here we go. Jesus, best recruit in history. He'll probably play in a flag.
How smart was Freo to just snap him up?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he probably will play in a flag, and good on him.
He was good last week, taking marks, and he was real good.
Did you see what his parents said this week?
What did they say?
What did they say?
They're only going to fly over once he gets selected in the team. Because he's on the fringe, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he's been playing.
He's been playing every week for 2 months, 3 months. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I read today.
Last week was his first game in for a while.
He is on the fringe, though. He's right on the edge. He's like, because
I reckon they prefer Sean Darcy, but his body is not as durable as Mason Cox.
I'll tell you what I reckon.
Is that purely because he came in so late? Like because Coxie came in so late?
I reckon they've learned last week that Cox is the answer, right?
Yeah.
He covers the ground better than Darcy. I'm still trying to work out what Darcy's good at. Like, he can't jump. So around centre bounce, he's no good. He doesn't get round the ground. His ass is as big as it's huge. Nah, for me, I reckon Cox plays the rest of the year.
Yeah, probably.
He should, but you just never know.
God, he'd be handy right now for us.
Yep.
Your bloke
is going down.
DC had a decent game last week, but that's because he was with a fellow concrete boots in Cherry.
Yeah. That hasn't helped him either.
No, it's screwed.
I reckon North are going to
move
in.
Some players it really helped.
Who did Cherry have a go at? Maynard, wasn't it?
There's a queue for Maynard. There's a queue for Maynard that goes around the corner down the street.
That's the latest one, though.
Yeah.
You see,
that was the play for this week.
Joshy, I wanted to see both Steen and Cox. I saw Cox as a backup. We didn't know what we were going to get with Steen. And if Steen had played all year and Cox didn't get a game, and then that would have been totally fine. But we needed him as a backup at bare minimum. That was the issue. It wasn't good management.
So is Steen any good?
Steen's brilliant. He's going to be who knows what will happen after an ACL, but he was just slamming it down Nick's throat, and Nick's running forward out of stoppages, which we never see.
Big, tall, skinny guy. That's what I saw him in the start.
Yeah. Huge leap. He would just put the knee into the other ruckman and just get another 2 foot off the ground.
Yeah. I reckon I remember watching him thinking, now I know why they got rid of Cox. But what did he do? Do an ACL?
Yeah, he did an ACL against Sydney.
Yeah,
we would have beaten Sydney had he not gone down for a half.
Oh, that's when Fly come down to spray Grundy, I remember,
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Who's the young ruckman that you debuted against the Giants?
That was Steen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oscar Steen.
Good type. Yeah, I remember.
He should have played a couple of years ago.
Very good player. Yeah, I mean, Matt, you know how long I was singing these praises. Yeah, and how much I copped it last year on saying that he should have played over Cox.
Yeah.
Hey boys, I just got to step away for 10 minutes. Can you hold the fort there, Shawnee?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Well, thanks, mate.
Matty, I want your opinion on something when you get back. But while you guys are here,
go now.
All right, everyone, give me a sentence on Nicky Winmar.
You're trying to get my channel taken down, Hotkey.
I wouldn't have to say anything bad.
Do you want me to answer this or not?
Definitely.
We talking about on field or off field?
Recent charges and recent things that have happened.
I'd rather not talk about it. But anyway, I'm going to hang around now for the next few minutes to make sure everything's not bad.
All right, never mind.
Good footballer,
Look,
but
it's. I'll say this. I'll try to keep it PG. But look, what happens? He got his Hall of Fame because of his on-field achievements, and what he's done off-field has no place in society. But just like Gary Ablett Jr., he's not a legend because of his off-field drama, and
Gary
I hate
Senior.
that. Gary Ablett Senior. Sorry, yeah. I really, really hate that. I think when you've done something on the field, it should stay on the field. That's me personally. I can see why they did it because, like I said, no place, for what he did, no place in society for that. But at the same time, he earned his achievements on the field, not off field. So for me, they should stay. But I can see why they did it because now you've got females in the Hall of Fame now. So yeah, I get why they did it. But personally, for me, what happens on the field stays on the field. He got those achievements by playing. But yeah, that's all I'll say about that.
So where do you draw the line? How far can someone go in their personal life?
Before they're taken off the Hall of Fame.
Or before a statue's taken down. Yep.
Hang on, you're talking about a guy who's in the Hall of Fame one. You're also talking about a guy who's got a statue made after him. Do you know how many Hall of Famers have got a statue made after him? Not many.
Malcolm Blight.
Yeah, not many. Yeah. All right, so
I can understand. Go on. Bugs, go on.
We've got a 300 game VFL female player. VFL. I'm telling you, I saw it when she played it. It was paddock football, worse than Z grade ammos, and she's either a legend or an AFL Hall of Famer or whatever she is. And we've stripped a guy of this because of an on-field indiscretion. I'll never condone his off-field indiscretion. Sorry, I'll never condone it. But I agree. Was it Lucas who said it? One's not related to the other. Is Wayne Carey in the Hall of Fame? Because if he's not, he should be. Gary Senior should be. All of them should be there because it's about the player. Like, do we take Robbie Flower out because he went to jail? Do we take David Dent out because he went to jail? Like, where does the line in the sand? We want to roll over for 2% of the population in minority areas because they bark loud, right?
What did Robbie Flower do?
Robbie, well, let's not go into it.
I didn't know that. What's he done?
Robbie got charged with something he shouldn't have been doing with women. Anyway, another story.
I thought you were going to say Barry Cable or something
allegedly. Like that. No, alleged, great word. But there was allegedly. There's a lot of shit going on. But like, we strip some, we don't strip others. We make decisions all the time on the fly. The world's got so politically correct now that you can't fart in the general facility of the AFL or they're stripping you of something, right? It's just, it's crazy. I think you judge for your on-field football. That's the way it should be. You want to make a political statement, make it elsewhere. They played the game during this period of time. We're judging them on how they behave in that period of time. We're not going to fast forward 30 years and go, oh, now they did this, or they got in a car accident and killed 2 kids at a crossing pissed, so we're going to take the Hall of Fame off them. One's not related to the other. One's 30 years later.
He didn't get the statue just for the on-field, though. He got it for the racism stuff as well.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
Which is not on-field, because he wasn't the best player of all time. Like Tony Lockett and Robert Harvey were better than him, right?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Robert Harvey was no better than Nicky Winmar. He won Brownlows, but he's no better.
2 in a row, I'd rather have Harvey in the team, I think.
You'd rather Rob.
I'd argue Chris Grant had one of those and pretty.
Robert Harvey could kick 35 metres and he just didn't hurt you. People had let him get the ball 40 times because he didn't hurt you. Yeah. Very, very vanilla player, Robert Harvey.
Well, a lot of meters gained, a lot of tackles broken.
Games about opinions. We've all got.
So where do we draw the line? That's what I'm saying. Like, how far can someone go?
When it's not
that they can't go anywhere. Like,
we can't. Well, Ben Cousins not on there. Is he on the Hall of Fame, Ben Cousins?
No.
I don't think so, but he's slowly getting let back into the good graces of the AFL.
Yeah.
I hope he does. I really hope he does.
Like Tom, hang on, you want to go there? If it suits the AFL, they'll let anyone do whatever they want. Point in question, Tom Morris.
Yeah.
How Tom Morris is in the media now is beyond a joke.
Well, I think it's crap anyway. Yeah.
You think what's crap?
And he got scooped like right off the bat. Like he basically got the Hardwick story. Like basically like this. Like I reckon he sat in his seat to do his journalist job, and he got the Hardwick story within like 15 seconds flat. Like it was like crazy.
But the way he spoke in public about women was an abomination. Yeah. He got everything stripped off him, but the boys' club lets him slowly get back in, go and hide for 18 months.
Yeah, because he apologised. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
He should never have been allowed back in. Never, ever. We're just taking this thing off Nicky Winmar, but we're letting Tom Morris play in the same field.
Yeah, that I agree with. That I agree with your point there. There's no consistency. There's how can some players do something off field? Yeah.
I'm with you, Lucas. We publicly execute these guys because we deem that's okay, and the majority of the population want that. But we'll let this guy slide back in after all these shitty comments, right? No, it's no good. Tom Morris, if he crossed the road in front of me, he'd be going down.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Maddie's going to get terminated.
Who's going to get me taken down first, Hotkey or Bergs?
No, I haven't said anything bad at all.
Maddie,
the fact that it's not me is actually a surprise.
Matty Wolf, the day you start bending over for 3% of the population, you'll be as bad as everyone else. They're a minority for a reason, right?
What happens in doorways stays in doorways, right?
What happens in what happens in WhatsApp chat stays on WhatsApp chats.
Yeah.
I thought you just reminded me. You just reminded me about Damien Hardwick.
What about Tim?
Yeah, let's talk about Damien Hardwick.
Yeah, let's do that.
Bergs knows a bit about that guy.
He's a sook.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we all know that.
I think the way he's doing it is pretty bad, though.
He's always been a sook, though.
What's that?
What haven't you liked about the way he's going about it?
I don't like that he's crying so much and he's bitching so much about some supporter that was just in the crowd. Like the crowd's allowed to say what they want. Like it doesn't matter. He's got to be above that.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But like 3 or 4 other coaches have done the same thing at the same ground over the last 6 weeks. So they're all talking about it, having to walk past those lunatics in Adelaide, right? I agree.
What
was that?
I'm from Adelaide, by the way. I live in Adelaide. I'm an interstate supporter, by the way.
Fantastic. That's great. I'm pleased. It's great. It's great that we've got Adelaide playing in our Victorian competition now. It's fantastic for all.
No, well, I can.
Hotkey's Adelaide too.
I don't follow it.
No, not now. No, I've been.
You're in Melbourne now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hardwick, especially.
I think the Nuffy factor in Adelaide is greater than anywhere else. Like,
wouldn't happen in Victoria.
I agree with that. Yeah. Especially with footy and cricket. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think
he's complaining more about the security, right?
Well, that particular ground, it's a bit of a relic that they've got to walk past. The coaches have to walk down.
No, but this is how stupid they are. This is how stupid the coaches are. This is not a new thing. They've been doing this since the redevelopment started, like almost 15 years ago. And then now all of a sudden it's a big issue, which started with Chris Scott. So this has not been an issue in the last 10, last 15, not even the last 5 years. It's only because Chris Scott's now said something, and now someone said something about Dimmer Hardwick. And Adelaide Oval is not the only ground that they do it. The Sydney cricket ground. Yeah, they do that. Where's the outrage there? I don't see anyone complaining about that ground. And it's not just because the cricket's played there as well. Cricket players go through there as well. I think it's smoke and mirrors with that. I think it's garbage.
With the losing streak for Gold Coast, it makes him look really bad and a bit of a sook. Because it doesn't matter what a supporter says, honestly. Like even if it's really bad, it's like who cares? Just move on.
Well, coach of the year. So what?
What Tim is not good at is picking his moment. when you're losing every week, shut the fuck up.
Brad Scott 101.
Yeah. But I've got to say one thing about Dimmer. This is the type of guy that lives in his mum's basement line. I couldn't stop laughing for 5 minutes, right?
We don't have basements in Australia.
That was a great line. My God, the nuffers in Adelaide.
But do you know what's funny is that they say, well, why don't you come say it to my face? That's exactly what the supporter did. And then he did.
Well, he couldn't do it. Well, and even he could, the security guard wouldn't let him get that close anyway.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
It's a pointless argument for coaches to drone on about it because they just look like losers. There's no win-win in that situation.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, just like you shouldn't get sucked into any of that shit.
He's probably just deflecting because of all the losses.
100%.
Good point. It's a very good point.
7,
right?
It's normally the case, actually, when they do that.
See, he's probably, I think he jumped ship on Richmond because he knew it was going to be there's going to be some hard times coming.
Yeah.
And he thought it was going to be a walk-up start at Gold Coast, you know.
What was the line? I'm excited about all my new toys. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are they going now?
I just think he doesn't strike me as a guy whose heart's really still in coaching. I think he thought that was going to be a notch on his belt up there.
Do you think he's aged a lot?
Yeah,
especially with the beard that he's got at the moment. He's starting to look like he's a bit worn out.
Chris Scott looks like that sometimes.
Chris Scott.
Where does the AFL go from here, though? If he can't, if the Golden Boy can't turn that team around, then who's next?
Fold, or relocate. One of the two.
Has there ever been a successful team on the Gold Coast? Can someone tell me?
No, not even the Titans, the rugby team. No, they haven't been successful.
It's a tourist town.
Closest would be Southport teams successful in their league.
Okay.
That's near there, but
is that rugby or something?
That was the team that should have had the license in the AFL because they already have 60,000 members.
Oh, you're talking about the Southport Footy Club?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got that. They've got that big stadium and that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, yeah. It's a hard.
It's never been successful.
It's never been successful. I remember when.
It's not a sporting town. It's not really a sporting town.
No, it's like Las Vegas. Well,
yeah,
not as big.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Correct. Yeah. Correct.
That's not incorrect. That's a pretty good analogy, actually.
Yeah, I've always said it's a tourist town. That's why they never do any good. Like the NBL, they had the Gold Coast Rollers years ago. Remember?
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work. So.
Even Gary Ablett Jr. couldn't help.
They won. Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, don't get me started on that. No, even the Gold Coast Titans have been there longer than the Gold Coast Suns, and they haven't made even a prelim final. So yeah, just doesn't work up there. It's too much of a distraction, apparently. So
I don't even think West Sydney was that great.
Well, it's funny when they had their first draft year, when they drafted all their 17 and 18-year-olds. Remember, they had free access to some 17-year-olds Gold Coast. I was up there with Carnival Vic Metro 16s, and we got invited to the first Gold Coast function where they introduced all their players, David Swallow and all those guys, to the supporter base. And there was like this nice function area, and they'd set it up like almost like the after party for draft day. The movie Draft Day. It was all streamers and balloons and everything, but the whole thing just reeked of fakeness. Like anyone who's been to a club function at their club knows there's so much history and everything. And I'm looking at this, and it was like a American franchise. And I was feeling around, and actually I was with Andrew Demetrio, and I go, "What do you reckon, Andrew?" And he goes, "It just doesn't have the right vibe." And he goes, "I don't know." He goes, they're gonna have to create their own history, but here we are, and what is it, like 15 years later, and it just hasn't happened for them, has it?
They have no history.
No, they have no success and no history, and
no.
Yeah, it's hard for a new club that comes in. It's different for teams like Port Adelaide who are carrying over a history, right? Yeah. It's different for those guys, and Adelaide have been around.
Football mad, and they were back then, especially.
Yeah, especially. So it's different. So some of these new franchises, like it's hard for GWS as well, I imagine. But GWS.
Do you remember? Sorry, do you remember with Greater Western Sydney? Do you remember the soccer team started as well, the Wanderers, right?
Yeah.
And they couldn't really make that work. So, and in the first couple of years, I went to a lot of the GWS games because I was living out there, and I went to the season 2 and season 3 had season tickets, and there's hardly anybody there, and the atmosphere was pretty shit. So, I mean, they did pretty well to get to a grand final, and it would have been nice if they won it. But,
so you were going to that Blacktown ground?
Yeah, the small one. Yeah, where the lightning strike was.
yeah. I remember it.
Yeah. So I went at 2 seasons there. I was a member.
Yeah.
Gee.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going so well. They're I think their football participation at the junior level's really, really shocking up there. They can't. I think they've only got enough to field about 3 teams, but they've got. I think they had a dozen or so teams, but they've only got enough players to field 3.
Yeah.
Oh, something like
that. You can see the veins coming out of Adam Kingsley. Out of his bicep.
Trying to push into markets where they get extra viewers watching television for the team, but it's not an AFL market, like GWS. You've got AFL market, so Tassie, whilst they're going to go there and get no extra viewers for their audience for AFL rights, TV rights, they're going to take the game to the people where the people love it that actually will go there, right? And it's the same. Like I still can't believe we haven't got a team in Darwin. I know the population's less, but they all love it. The Indigenous kids will come from everywhere to go to a game of footy up there.
Have they got a decent ground where they can hold 40 or 50,000?
Nah, they don't. But neither does Tassie, and they put a team there, so they can work that out.
I agree with you with the Darwin, because if the AFL want to do something for Indigenous players and the Indigenous community, then you would field a team in Darwin, because a lot of those players don't want to move to a big city if they're Indigenous.
Yeah, 100%.
They might want to live close to where their families are.
Does Darwin have a team in the? Does a Darwin based, or sorry, Northern Territory based team? Do they have a team in the VFL?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
What's the NTFL? That's a league, right?
Yeah, Doesn't that Pearl Thunder play there? Isn't Pearl Thunder in the VFL?
Aren't Peel Thunder WA? No.
WA.
Sounds WA.
Yeah, I
maybe.
think WA. I think.
Okay.
When the AFLW started, you had to draft girls from your state. South Australia had Northern Territory as well, so they had 20 girls on their list from South Australia and 8 girls from NT. So they combined the 2 states so that NT girls could get drafted. And so they'd train 8 NT girls up there, and then they'd come down and play games with the other 20 South Australian girls. So they don't have enough infrastructure behind them, but they've certainly got a lot of talent there that's untapped. Like, if you've been to a game on the Tiwis, there's so much talent. Like, there's just so much talent, and it's like not in a successful program that's going to develop that talent. So I remember years ago, who's the guy who just died, St Kilda recruiter? Matt Rendell, got in a lot of trouble for. He got in a lot of trouble.
Did he die? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he died, man. He got in a lot of trouble for saying that recruiters look at Indigenous boys.
Remember that?
And he said, if they've got one white parent, we'll look at drafting. If they've got 2 Indigenous parents, then it's really difficult for those kids. If we draft a kid from NT or far up in WA and we bring them to the city, they've had no resemblance of rules. They come and go as they please at home as little kids. So telling them to be in a 9 o'clock meeting makes it really difficult for them. And he got in a lot of trouble because he was esteemed racist. But like I can tell you now, every club is doing the same thing, right? And there's a little bit of truth in it.
That happened in the 90s a lot.
Absolutely. And there's a little bit of truth in it. But what I would rather say is, if you want to put a team in Darwin or NT in 20 years' time, put the infrastructure in there now, right? Send 10 good coaches up there to run development programs for juniors that are tolerant with kids not coming to training every time. Where are they? Let's find them. Let's send a car, go pick them up. It's not easy. I remember when I think it was Relton Roberts got drafted to Richmond, and he would come from like Fitzroy Crossing. I'm pretty sure it was Relton. Come from Fitzroy Crossing, and he used to say that where they were was like 40 Ks off the bus route. They used to have to light a fire when he was ready so the bus would know that he'd be able to turn the 40 Ks and go pick him up to take him to training down the coast like 200 Ks. And that was only like 15, 20 years ago. So the infrastructure is non-existent there. So that's what they've got to fix first if they want to take a team to the NT. They've got to put money in. But the AFL, they'll spend $1 million on Izzy Folau trying to get him to get market share, but they won't put $1 million in infrastructure.
Don't forget Carmichael Hunt.
Like I was selling raffle tickets to Calder Cannons to raise money where we were getting 8 kids drafted because it wasn't giving us enough funding, and they're giving $1 million to Izzy Folau. How much fun do you reckon I was having? Jesus, kidding yourself.
That guy made so much money for doing nothing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Lucas, you got a fan base here.
I can see that.
Tom Morris
every week.
Have you got a history of taking your shirt off or something?
What's it say? Tom Morris, a member of the old guard Melbourne Grammar Boy. Yeah, that's true.
Hotkey, he does only if you tip him 25 cents.
Also, is there a famous story about
content
a
that I want
hamburger? Is there a famous story about a hamburger with Rolton at all?
With who? Oh yeah,
Someone said in
hamburger
the
at half
comment,
time. Hamburger at half time is pretty good. It beats the young forward who went to Macca's before his first game at Brisbane.
I am Logan Morris.
He's at Macca's and he gets a call up to play his first game. That's funny.
Yeah.
But Tommy, Rolton Roberts had a hamburger at half time in a VFL game, I think.
What era is that?
Rolton Roberts is.
Don't know who.
Rolton Roberts, Indigenous boy, drafted same time as Asprey. So.
Oh, it's recent history. Okay.
Yeah, 2014 or something like that. 12, 14.
Okay.
Yeah. And he was played all his games about 10 kilos overweight. But he had serious talent though. Like he had some serious talent. Just couldn't fit into a program. And there's a lot of them like that.
Oh, would you have any stories about Kirby then? Because Cale Kirby was obviously, it was unfortunate how he finished his career and stuff, but he I had such huge raps on him because he played in your VFL side. I want to say in his draft year.
What's his name?
Cale Kirby.
No, I don't know him. Sorry, don't know him.
I reckon it was about 2016 because he got draft or. No, was it 17? Yeah, no, 17 was his first year, so he would have been in the 16 draft. And he played He played for Essendon as like a small forward. Basically like a Byron Pickett, but could run like Silverioli.
Okay.
And
did he play in senior footy?
No. So he played in your VFL side in his draft year. So he's still a kid and stuff trying to get drafted. And I want to say he averaged like 3 or 4 goals a game and would have played like 6 games.
Played one game at Collingwood.
Oh, in terms of seniors, sorry, Collinwood, he played 1 game. He nearly won the goal kicking in his first year for the whole VFL. But then we debuted him in the last round, I want to say, against Melbourne. And then I can't remember who, I think it was someone from Port Melbourne won the goal kicking instead. But yeah, probably should have got that goal kicking, to be honest. But
hey, you mentioned Byron Pickett. He was quite skinny in his first year or two before he actually bulked up and started taking players out. And he also lost his premiership medal for a while. Do you remember that? It got stolen, and then Stuart Cochrane got it back to him somehow.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I was going to ask about, do you remember Dale Garlett? He was like, had big raps on him.
Carlton, yeah?
Yeah.
No, he didn't. No, that was Jeff.
Jeff Garlett, yeah.
Dale was touted to be like a number 1 pick, but he ended up, nobody wanted to draft him because some off-field stuff, and I think he went to Hawthorn as a rookie. But he never played a senior game.
Drafted from where?
Oh, somewhere in WA.
Yeah, okay.
Hawthorn took a chance on him when he didn't get picked up, but he actually left. He walked out on the club in the preseason before round 1 of his first year.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm struggling to remember him. There's been so many stories like that.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
that's,
Begs, I got a question for you.
Yep.
Oh, when you finished, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm right. Yep.
Okay. Do you think, you know how you're talking about like the Indigenous boys like not fitting in, going to Melbourne and all that sort of stuff? Do you think that's what happened to Yaron from Freo?
No, talking Chris Yaron?
No, the other one, Shane Yaron.
Don't know him. Where'd he go?
Oh, he passed.
Did he come to he come to which club though?
He went to Fremantle Dockers, but I'm guessing he would have been from Northern Territory or something, right?
Yeah, probably. But like, in all honesty, if the Indigenous boys are in WA and they go to Freo or West Coast, they've got a better chance anywhere else. Melbourne High was bringing over years ago. Melbourne High were bringing over kids on footy scholarships. Indigenous boys from interstate. Cyril was one. But like there was a time where Cyril he'd been there 6 weeks, he just wanted to go home. And like the stories were recorded, there's been so many of them that just wanted to go home. And I saw a couple of those Indigenous boys playing against Caulfield Grammar and that, like stars. One kid was called Jesus something or other. He was a rock star of a player that like gone 8 weeks later, couldn't stand how cold it was in Melbourne. You know, they're just not used to it. It's really difficult for them. You take them out of their environment. And we always say, try and get comfortable being uncomfortable. But the boys were so far from home, it's so hard for them.
Yeah, but even Queensland players said that too, right? Even Jason Dunstall said that, like when he came down.
Yeah, but they've had
total culture shock.
Yeah, culture shock, but then there's culture shock, and those boys can turn up for a meeting at 9 o'clock. Some of the Indigenous boys have never had to turn up on time for anything, right? Their whole lives. And then all of a sudden they're in town and there's pressure put on them to do things at a time. And sometimes they've got to get on a tram to get to training or do things that they're not used to doing. And it's too big a switch to flick for these kids, you know?
What was the story with Tipper at your club?
Tip and Woody. Well, he was getting pressure from his family back home, saying that he'd abandoned the family and all sorts of things, guilting him to try and get him to come back home.
Home to where though? Because he was a Gippsland Power draft.
Yeah, no, because he moved down with and sort of lived with this woman, a foster mum. So he could go to year 12 and stuff here and then play footy. But his relatives from the Tiwi Islands would ring him weekly and guilt him when he was playing footy, saying that he'd abandoned them.
Yeah, crazy,
So
I think he abandoned Essendon, if anything.
Yeah, he did.
In a time of need, and then he came back to that comeback game. Overweight.
He's playing in the Jura at the moment.
I saw an article 2 days ago where he kicked 6 last week in the Northern Territory League.
Yeah,
I didn't notice. Actually,
I thought he was playing in Sunraysia.
Yeah, and he's put on some kilos.
Like David Calthorpe.
He kicked 6. I saw it on he kicked 6 for a game in the Northern Territory League, or some league in Darwin or somewhere.
What's with all these ex-players playing amateur league?
That's on in the summer, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's like
they've got the summer league. Yeah, Darwin have a summer league, and then they've got just a regular league.
I used to watch him running around in Essendon's VFL team when he was before he was on the senior list, and he only got on a senior list because he was one of the top-up players, and then he was good enough. He was exciting.
He was really good.
Are we talking about Tipper? We're talking Tipper?
Yeah.
Tipper really only got to go when all the players got robbed out for drugs.
Yeah.
That was Tipper's time. Like he was at Gippsland and he was okay, but like Tipper played 6 kilos overweight every week of his life.
Yeah.
Like and like he was just given a bit more slack. He like very talented, but like very limited too. Like Tipper's what I call a 5 metre player. He's great when the ball gets in 5 metres of him, but he can't cover the ground. He can't defend up and down the ground and he gets found out. Yeah, so
Mm.
that like the fact that he played so many AFL games, take my hat off to him. Like Jesus, how did he play that many games?
Overweight. He was very clever.
Hey?
He'd always kick like 2 to 3 goals though. Every time he played though, he was always on the squad.
Yeah. Yeah, but if his players set up 10 goals going the other way, like you've got to look at every parameter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but he got the. I'll never say that he got the absolute best out of himself because I would love to see him really fit, but I never did. But he had talent, Tipper, like a lot of talent. Like that little guy. What was the little guy's Wanamiri or something played at Melbourne years ago?
Yeah, Austin.
Yeah, very similar.
Comeback game.
Very similar, and they were always carrying a little bit too much pud, like
Derek Kickett.
Even with
Derek Kickett, what a player.
Yeah.
But Derek Kickett didn't carry his weight all his life. He carried it like the last 5 or 6 years at Sydney. At Essendon, he was
legend.
What a star!
Is he?
Sydney especially.
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
No.
Sorry?
Maybe in Western Australia.
No,
he's not. So Derek Kickett's not in the AFL Hall of Fame. Wow. Okay.
He probably didn't play enough AFL games.
Okay.
Decker. I watched Decker play a game against
Premiership.
I watched him play a game against Bulldogs, where there's a howling wind blowing down the ground, like an 8-goal wind, like massive hurricane. And he played fullback for 2 quarters and full forward for 2 quarters. I think he kicked 6 and defended at the other end because it was in the play the whole game. And that was the year they dropped him from the granny. You just wouldn't believe it.
Are you talking about the 8 goals he kicked?
He did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Got him in a room and says, mate, you're not playing. And that was it.
No, didn't tell him. He found it on the radio.
No, one of the assistant coaches told him.
Nah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Decker. No one told him. He found it on the radio on the way home. Decker tells the story.
Oh, gee.
He actually spoke to Kevin Sheedy eventually, didn't he?
I think he regrets that to this day.
Oh, he'd have to.
Should have dropped Chris Danaher for sure.
Oh, I think there's a few, mate. Like when you're serious about in a year where you rate a guy that highly that you play him at one end of the ground for 4 quarters and you drop him for the granny, how many players in that team would you have played at one end of the ground for 4 quarters to start with? That's one question. And then how do you drop that guy for the granny? How do you?
Well, Glenn Archer would do it, yeah. But he was horribly out of form in the finals, unfortunately.
Yeah. But it's like so was Leon Davis, wasn't he? Oh, they did drop him.
0 touches in the grand final, Leon Davis, yeah. No, but he wasn't not for the whole final series. He played well against Port in the qualifying final.
You're talking about 2002.
He didn't do too bad. Yeah.
He played well in that final series.
I
think he didn't get a touch in the 2002 grand final.
Yeah, just couldn't get near it. He wasn't on the ground too long there, was he?
It's kind of bizarre because he was a very good player, Leon Davis.
He was stiff in 2010 to get dropped for the replay because he kicked a crucial goal late in the game. Yeah, but he had a quiet day aside from that. But I thought, that was probably a bit stiff.
He's the kind of player that just needs to bob up a few times and he makes a difference. That's
he had a ripper season in 2011. They switched him to halfback for 2011, and I think he made All-Australian at halfback.
The type of player,
in 2012.
Type of player that doesn't touch it and kicks 3 in 3 minutes. That's the type of player Leon was, and so for that reason,
that sounds like Jack Martin for our club.
Yeah, but like for that reason, you can't take them off because you don't know when the 3 minutes are going to be. It's just
correct.
They're unique players, and you've got to just leave them on the ground and wait for them to do their magic. Bobby Hill's the same type of player when he plays, but Cameron's another one. Like the other week when Brisbane were playing, I was watching him kick 2 in 30 seconds at the start of the game, and then you didn't see him for 3 quarters. But don't take him off the ground because you'll pay. They're freaks. They're just got so much skill, and they can just turn on a dime. So it's fun watching them play.
Do you rate Morris?
Really? Small forwards, really need that time on ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they get monstered but when they get it, it's magical.
Small forwards are opportunists. They need to be on the ground all the time. As long as they're working hard all the time, they need to be on the ground all the time, because then all of a sudden it becomes their time and they can do what they do. And to Lucas, who asked me whether I rate Morris Early Jr., change the name, wouldn't get a game.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say that. Yeah.
No good. He's just no good.
Yeah.
And you just got to say it. Like he's a bee in a bottle. They love his tackling because he's second to the footy every time, because he can't read the play and the ball's going. He can't run to the third person who's going to get the ball. He runs to the first person, then the second person, and then the third person equally. And if they're stupid enough to hang on the ball that long, then he catches them. He doesn't kick goals. He's kicked like 1 goal every 6 weeks. He doesn't kick goals. So, sorry. He's just not good enough. And if it was me, him and we've had that other list clogger, what's his name? Samson Ryan on our list for 6 years. If you're a C-grade player after 2 or 3 years, time to make way for someone else. I always start everyone as C-grade. They've been drafted, they're C-grade. Show me some improvement, show me some elevation, you become B, and then you might become A, and then you might become superstar or franchise player. But if you're C after 5 years, what are you doing there? Seriously, make some tough decisions with your list. Bring in some other kids, start them at C, and see if they can develop.
Where do you see Seth Campbell at?
He could be so good. He needs more midfield time, and he's just starting to get it. He's lightning quick and speed kills.
Yes.
He's very exciting. But he's a bit of a hog. If the ball's within 50 metres, he burns blokes. Just burns them.
Yeah.
And you got to belt that out of his game, because he's so excited about kicking goals that sometimes your job's not to kick the goal, it's to set the other guy up. But he's a talent. I wouldn't want to lose him.
No, fair enough there. Good call.
Yeah, you're talking about small forwards before. If you go back to maybe the 90s, 2000s, I think you probably described Jeff Farmer pretty well. A guy that could turn it on and kick 8 or do nothing and get 50-metre penalties against him.
Yeah. Jeff Farmer was an absolute star.
On his day,
the footy, but you'd go to the footy. It's like some of those small Indigenous boys, you go, and Cyril was one, you go to the footy and you just want the ball to get in their area because it's excitement time, right?
Yeah.
Farmer was one, Cyril was one. There's been several,
Eddie Betts.
Eddie Betts, when he was at Adelaide, he's just unstoppable. He was so good. But there was a kid, Peter Matera's little brother, Phil Matera.
Phil Matera. Yeah.
Oh man, he was so good. He was so little and so good. The fact that he could play full forward for a while, I think he kicked 60, 70 goals a couple of years. He's one of the best small forwards. There's been some great ones, but he was very underrated.
It probably stopped West Coast getting anywhere for a while. But he was their target, and it's too small. But kicked a lot of goals, and he ended Robert Scott's career.
Melbourne had one, but he got into trouble a lot off field. Forgot his name. Liam Jarrah.
Liam Jarrah was 6'3". Yeah, he was a good player.
Wasn't a small forward.
But he played 2 games for Collingwood. He played 2 games for Collingwood VFL.
There was a knife incident, right, with him?
Yeah, machete.
Yeah.
So he'd get off.
Took Mark of the Year, did he?
Pretty much, I think so. Yeah,
he did take Mark of the Year. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Was that in Adelaide?
Yeah, I watched him.
I wonder if he put that machete in a bin.
I wonder if he threw the machete in the bin. That's a good question. They're expensive.
I saw Jarrah's couple of games for Collingwood before he was taken by Melbourne. We were pretty upset that they took him at the time.
Yeah, Jarrah, he played 2 games for Collingwood. I watched him. I was recruiting for Brisbane at the time. I watched him absolutely clean out Max Rourke one day in the VFL, and I thought, this kid can play. And I told Gubby Allen, he goes, we can't get any footage of it. And then he went to Melbourne, and the rest's history. But he could play, Liam Jarrah. But why they ever let him go back to have that incident in the first place was, it makes you wonder.
Beggs, were you at Collingwood?
No. I was recruiting for Brisbane at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and my mandate was, this was just before. So the guys I was told to look at were look at anyone over 21 in the VFL. They just started to look at that. They only just TAC Cup before that. And they said, look at anyone over 21 in the VFL that you think could play AFL. And I went and I threw up names like Michael Barlow. There was Podsy Adley. I said he's old, but he can play. Another one was Robin Nahas. So there's quite a few names I was throwing, but I said, I saw this kid at Collinwood that no one knows. I go, Liam Jurra. I go, he'll play. And so that's when they really started to draft from VFL. That's a fair while ago now, though. That's like, I reckon that's 2008.
Yeah.
8, I reckon it was, when I was looking at those kids. And that's when they started. Like when Geelong took Podsy Adley at about 29 years of age, all bets were off then. You could look at anywhere for anything. But I went to I'll tell you a funny story. I went to a game. A mate of mine said, this kid's playing at Caulfield Grammar and he's playing like C-grade ammos and he can play. He's only like 17, he can play. And I go, he's not on a TAC Cup list. And they go, no. And I go, okay, I'll go have a look at this kid. So I went and had a look at him and I wrote a report for Brisbane and they said, why are you looking at C-grade amateur games? We've told you to look at VFL games. I go, well, this kid's a talent. And I think if we get him in a program, he can seriously play. And it turned out to be Callum Sinclair, who played for Sydney and West Coast. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Ruck forward. Yeah. And they weren't even looking, so good kids can be anywhere. You just got to find them. You just got to.
But is there a lower percentage of finding them there?
Look, absolutely, because well, what's happened is they've totally changed the TAC Cup system. They've the Melbourne Grammar boys have taken over, Gill and all these idiots, and they prefer the private school system over the TAC Cup system. So they've diluted the TAC Cup system, and it's really not good. So you've got to look far and wide. You've got to go to more school games, more TAC Cup games. Like you can have a really good kid in TAC Cup, and then all of a sudden they're not allowed to play TAC Cup. They've got to play 10 games at the school. And the thing that's ridiculous is all the schools piggyback their fees and everything on the back of their football program, so that all the good kids at 15, 16 get offered scholarships to the good schools. So they're taking them away from TAC Cup, where they've got one coach who is not as good a development coach. It's usually a sports master who's an ex-AFL player who doesn't know anything about development. Whereas in the TAC Cup system, they've got 6 or 7 development coaches through 15, 16, 17 and 18s getting the best out of them. There's a guy called Tristan Solder who works for the AFL, changed the whole TAC Cup system for the worst. Plus, they've changed their coaching system. Like, you used to have wonderful coaches in TAC Cup that were on like 60, 80 grand a year to coach TAC Cup, and they're all teachers earning another 120, so they're supplementing their income. They're the best of the coaching fraternity, but all that got thrown out the window on this change. And so now you get a job in a TAC Cup program on 100 a year, but that's your only job, and you've got to run the boys, girls, and everything else, and everything suffers because of it. Does that make sense? It's like they've changed their system, and it's way more difficult to identify the talent now. Like, I watched him play 3 games here and 2 games there, and he played a game for Vic Metro, and there's no continuity. You used to be able to go to the Kohler Cannons and watch a kid play 18 games and watch his progress through the year and his development, and he was getting good coaching all the way through, because whatever he was doing wrong, he'd get corrected. He'd watch vision each week, every week, getting better. But that's all taken away. 1 week he's at Calder, the next week he's at his school, getting no vision, nothing, and then the next week he's at Vic Metro, and it's too disjointed now. It's just, it's a shame. It's a shame.
Hey, Lucas, I got a question for you.
I got a comment, right? I got a comment here. Actually, Bergs, you would know my old ones coach, Vaughan Cleary. I certainly know the name. Can the person just say where?
Age is a old Marcelin boy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know him. Yeah. Know him. Yeah. Marcelin.
Is that what you mean? Age was that old Marcelin?
I know Vaughan Cleary though. I know the name. Simon Dalrymple coached at Marcelin. Do you know anyone know Simon Dalrymple? He was he's a recruiter for, where is he now? He was at the Bulldogs as the list manager. I don't know where he is now, Simon.
Yeah, that's the story. That's what you're saying makes sense because there's a young ruckman in the draft this year, Harry Van Hadam.
Yeah,
and,
star.
They're saying that he had a poor. His 3 games that he had in the championships weren't that great. So now it's going to affect where he, might slide because of just these 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could slide to us, that'd be awesome because we need that type.
Richmond will take him, I reckon.
Yeah.
They've got to take him. I saw him. He's like
other
Jack.
ruck stocks. Other ruck stocks at Richmond.
We got nothing. We've got Nankervis, Bolter, Samson Ryan. We've got nothing. We need someone like a Bailey Williams, like a gorilla.
Well, Bolter's pretty aggressive, right?
Yeah, Bolter's pretty aggressive. Like Bolter's like he can be your Luke Jackson. I don't know why they don't. Like Richo is the same. Play him as on ball second, run around the ground. The role for Luke Jackson's perfect, I reckon. Gets around the ground, takes marks, pushes into the forward line, stretches the defense. It's a smart move, but he doesn't need to be the prime ruckman. Like, interesting. We started going all right with ruck.
What Freo will do in the finals is they'll utilise Cox in a lot of the centre square stuff. Then they'll send him forward and then it'll be a situation where they've got Cox forward and they've got basically a 6'5" ruck rover running around doing whatever he likes. That's what Jackson will be, and that'll just destroy teams.
I think the 3 tall forward systems working great because they share space. They don't ever run into the same area. They're pretty smart with that. Plus, Boss is a lunatic, so that always helps because everyone's looking over their shoulder. But I think the ability to have Cox and Luke Jackson pushing in there at the right time, or you can rest one of those tall forwards and play one of the other guys forward. So you still always got 3 tall forwards. It just stretches positions back lines. Like, Jesus, like Amos goes off and Cox goes forward. Give me a spell. How would you like to be playing on Cox or Jackson? Like,
the other thing about that, Bergs, is that when Cox went forward at Collingwood, he always got the number 1 key defender.
Yeah. And he won't now.
They're going to go, shit, who do we put the 3rd stringer on Cox?
Yeah, the number 1 key defender's going to Tracy now. Like, he's a bull. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. It's certainly going to test Hawthorn and teams like that. So Brisbane, it'll test Brisbane. It'll really test Brisbane because Leicester can't take one of those guys. Like, he might take Amos, but he can't take Voss or Tracy. And if one of those ruckman goes forward, Jesus, that because the big bloke that did the knee, what's his name? Jackson something. Payne. Is it Payne or Payne? He's out for the year. Gardner's out for a while. That's where you can get Brisbane probably with the tall forwards. So, interesting.
They've got such a well-balanced team, haven't they?
Freo?
Yeah.
Really well balanced. Really well balanced. They're probably 1 or 2 midfielders short because I wouldn't want to be going into the finals. They need Hayden Young. He didn't play the other week, but they need him because I wouldn't want to be going into the grand final with all my chips in, relying on Shea. Shea's the icing on the cake, all right? But Shea Bolton, if it gets down and dirty and real tough, no, he ain't helping now.
Yeah,
I love him, but he's not that type of player. He's get it to me on the outside and I'll destroy you, but yeah, he ain't getting in.
They got their players in the right order. He built the team like methodically from back to front, right? And what I like about Longmuir is he only brought in Shai Bolton as the very last piece of the team.
Yeah.
A lesser coach would have brought him in, 5 years ago,
Yeah, I agree. He's like, it is the icing on the cake, and he is the icing on the cake. He's the X factor. If all their ducks in a row and they're going good, then Shea will be the guy that wins you the flag potentially. But I just don't think they've got enough. Like the Brayshawns are wrong. I'd like one or two more. Brisbane have got like two or three more in the midfield. So it's going to be, can the ball spend most of its time in Brisbane's front half so that they can not get exploited with their lack of tools in defence? Game of chess. It's going to be fun to watch it. But I really like Longmore as a coach. Yeah, I like what he's done with that list. And I like his balls to go 1 year time too.
Yeah, we rated him pretty highly when he was at Collingwood as an assistant.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. If you're Essendon now, why wouldn't you go after him?
Oh, you're Essendon.
Well, who's their coach going to be?
Well, hang on. He doesn't have a contract beyond this year. He's uncontracted coach.
He's got that weird.
Oh, is he still on that employment thing?
Ongoing, yeah.
He's on 1 year deals, back-to-back 1 year deals. He's got a deal.
Is he still on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Well, right now, when everyone needs a coach, my God, he'd be my number one target. I'd throw Wall Street at him.
I don't think he's going to leave Freo though.
Oh.
They should have gone for Longmire. That would have made sense.
Longmuir.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying they should have gone for Longmire. Essendon.
Well, they still can.
Okay, let's talk about this.
Is he not interviewing or
is Ray still there?
Yeah.
You there, Ray?
Yeah.
Who's going to coach Essendon?
I think the longer it goes, it'll be between Hurd and the best other candidate, and it just depends on whether they decide to go with the Hurd option or someone that's acceptable to most of the members. So it's got to be, if it's not Hurd, it's got to be someone that's acceptable to most of the members, unfortunately.
I was being a shit in the Bomber Banter chat one night because this was like Brad Scott still had the job and a lot of Essendon people were saying, bring back Hurd, bring back Hurd. So I was trolling him and I wrote, bring back Hurd, Shane Hurd.
Yeah.
He was great on the speedball. Great on the speedball, Shane Hurd.
But yeah, no, like I don't know if James Hurd's a good coach. I know he's good on the media and he's good at, it looks like he's good at analysing the game and things like that. I don't think he was there enough at Essendon before to really tell. Especially with the saga and everything. But I don't know if it's a good idea to get him back either. You know?
My issue was less about James Hurd than more. It was more about Essendon's that problem they've always got of looking inward all the time, the way Carlton do. It was less about Hurd and more about Sheedy, Hurd, the past.
Yeah.
But the worse that club gets, I think he might be the only guy that wants the job.
It's a big mistake.
Yeah.
They can't shake this nostalgia feeling, especially of like 2000. I mean,
enough with
Hurd Lloyd.
Well, that 2000 team is arguably the best team.
It is the best, 100%. But they need to move on from it.
They've ever seen, you know.
Ray,
that's why Solomon's there.
Ray, I've got a question for you. You love the Bombers, right?
Yes.
You believe footy should be a business now?
No.
Okay.
I know it is. I know it is, but there are certain things that if it is purely a business, it takes away from the fans.
AFL are taking everything away from the fans.
I know they're trying to take father-son, they're trying to take everything.
Yeah, if you want to win, you've got to make tough decisions.
Oh, 100%.
I run a company, and the one thing I didn't do, if I was appointing a managing director, I didn't ask my guys on the factory floor who I should appoint. And I didn't care if they thought that was a good appointment. I would go and get the best job because it takes the company forward. And Essendon need to get the best person for the job. And how, for the life of me, they could possibly think it's James Hurd is beyond comprehension. This guy ran a program that took 2 of my Calder kids into a shed and thought it was okay to jab them up, make them sign a waiver, and then shred everything that they got jabbed with because the AFL and WADA were going to come along and have a look at it. I'm sorry, but a car has a windscreen that's so big and a rear vision mirror that's so small, and we're going forward, and Ford can't possibly include James Hird just because a few of the members liked him as a footballer. I agree. Can't even fathom it. Go and get the best coach. And if it was me now, if I want to make a bold statement, go and steal Freo's coach. Throw $10 million a year at him and worry about how you're going to pay for it.
Because I don't think the list is as bad as they're playing.
No, it is.
For 2 reasons, because they have had so many injuries, they haven't really played together.
Oh, that's fair. They've had a lot of injuries.
Especially the last 2 years, like last year and this year. That coupled with the number of kids and the number of players they've turned over.
Yeah.
So those combinations of things, and plus, you know, the first year of Brad Scott was really hampered by Sheedy, who didn't want him there.
Yeah.
And they finally got rid of Dodoro.
Well, last words about Brad Scott as a coach.
Yeah, what do you think of Brad Scott as
Essendon people were hard on him.
What do you think of Brad Scott as a coach?
Yeah, no good.
Yeah.
I watched Essendon a lot, and I just, for the life of me, I couldn't see what they were trying to do, like, at all. Like, at Richmond, even now at Richmond, and people criticise Uze, but I can see what we're trying to do at Richmond. We just lose our way when we get 60 out because we don't have a target, so we just kick long to a contest. Having said that, Richmond won a flag in 2017, kicking long to a contest and creating a forward crumb. So I can understand what he's trying to do. At Essendon, I couldn't see anything, and I see a lack of effort from all players. They're not buying into anything. It's like, it's probably the greatest shit show I've ever seen in the AFL in my 65 years. They don't want to be there, half of them. Like, and now you've got Ridley wanting to leave. Like, they're all, like, Merritt wants to leave, Ridley wants to leave. And like, I understand it because they're embarrassing. Like, what were they, 90 points down at half time on the weekend? Like, it was shocking. Like, yeah, it's bad. But I think the only way you can win the crowd back, you give them James Hird, you'll win like 70% of them. You give them Horst Longmire or Longmuir from Freo, you win 100% of them. You go, okay, now we're fair income. We've gone and spent a shitload and got the best coach. But until they do that, and it's one of my mates is an Essendon supporter, he loves Hird, and he says they've got to give it to Hird. I go, why? And he said, so they can work out that it's the wrong decision and fucking be done with it.
Yeah, but that's
I was thinking that too. Just get it over and done with.
How worse can we
be? Is they're going to be real frivolous with just pissing away 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, but what I think,
piss away that many, who cares? Like, seriously.
Yeah, but
it's been 22 years.
Serious,
what's another couple?
But if Hird was serious, he shouldn't come in as coach. He should come in as development or something like that.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
Head of coaching or some shit.
Something like that, because I think he's very good at working with the players. Like, he's very good with the players, I think, in general. And so
here's what they've got to do. Here's what they've got to do.
James Hird to play the Chris Fagan role. Because Fagan ain't coaching. Fagan ain't coaching.
Exactly. We need this at Collingwood as well.
Yeah, you need that over like Alex Ferguson role, all right? Sir Alex at Manchester United, like he was the player manager. He wasn't actually doing the skill and development, the coaching and everything else. Yeah, so I agree with you. I see a place for Hird there, but it needs to be supporting the coach, not.
Yeah, I think he'd be good at sort of a development role or head of football or something.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with the playing group when I watch them, the 1 to 4 year players all for the most part crack in. It's the older players that are the issue of the club.
Yeah.
The older players put in shocking efforts.
Well, and I think they just haven't had their butt kicked enough. Like the older players, even though Brad Scott might not be a great coach, but he said when he arrived at Essendon, the training standards were not professional.
Yeah.
And so if you've got a whole batch of players that are not used to working hard off the field in the training, they're not going to work hard on the field.
Why did they get rid of Rutten so quickly?
Because he was shit.
Because he got him to finals, and that wasn't good enough. Where they been?
Because 2 years is a really, really quick turnaround to get rid of a coach.
Yeah, especially when you make finals.
Yeah.
Ray, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So you could probably argue that this started when Heppel was a pretty bad leader a couple of years ago, and Ben Rutten, of course, was a bad coach. But since then, this year, you've had Zach Merritt, arguably probably your best player and best leader at the club, training at North Melbourne, which is bad in itself, and then having lunch with Sam Mitchell and pretty much just not giving a shit. Like, these players couldn't care less. And now another mistake with wanting to get James Hird. It's going to be downhill if he goes in. That wasn't a question, that was a statement.
Yeah, I was thinking.
But what do you think of that?
I don't think Heppel was a bad leader. I think he might have been too agreeable. I think when you're a leader, I think you sometimes have to.
Matthew Lloyd thought he was a bad leader.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Hey, Ray. Yeah, he's a yes man. That's why he's been employed by Collingwood as an assistant coach.
Yeah, he's a bit too agreeable, I think. And I think for a good leader, you can't have that. You need to have someone that'll say exactly what they think, regardless of whatever happens. Merritt, I don't think was a good leader. I think he's a very talented player.
Yeah, well,
I don't
how many
think
best
he
and fairest?
brings-
6. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he doesn't bring the other players in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, Merritt's
He's very for himself.
Merritt's not a good leader. He was just made captain just because he was the best player.
Yeah.
He's a reflection of the club, I would say.
But Merritt was never like that though. Like it's only been like last 2 years because he's gave up on the club.
No, it's further back than that.
You reckon?
It's just yeah.
Okay.
But there's different types of captains, guys, right? There's captains who can unite the club, and there's captains who lead by example. Like Collingwood had a great captain that wasn't their best player. What was his name years ago? Hutto was there as a coach, and you
Nick
got
Maxwell.
Nick Maxwell, right?
Tom Harley.
Yeah,
Great
Tom Harley's
great
another one.
captain.
There's been guys who follow me, do as I do. That's fine, but they weren't the biggest talkers. They weren't the greatest get around all the type of players and that. But they were great leaders.
Yeah.
Different reason, right? So it's not all about that. See, for me, Essendon appointed Merritt because they had no one else. He was the best player. They had no one else. So Merritt gets a captaincy gig. There's no one else they could give it to. So he suffers. But now, seriously, the butcher, Andrew McGrath, is captain of Essendon Football Club. My God. No wonder you're going nowhere. Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Like anyone.
They should be winless.
Yeah.
I can't believe they beat Melbourne. That was a miracle. That was a Christmas miracle.
I was at that game when they did that. There was a gather round on the Saturday. Yeah.
They should have bet Gold Coast.
Two words: sports bet.
They should have bet Gold Coast. So what's
What are you gambling with?
They should have bet Gold Coast, don't you think?
I watched it,
No.
Ray, and they should. Gold Coast were on toast. They got out of jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think McGrath is a great clubman.
Yep.
And I just don't know if I think he's good with the young players, but I just don't know if he's quite captain. You know what I mean? I think
Yeah, that's fair.
Their next captain eventually will be someone like Caddy.
yeah.
Look, I think the guy that's out injured. The guy that's out injured should be captain.
Martin. Yeah.
Martin's
Yes.
Martin's great.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
See, I know Ray disagrees with this, but I still think Caddy's just a stat padder. As long as he gets his goals, he doesn't give a shit. I can see it.
Well,
He's struggling though. He's not getting good
Just
service.
Yeah, but why would a kid give a shit the way they're playing? They kick it over his head, his feet. He looks like Richo half the time because he's bitching and moaning.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, he hides his bitching and moaning better than Richo. But the ball to him is a fucking disgrace. And when they don't go to him, a couple of weeks I was watching, he's out. They kick it over his head to some jockey. Like, my God, what would you do to Kako when you kick it a caddy? My God. It's frightening.
Yeah, so,
the ball movement is frightening.
But I think Caddy gives a shit.
Yeah.
He really does. 100%.
I think he does. If he's just signed, that shows he has signed a long-term contract with Essendon.
Slow down, Matty.
He wants.
Slow down, Matty. How do you get traded? You sign a good deal, and then you can get traded.
Like, I heard what he said in that thing about how he's what's driving him. He said like about a year ago is he wants to be part of that group that turns Essendon into a successful club.
Because 4 weeks ago he said, "I hate losing and it shits me. It shits me that I've got to put up with this every week." He said that too, right? So he changes when the wind blows, right?
So what you're saying, Bergs, is the Pies can get him in 3 years.
Anyone can get him in 2 years, right?
Okay.
If Hurd comes in and they're shit for 2 years, he's gone.
Yeah, well, but I see how much he hates it if he misses a goal.
He hates losing. He's competitive, right?
Yeah, he hates him. He gets angry with himself for missing a goal, which I think shows that, he cares. He cares about his own performance as well.
Because I saw them the woman who does the other Bombers channel, she reckons that at training when she's around them, she reckons that they're all most of the team are introverts. They don't talk to each other on the field or at training.
Right, just on social media.
And so Caddy was trying to G them up in that when they were playing well in that Melbourne game. He was trying to G them up. It was really funny how often a lot of his teammates would just turn their backs to him, walk back to their positions. They didn't celebrate with him. He's trying to lift the team, and a lot of them just don't have that sort of nature. It's really weird.
That's really odd today, isn't it? Because there's a lot of inclusivity with goals.
Almost the whole team are like introverts. I think Durham isn't, and like Day Wicks and a few of those younger guys aren't as much. But all the older players are very introverted, and I think that doesn't mean they're good leaders.
Ray, can I ask you a question? Ray, I want to ask Ray a question because I don't watch the Bombers that much because they're terrible and I don't want to watch them. But I'll ask you this question. So 12 months ago, I saw a presser with Scotty talking about Colwell, who just had 35 possessions and there was like 15 contested. And I asked him about him. He goes, "I wish I had 2 of them." Now he's playing half forward, a little bit on the ball, and getting 10 possessions. So what the hell is going on with him?
So he had an injury-interrupted preseason, so he didn't do much of a preseason for starters. He had a knee issue for at least 6 weeks of the preseason. And that was just before the start of the season. But then he's also had some soft tissue as well throughout the season. So I don't think he's fit. And maybe he's one of those players that can't play without a good preseason.
But he doesn't look like himself. He does. He doesn't. He used to look like a bit of a goer, and now he looks like he's lost.
I don't know if they're playing.
He used to look like Durham. Now he looks like Parrish, right?
Yeah, I have a feeling they're playing a lot of the players out of position, their natural positions, like Merritt. Sure, Merritt isn't playing in the midfield because they're playing the young guys because they know Merritt's not going to be there. But if you played Merritt in the midfield, he'd kill it, right?
That's what I was saying to Maddie before. You got to play your best players, right?
So Caldwell, he can't play half forward.
I wouldn't be playing Merritt.
Or floating forward or, on the wing. He's probably got a place in the midfield as well. But then you want to get the young guys to play midfield too. So that's part of the issue.
He is really off. He's one of your worst players at the moment.
Because he used to be one of the best pressure and tackle players as well.
Yeah, definitely.
What makes me laugh is I saw a kid for Essendon a couple of years ago and I liked him. And then he couldn't get midfield time and he got delisted.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing from a few people is he's killing it. I can't remember where they said he's playing, but he'll get drafted. Hobbs.
Is that Hobbs? Hobbs?
Yeah. He's getting midfield time. He didn't get midfield time at Essendon. And he's getting it. And he's like, when I first looked at him, I go, this kid's just like a dome. They're going to have 2 bang crashes in the midfield. Then all of a sudden they're not playing one of the bang crashes in the midfield and he's delisted. I'm going, what the fuck? What? Yeah, he's going to get back.
With Hobbs. Yeah, he might. The problem,
just can't kick. And he's not very fast.
Yeah, I think the speed is a bit of the issue.
Tractor, right? Tractors win the footy and give it to the Boltons and the runners on the side. He's got a role to play, right?
Yeah,
he's at Gold Coast now, isn't he?
He's what?
No, Port Melbourne.
I'm pretty sure he's at Gold Coast, isn't he?
No,
Port Melbourne. Okay.
Yeah, heard.
I wonder there was something I read. It was at Gold Coast, or maybe Gold Coast tried to give him an offer and he didn't get it, or something like that. Category.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, I think that deal fell over. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's killing
like an SSP or something.
But I don't know if it's because the VFL is slightly like the pace is just a little bit less that he's able to dominate. Like sometimes they can't.
It's way slower.
Yeah, they can't get to that next level because in Essendon we needed more people with speed, and that was probably an issue with our drafting. Is that there was a few years we didn't draft enough players with speed because Parrish isn't that quick.
There's one thing that's happened at good. Dodoro's gone, right? So
yeah, because he used to
got a full of introverts, and yet why aren't you doing that psych test in all the interviews where you know who's introvert, who's not? You do all the analysis. Like I used to coach my kids at Calder on how to answer the questions and try and hide what they were if it suited a club. You know what I mean? Like, so you've got all these introverts and you seriously sit there and go, well, if I've got all this team who just want to follow and I've got no leader, what the fuck have we got? We've got a shit show here, right?
Well, what do you think of Rose's picks in the last couple of years?
Well, I thought Kako was one of the worst picks I've ever seen in my life, but that's just me. I draft small forwards up high unless they're freak show, unless they're the Wiz or someone like that. Yeah, I don't get it.
Ray, speaking of forwards, from 2 years ago, what happened to Kyle Langford? He was killing it back then in 24.
Kyle Langford. He's another one that's had some injuries. But yeah, it's mainly he's had a bit of interrupted, but then they've also been getting him to play other roles. When he was playing forward all the time, he wasn't getting the injuries. When they were then starting to ask him to play wing, when we had a lot of injuries last year.
He's a good forward too. Well, he was,
Yeah, they're hard, but very good. I think their demeanors, like you could say, it's injuries. But
I would have had him at Collingwood.
It's not injuries. To me, their demeanor is different.
I think that last.
If it's affected that many players, it's not injuries.
No, I agree, but he's had a bit of interrupted, but they've been asking them because of the injuries, they're playing him in roles they probably aren't suited in.
Yeah, but he can't even hit a target anymore.
Exactly. But that means they lose confidence as well.
No, but your players are not, they don't look, some of them don't look AFL standard within a couple of years.
But that has to be either a confidence thing or a system thing where they don't know where their players are going to be.
I got to say,
the basic skill areas though, right? Yeah.
I agree with Ray on this. Like, they're going that bad, it affects your mental psyche, right? Yeah. They're shell shocked. They're getting bashed up early. Langford started off as a defender, if my memory is correct, and went forward, and then all of a sudden he could kick straight, but he was the third or fourth best defender. Right now, if you're playing Essendon, you're putting your best defender on him, right?
Yes.
Because they ain't got or second best because they got Caddy, but he's certainly getting the second best defender ahead of Kako. Kako ain't getting the second best defender. You're giving it to Caddy and then probably Kyle Langford. So all of a sudden he's getting a better defender than he was getting before, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the ball ain't coming in like it come in before. It ain't coming in quick. It's coming in slow, and it's putrid footy coming in.
Yeah.
He's not hitting him on the chest. He gets out on a lead because he's smart. He knows when to go, and he's coming out, and the ball ain't coming. So I feel for players like Cole Langford, and Ray's right. Pushing up to a wing, that's not his spot either. So they're victim of circumstances, but they're destroyed confidence-wise, right? Massively destroyed.
The problem with Cole Langford is he can play all those positions, but if you play him on the wing a lot, he's more likely to get soft tissue because I don't know if his body holds up to that kind of rigorous running.
Yeah.
What's the name's a shadow of himself too? Your defender. What's his name?
Redmond?
Ridley?
Yeah, no. The
Redmond.
Yeah, Redmond.
But I think Redmond, he should be a running halfback. I think.
Has he not been playing that role?
No, he's sort of playing. He's been playing defense, like proper defense, like key defense.
So the question to everyone here is: would you like to play backline at Essendon?
Fuck no.
Well, if you're getting paid $400,000 a year, yeah. I don't know why.
I would need about maybe 1.5 mil, and that's me.
Last week he couldn't get a kick in the fucking twos, right? So if you're Redman, all of a sudden the ball, like 2 or 3 years ago, the ball's not coming in a mere miles an hour. The ball's coming in slow, and we can get a fist on it, and then I can get on the end and charge out of the back line and get 24 possessions. Like I used to back him to get 22 to 25 possessions every week.
Yeah, and he'd run to the centre.
Yeah, he was a high meters gain player, right? And now he's got to defend first and then run off because no one else can cover for him because they're not good enough. So he can't get off his opponent anymore. So his effectiveness is in the toilet.
Because really, Mackay was supposed to come in and help out with that, which hasn't worked out. Yeah. Ridley has been injured so much. Yeah. Reid is only young, and he's just come back from a knee injury. One of our other young key defenders got to play one AFL game and did his knee.
Yeah,
and then he came back and played one VFL game and strained the ligament again.
Yeah.
So we've just had terrible luck with our backmen in terms of keeping them on the park.
To that, yeah.
And so then they've tried to get Jerine to be, which is, he hasn't played an AFL game yet. They're trying to make him ruck defence.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that's going to work out because, like, he does okay in the defence in the twos, but as soon as he goes back into his forward line, he kicked 3 goals the other day in the VFL. So.
VFL side's actually like pretty high up on the ladder.
The VFL side's doing pretty good, actually, considering.
Who coaches VFL? Does anyone know?
Joyce. I think it's Joyce. It's the same guy that was there under Brad Scott.
Okay. I've got a question. Ray, sorry for interrupting. I've got a question for Lucas, who's the Geelong supporter, right?
Yeah, correct. Yep. Go ahead, mate.
Yeah. I saw a thing come across the screen here. Will Geelong get rid of Brad Close at the end of the year? I nearly fell off my chair.
Personally, I actually would.
Really?
I would, yeah. I don't rate him at all.
Really?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think he's a list clogger. I know he brings a lot of forward line pressure. I get that, but outside of that, he doesn't kick goals. He doesn't get much of the footy. He's had a poor year, to be fair. He's had a poor year,
but he's had some good years before. Yeah. Like I used to look at Brad Close. I used to look at Brad Close and go, he's Richmond's Shane Edwards. Like he's really intelligent, high footy IQ, right?
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. Yeah, no, he brings pressure. He's got footy IQ, but the last couple of years he's gone downhill, and this year he's been dropped a couple of times. They've brought him back again for the third time this week. Though I think that's a bit of a forced change because of all the injuries we have. But no, he's been majority playing in the VFL, and he's not really doing well there either. So if Butters wanted to come to Geelong, I'd probably use Close as part of that trade since he's a South Australian boy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cornell boy. So, but no, he's not had the best year this year, and he didn't have a good year last year either. So, I think his best year was probably that premiership side, and the year after. But heart and soul play, he always gives it. He can't fault his effort, but I think he's just had 2 poor years. And if I could trade him for a better player, I probably would at this stage. Yeah,
I'd trade him for Hill.
Would you lose Guthrie in a trade for Butters?
Oh, the defender, yeah, of course I would. I'd do that trade. Absolutely. I don't think Guthrie's had that good of a season this year as well.
I think his season's been ordinary. Yeah, I think his season's been ordinary.
I agree with that. Yeah. No, if they wanted Close, Guthrie, and as much as I hate this, a Stevens or a Nevitt, and a first round, I'd be happy with that.
They're the type of
changes?
players you got to consider, I reckon, to get that deal.
There you go, Lucas. Warple's coming to turn your season around.
And Brad
Where's Warple?
James Warple from Hawthorn.
Yeah, where is
he's
he?
He's not even getting a game. Yeah. Where is he? He's been playing in the VFL. We signed him to win a VFL premiership. That's what he's doing.
When Hawthorn got rid of him, I'm going, why would anyone take that guy? Why?
Yeah, well, I thought the exact same thing because he played in that prelim, and I thought he was horrible in that prelim. And I thought, geez, this guy we're actually
getting. He's getting a game, Lucas.
Hey, can I ask one question to Ray? You still there? Yeah, right. Do you go to the Bombers games every week?
No, I watch them every week, though.
That's good enough for me.
I watch the VFL and the AFL every week.
You're a soldier. I love your passion. That's fantastic.
And it is Cameron Joyce still coaching the VFL.
Okay, because you got a guy there that I know who is coaching your forwards. I noticed when Scott quit, a couple of assistants went with him.
Yes.
When he got sacked, a couple of assistants went with him. But you've got a guy there called Cam Roberts, who was placed there by the AFL strategically. He's a mate of Gills and all those guys. He coached, I think, coached Uni Blues or Blacks to a flag in 2014. He was running a development program for 4 years where you developed no one. And now he's coaching your forwards. So he's in the ear of Nat Caddy. I wish you well with Cam Roberts. He's the most underqualified coach in AFL history ever. And if he's still there next year under the new coach, I will be very surprised. Right?
Yeah, I doubt it.
I look because I was curious about him when I saw him in that video we watched behind the scenes at the club, and I said, "Who's this guy? Is he an AF? Did he used to play AFL?" And I looked him up, and is he from Geelong? Wait,
he might have played one game or something like that.
I'd never heard of him, and I said, "Why is he your coach?"
He coached either Blacks or Blues to a flag in about 2014. Then he got into the system through all his mates, Gill and all those guys in the high up A-grade amateurs uni circles. And then he's in the system, and then he was at the Bulldogs. And I saw him at the Bulldogs AFLW a bit when I was coaching, and I met him, and I'm going, oh, yeah. And then I saw his development coach, like head of development at Essendon. Like, that's a huge gig. He's done no development at TSC Cup level or how to make 7 and 8-year-old kids tick. Doesn't understand the psyche of young kids. And the elite kids are drafted as 18-year-olds into that environment, Kako and Caddy, and he's the one looking after them. Now he's coaching the forward line, and he's got Caddy. So Caddy's listened to him, and I'm going, oh, my God.
Well, do you think it's a good sign that Matthew Lloyd's now kicking coach for him privately, I think.
I think anything that Matty Lloyd has to do with Essendon is good for Essendon.
Because I think he's passionate and he's good at communicating.
Nice tell Bergs. You know, Caddy, I actually thought Caddy's kicking and everything in general was better in his first year or two, and he's actually gone backwards the longer
I agree with you, and that's why I'm making the comment. If you ask me who I would get to interview for Essendon, it would be Matthew Lloyd. Yeah. My God. Like, I would get him to interview. He won't get the job, but he knows so much, and he's like, you get him to interview because you could ask him questions that would make the interview process better for asking other coaches questions, if you know what I mean. Like, Matty Lloyd loves the club. He's passionate about the club.
He doesn't want the job, though.
But
I don't think he wants to.
No, but as a forward consultant, why wouldn't he look at that? I mean, I want him at Collingwood.
At the
he's
moment,
pretty busy as it is.
I think he's teaching Caddy at the moment.
Doesn't he coach Hailbury or?
Yeah, Hailbury.
Listen to this. How's this? Hailbury have better assistants than Collingwood.
Yeah, 100%. 100% they do.
Backman, Hooker is their backman coach. Obviously, Lloydie is their forwards coach, and their midfield coach just Pendles.
Yeah.
Is that because the private schools can pay more than the AFL system?
No.
We
can pay more than that, but we're being good citizens, like the Jumper Punch boys say. We should have the best assistants ever.
What happens with the private school situation is they'll have a head of footy who gets $100,000 a year and coaches the team, and it's probably Matty Lloyd, and he'll bring his mates in, and they'll do it because they're mates. They just help them out. It's one day a week. They've got to do something in their off time, and it's good on their resume. So when they go to coach later on, like years ago in the TAC Cup system, and they've stopped doing it now, the guys that were like 26 to 30 that were playing, if they wanted to have a future in coaching or development coaching, they would come and help out at Calder or Dandenong Stingrays or Preston Knights or Northern Knights. We used to have all that in place. Like at Calder, we had We had Waite from Carlton, Gerard Waite, and we had the ruckman from Richmond that come from Adelaide. I can't think of his name. Big fella. He's still at Richmond now. Big Slavic bloke.
Marriage.
Yeah, Marriage. Great guy. Ivvy's a great guy. So Ivy come one night, you'll love this. Ivy come one night to Richmond, and we've got a mate of mine who's ex-rugby background, and he's doing tackling skills, right? So he's taken all the kids tackling, teaching them exactly how to tackle. Front tackle, forward tackle, side, back tackle, all of them. And then if he's looking at me and he goes, "Oh, I got to get over there." And I go, "Why?" And he goes, "Oh, this is great." And I go, "I'll tell you why you want to get over there." And he goes, "Why?" I go, "Because you're playing under Terry Wallace and we don't fucking tackle. We haven't tackled for fucking 4 years under Terry Wallace. We zone off." And he goes, "We don't have a tackling coach like this, Bergs. I've got to tell you," right? Now that's AFL and TAC Cup. So these kids are learning more than at that time they were at AFL. So now you've stripped that back and changed it all. Yeah, it's kind of frightening a little bit, isn't it? You know, like, yeah. I'm not sure the AFL is investing so much in their grassroots footy that they used to, you know?
Shame. Yeah, because that used to be the slogan for the AFL a lot, wasn't it? Investing in
grassroots footy. Grassroots footy was a joke.
Yeah.
Right? Absolute joke. You know, like they invest in everything else but grassroots footy.
Didn't they have that commercial where they all dressed up as like Ablett and Gorn, the kids?
Yeah,
They were really pushing that for a while, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's never been further from the truth, I can tell you honestly.
I think it was Jacko in that interview was talking about, was it Donny Davenport?
Donny Davenport.
It's a skills coach. But he was saying it was an abomination that a guy like him's not in the AFL system teaching skills, like that all these really awesome proponents of the game are kind of just shunted off.
It's about Mark Jackson.
How to swing the ball in the air and stuff like that.
He's a false alarm.
Like bowlers would learn.
Like, seriously, can we just teach these blokes to kick a drop punt from 20 out straight in front? As soon as I see someone go around the corner, I go, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Like, we can't have that skill taught at a local footy club. Like, my God.
What about how many players can't kick on their left?
Oh, frightening.
They go banana kicks now.
And especially left footers. I mean, apart from someone like Pendles, who's he doesn't kick on his right, but he has got one. He has got one. Yeah. And you've obviously got a player like Sidey who's good on either side.
Yeah.
But I remember when I was growing up, I was always taught by my old man and my coaches, learn how to be good on both sides. And that if you start with that as a foundation, that's a good spot to start. But so many modern players don't have skills on their opposite side, and they're always running around doing banana kicks.
Do you know why those two are so good on both sides? Probably because
Sidey and Pendles.
Because of Buckley, yeah, because he was so good on both sides, wasn't he?
No, that was. I don't know about Pendles, but Sidey's the type of kid with brothers, running around from when they're 4 years old, just doing it from them. But I don't know about Pendles because he was more of a late comer to the game.
Yeah, he's in basketball, wasn't he?
Yep.
Before footy.
No, it was gridiron. No, it was.
She's got a basketball background.
Yeah, because that was they pointed that out. I forget which Collingwood player when we played Hawthorn earlier in the year. It was D'Ambrosio got an easy shot at goal, and they said if they had studied their Oppo, they would have known he can only kick on one side, and he actually allowed him to get back on that side. Might have been Houston. I don't want to throw him under the bus in case it wasn't.
Now let's go back. Let's go back to Geelong. Lucas is waiting there patiently. Can anyone remember the last time they saw 7 changes in a game of footy?
Fitzroy in 1995. I'm just joking.
I want to say Freo.
You had me going there. I'm like, oh, that's impressive.
It was Freo going into finals.
Yeah.
Would have been about maybe nearly 10 years ago.
Ross Lyon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We made like 10.
Yeah. I don't know how long ago it was, but it was, it probably
7
was.
changes.
Yeah.
Yep.
This week.
That was, and there's 1, 2, 3 are managed.
Who are the managed?
Looks like
Blitzars,
Bose,
Mitch Nevitt, Hannah Bruin, and J.K. Holajasny. The only admitted is Bose.
Like, folks, I can think of one from Richmond when they was it like round 23 or something? They dropped 7 or 8 players before the final, didn't they?
I remember years ago. I reckon Ross Lyon dropped half his team, didn't he?
Well, yeah, you just stepped out, I think, and we just had mentioned that.
Sorry,
while you're away.
I couldn't hear
That's
anything.
Yeah, that was he got criticised heavily for that.
Yeah, it was a smart move.
That yeah.
I remember one year Richmond played North in a elimination final. Yeah, and they dropped the whole team, and we beat them by a goal, and then they smashed us the week after. So probably smart.
This is unusual for Geelong, though.
Yeah.
Is this Chris Scott having a bit of making a statement, having a bit of a sook, Lucas? It's Saints at Geelong tomorrow.
I think this is a nail in his coaching coffin. With these changes, he knows he's under a lot of pressure. He knows if he loses this game, they're gone. The season's over. So, because if you lose to St Kilda at home, then you've got Collingwood coming up, then you've got a tough game against Melbourne, who are undefeated at the G. And if you lose to St Kilda, you're not winning those 2 games, are you?
But 7 changes, though. 7 changes, Lucas. That makes it hard anytime you do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a couple that are forced. There are a couple there that doesn't make sense. So the fourth one's Polkinghorn's a great. He's only in there because Cameron's got injured. Now I've been calling Polkinghorn to be in the team for months and months. He's playing really good VFL footy, Polkinghorn. So that's one I like. The one dropped. That doesn't. Yeah.
Oh, he's new. Oh, sorry. I saw him he's there twice. Gotcha.
Yeah, so I've been wanting to play him for months and months now, Polkinghorn. He's kind of like the next Cameron. Like when Cameron retires, he'll come in and play that link-up role for centre half forward to wing. He's been doing really well in the VFL. The one that does make sense for me is Myers, because Chris Scott came out repeatedly and said he's got this ACL awareness. Never had so much absolute cockwash in all my life. And he doesn't play him. Yeah, he trains, but doesn't play him. But he's brought him back this week. Blitzard's, he's done. I don't know why he's playing. He should have retired this year. Last year. College Jasney is same. He should have retired last year. Tanner Bruner's injured. He hurt his neck. He's out for some time. Mark O'Connor, waste of space. Jai Clark has had a lot of chances, hasn't really performed. The big one there for me is Myers and Polkinghorn. So, Chris Scott, the last 4 weeks, he's gone off the boil for me, saying really weird stuff in press conferences. Last week when Cameron got injured, I thought he was being an absolute prick, where he said, a journalist asked him, what do you think of the Cameron injury? And he said in his press conference, I didn't ask. Come on, mate. Seriously? And then he said, it was pretty clear that he wasn't playing because I didn't notice him. Like, come on, mate. See, that's not even fucking bullshitting. That's just being a smart ass prick. So I think one wheel has fallen off, or one nail in the coffin is in for his coaching career. And he's almost gone for broke. He knows that this game, he has to win this game or they won't make finals. So he swung the axe.
Do you think he's burnt out a little bit?
He is. He's been there for a lot of years though. He's been there since 2011. He's the longest serving coach in the AFL currently. I think he probably should have left last year. Now, it's hard to sack a coach when you keep making prelims and whatnot, but he's been losing those prelims, don't forget. He's lost 7 prelims, more than any other coach. Okay, I get that. He's probably the only coach that's got there, but he's still lost 7 prelims. And he's only won – he's won 2 flags, but I don't rate those flags. I really don't. Like the one in 2011, that was Bombers team. I think anyone could have won a flag with that team. And he's just taken over, a very good list. They lost Ablett that year, and they still won the flag. So it shows you what list that was about. 2022, for me, there was no competition. Everyone was cooked or not ready yet. For me, the competition was Collingwood that year, and Collingwood almost upset us in that year. What happens a year later? Collingwood win that flag, and we drop out. So I think he's a very good regular season coach. He's a coach that will get you top 4 every single year, or almost every single year. But crunch time, when he's challenged, he doesn't have a situation. That's not me criticizing him, but I think he's probably been there too long. And I think the way he's answered his press conferences the last 5 weeks, I think he knows that he can see the writing on the wall. He's a coach that if Geelong did bottom out, he wouldn't stick around. He's not a rebuilding coach, which is why he's not a candidate for Tasmania. I think he wants to be around the list that's contending, and as long as Geelong are contending, he will stay around. So, but I think he's been there far too long. He's got list cloggers on the list like Dangerfield, Blitzards, Atkins, College Jasney. They've been around just far too long, getting to their milestone games. And ignoring kids. I really like Never. I've pumped Never up so many times this year. Plays Never all the time, but he plays him out of position. Never last week kicked a goal, did nice things, gets dropped. Managed.
Nevitt's omitted here.
Oh, really? Okay, there you go.
This list it says oh no, my mistake. It's got omitted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
omitted.
yeah. Oh, there you go. Fair enough then. But George Stevens, he's another good kid in the VFL. That's tearing it up. That Chris Scott won't give his opportunity to. So I think he knows.
Wow.
I think he knows he must win this game. That's why he's made so many changes. It's kind of like the last roll of the dice. You know, Dimmer's put a line through Gold Coast, and I think Chris Scott's doing this here. It is crazy.
This seems like suicide to me.
See,
that's too many changes.
I think
Matty, can I say something? Matty,
yeah.
My question is to my Geelong counterpart here is, surely you think these changes, like I'm looking at him and I go, Blitzar's cooked, he's out. Jasny's cooked, he's out. I'm with you and I think he's actually trying to fucking win instead of stick with the old guard that he knows fucked, right? Yeah. So
I agree with the older guys for sure.
I don't agree with Nevitt not playing. I'm with you. But, apart from that, I think he's going, I really need to win. So I'm going to play because they're going to offer excitement, right? So the hard gig for St Kilda to go down there, you'd say, 7 changes, St Kilda got to be a chance, and they should be. But let's not forget, Geelong were 5 goals up until they had 3 less interchanges. They were all over Geelong. I was watching that game, and they had them, and then they lost players, they lost rotations, and they just lost their way. But this week, I'm still liking them. They're at home.
I picked them to win by 5-6 goals. I think they'll win by 30 to 35 points very easily. St Kilda's record in Geelong's pathetic. They've only won twice since 88, I think, or something, 88, 89. So really dismal. If it was at Marvel, it would be a different story. I'd pick St Kilda. But yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, he's because literally he rests the older players, but he doesn't rest them like in bunches. He'll rest he'll rest Dangerfield one game, and then the next game will be like a blitzer. But he's rested a lot of old players here, and I agree with you. It seemed like it's the last roll of the dice.
I'm tipping Danger has a big game this week. And if you want to have a little wager on the game, St Kilda are 15-2 winning first quarters. So St Kilda in front at quarter time, Geelong, take the chocolates. Right?
Yep. Yeah,
hey, Lucas.
I think, yes, mate.
Oh, just when you're finished, I've got a question.
Yep.
Yeah, just following on what was it? What he said about the chocolates. Yeah, I agree with that. I think they will win easily. Geelong really don't start that well, to be fair.
No, they don't. And St Kilda start really well.
Yeah, they do, yeah. So, but no, I agree with what you just said. I think Geelong will win. At the end of the day, I think Geelong will win by 30, 35 points. Because St Kilda, it's almost like they got bipolar. When they play attacking footy, they look great. But then he shuts up shop after half time and look terrible. So
they need the hard deck at Marvel. They need that hard deck where the what's his name, the good Indigenous boy can run and carry, and he'll get out there. There'll be elements, weather. Naz is a good player. Jesus.
Well, their record against us at Marvel is outstanding. They've won the last 4 games, I think. But yeah, when they get to Geelong, they really struggle. So that's why I thought it's an easy game. As far as the injuries goes, Cameron, I don't think he'll play again. That was shocking. No, he'll play, not never. But as far as the regular season go, he may come back for finals. But I think the way Chris Scott has treated him is terrible, in my opinion. At the end of the day, yes.
Like, I've been watching him for 6 weeks going, they're going, Cameron can't get into the footy. Cameron can't run, all right?
Nah.
he gets knocked over on the boundary line. It takes him 2 minutes to get up, and you're going, why is this guy put through the torture of playing? Like, what are you doing to this guy? He's like probably your most important player, and you're killing him. And now he's out for the year because he's playing injured, and then he gets a big injury. I just look and I go, it makes no sense. Like, you're not going. It's not a year you're going to win. So get him right.
Well,
like,
he does. No, that's a good. He does that to Cameron, but he won't play Brian Myers. He's got this ACL. Educate me here. What is? Have you ever heard of such lunacy, ACL awareness? For me, either you do your ACL or you don't. You play until you do something.
No such thing as ACL awareness. But nothing.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
It's made it. It sounds made up to me.
The only
bullshit. There's ACL awareness. I might have a sore medial or a sore lateral, and I'm out medial strain or lateral strain. ACL awareness is fiction, right?
They're probably covering for another injury.
Maybe.
And I'm going to tell you what it is, right? Yeah, I'm with you, Ray.
Yeah, because the defender at Essendon, he did his ACL last year. He came back, and then after the game, he was a bit sore, and they sent him for scans, and he had an ACL strain.
Yep.
And so he's out till the start of pre-season. So it's not, he doesn't have to have surgery, but it could be something like that where he has to strengthen, it could be a bone bruising or it could be anything,
Yeah, but ACL awareness.
Yeah, go on, Bergs.
ACL awareness, that's just insane. Like hamstring awareness, you tighten your hamstring awareness. I get it. You tighten your hammy. You don't want to push it because you might strain it or tear it. I get that. ACL awareness, give me a spell. I've had 2 knee reconstructions. That's total bullshit, right?
But on Myers, he's training the house down. He trains every week, but they won't play him. Yeah, Cameron's had nerve pain in his shoulder, collarbone issues, and they play him. That's what I don't get. I don't get that. That's fucked me up with Chris Scott. But Hot Key, I think you wanted to ask me something.
Yeah, and just on Jeremy Cameron, you could tell that he was injured by half the time when he wasn't chasing. But I think at one point they were calling him lazy, weren't they?
How bad?
What other injuries has he got apart from the arm? Has he got a leg injury as well?
No, no.
It's his shoulder.
For me, watching, he's got a hip issue, right? So he got pushed over the boundary line a week and a half ago, I reckon, and I watched. And he couldn't push off the ground to get up. And then he had his left hand on his hip. And I'm looking, there's more going on here. It's not just shoulder and elbow and shit. He's got so much soreness. And they're still playing the guy. Like, my God. Like, go to the farm for a couple.
But with Brian Myers, is there any chance it's an off-field issue? Because in Geelong, they hide a lot of
at the farm
things that go on. You know what I mean?
They do, but Grine's been playing VFL. So he's been training and he's been playing VFL. No, there's nothing. I don't think there's any untoward towards Grine. Grine's not that type of person, to be fair, to muck around and do something naughty. So he's a very good dude. Grine Myers, very good team player.
Let's just be honest. Grine's a dork, and he will never get in any trouble because he's home. He's home at 10 o'clock every night, right? That's just where he is.
Exactly. Yeah. He's in bed before 9. Yep. Absolutely. No, he's not that. Yeah.
He's not a rat. His mum told him nothing good happens after 10 o'clock, so he's in bed well before then.
Yeah. So he's in bed by 9:30.
Because a real injury, you're not playing VFL, right? You might be training, but you're not playing VFL.
No, correct, and he's playing on and off VFL, but no, he's in bed before 9 kind of boy, bit like your man Matthew Ollie Henry. He's in bed before 9 o'clock. Ollie Henry,
Pink Pony Club boy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Truman about all of his ponies.
Did you guys happen to notice Jake Stringer's song after he kicks the goal?
What's he doing?
Shania Twain's "I Feel Like a Woman" is his song.
Yeah.
I feel
And
like
I
a woman.
on his stream the other night that he should invent the ollie oop.
Oh no!
Oh,
So,
Lucas, can I ask my question?
Yes.
So you mentioned before, so you pretty much said if they lose this week, you're counting them out of the finals. Is that right?
Not mathematically, but if you lose to St Kilda at home, you're not gonna beat Melbourne at the G, and you're not gonna beat Collingwood at the G. So
you know,
you can beat Collingwood at the G. They're shit. Right?
Yeah,
you can beat Collingwood.
At the moment, I'd actually agree.
Probably won't beat Melbourne, but like it's an exercise in numbers. If you finish lower than 6, it doesn't matter, Lucas. You know.
Yeah, exactly. So
Cats are very gettable at the moment.
No,
that's
a good
week's time though.
That's a good word. They are gettable. They are very well. We've only won one game in 6 weeks, so of course we're gettable. Started that fucking Carlton curse. Carlton has fucked us.
How you let Carlton beat you is beyond belief. Like, fuck.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing, isn't it?
They're funny.
Ever since we've lost to Carlton, it's just been absolute diabolical. We can't beat anybody.
I feel like St Kilda has a good record against you guys as well. It's always at Marvel and stuff.
At Marvel, yeah.
Marvel, because St Kilda
hate Geelong. You basically hate Marvel like Richmond does, or used to. I mean, they hate everyone now, but
no, Dimmer hated Marvel. We don't mind it.
Oh, was it Dimmer? It was a Dimmer curse.
So, here's the question for Geelong supporters: if you want Butters,
my question.
If you want Butters, I know who. If I was Port Adelaide, I know who I'd want.
Yeah,
Dempsey.
No, he's an untouchable. Yeah, he's untouchable.
I knew I'd find it.
He's pretty good.
He's the one. He's the one you don't give up. Like
no,
the kid's special.
Yeah, I'd give up other young players like Neil and all that, but not
give up Neil.
I'd give up Neil. Yeah, I'll give up Neil for him.
Neil, and then what's your forward line look like? No Neil, no Dangerfield. Fucked.
Well, I think there's a lot of debate, with our forward line because Cameron. Let's say Cameron's given a full bill of clean health next year. He's probably only got 2-3 years left anyway.
Yeah.
So it'll be Shannon Neal's forward line. But my thinking is, I think you can find a Shannon Neal anywhere, but it's hard to find a Cameron. It's
one's 23 and the other one's 29. Like,
I get that. The upside and potential with Neal is very, very high. The ceiling's very, very high. But I think you can find more key forwards like that than a Cameron.
See, if it was me, I'd give him Cameron. I'd give him Cameron. What do you think?
Take that.
No, you have to give picks. But Cameron would be the one. Right? Yeah, Cameron would be the one. Cameron with Georgiades, all of a sudden they're potent and can really jump up the ladder. They lost their midfielder, but okay.
That's creative.
Yeah, for you guys, you've still got Neil, you've still got Dempsey, you've still got a future, all right?
I would say long term.
They can get up in a couple of. Sorry, Lucas, you go, mate.
No, I want to hear what you say, Matt.
I was just going to say, it depends where Port think they're at. If they think they can challenge in the next year or two, then Cameron would be smart for a couple of years.
Yeah,
I think they need someone to take pressure off. They need someone to take pressure off Georgiades. They've got nothing else up there, right? So they need some pressure off Georgiades.
No, Bergs. Long term, I'd probably take that deal. But remember, Geelong's a team where they want to win now. Chris Scott's all about winning now. He doesn't want to flunk out. So probably keep Cameron short term, like by their logical style. But long term, I wouldn't be against that deal because you're going to get Butters for 10 years. You're only going to get, like I said, even if Cameron's got a clean bill of health, you're only going to get 3 years from him. I'd do that.
Especially as well with this elbow injury he's got.
I'd get rid of Cameron. I'd take Butters, and then Scott didn't like it, I'd fuck him off too and take Longmire or something.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you, Bergs. I'd probably long term take that deal.
I've got an idea. You go for Merritt and Butters, and if Collingwood can somehow get involved and get Max Holmes, deal.
Oh, why Max Holmes is playing halfback? Oh, absolutely. We've lost. I keep saying this every week on my watch along. He's a top 10 midfielder, Max Holmes. He's playing like an absolute bum at halfback, Max Holmes, and that's. I don't know who's put him there. People are saying it's Buckley. It's his idea, but whoever's put Max Holmes at halfback,
you know who it is.
Bergs, you should agree with this. He should never. Whoever's put Max Holmes back down, they should never fucking.
I can tell you who's put Max Holmes at halfback.
Yeah,
Bailey fucking Smith.
Yeah, well,
Bailey wants him out of the way.
Well, Bailey Smith.
Bailey don't share a limelight with anyone, right? Max, get out of my way. You're taking some of my footy. I can go from 30 to 40 possessions if you just get out of the fucking way.
Which Bailey Smith does.
All right. So here's the thing for me. You will never, ever, ever win a flag with Bailey Smith. All right? Bailey's about Bailey 100% of the time. No fucking good. No good. I'd give him for Zach Butters one-off deal, heartbeat. See you later. 1 for 1. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yep, okay, I'll do that. Just one player, yeah, I'll do that. I'd be happy with that.
Heartbeat. Take him.
Yeah, no.
Take him, Port Adelaide. Please get him off our list.
I'd agree with that. As much as I love Bailey Smith, I'd take that doing a heartbeat because we're talking about Zach Butters, inside mid ball.
So here's the thing, right? You talk about culture killers, cancers in your footy club. I know this is a harsh line, but seriously, he's been there 2 years, and now could be the first time you miss the top 8, right, for ages. And now Grime Mowers is missing. Close can't get a kick. Everyone's not happy at Geelong. They've been happy for 20 years. Who's the difference? Bailey fucking Smith, right? Bailey's about Bailey, and I can tell you now, when I played with wankers like Bailey Smith, the whole club got angry, right?
Yeah.
I don't like
kind of interesting because
what he brings to a footy club. They didn't like him at the Bulldogs. Yeah, it's a cultural thing, and he's just, I'm sorry, he's not a team player. Like, I'll take a liver over it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's I 100% get that. He's I have a guy at Caddy for not being a stat padder. I think Bailey Smith is our stat padder on our team. I get that. Though he is very, very good though when he does. He's very good. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Just a wanker.
What he brings.
You can sort of tell. Remember in the grand final last year? I'm sorry to bring this up, Lucas, but right in the last quarter of the grand final when you're down by 10 goals and he's acting like a flog, remonstrating with the other team, I thought, wow.
Yeah. That wasn't good. I agree with that. Yeah, that wasn't good. No, I agree with Bergs on that one, yeah.
He's not the way forward. Like, I've never been a Grime Myers fan, but I love what he's done for the footy club. And, I coached against him as a kid, and he was never my favourite player, a bit like Lukey Delhouse, a lot similar player. But Brian, I think he might have almost been All-Australian one year, wasn't he? He was just he hits targets inside 50, that little kick around the corner, whilst it looks spastic, it hits targets and he does his job and he works hard. And all of a sudden, he's finding himself out of the team. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell's going on? And Close is out of the team. And there's a few guys that are right out of the team, but the spastics are still in there. The Collinwood, that have been 5 years too long past. Like when Collinwood ran on the ground against Richmond, I go, there's 3 goals. There's 3 goals right there. Just kick it anywhere near and put the ball on the ground. He can't bend over and he can't do it. He can't touch his toes. He's fucking terrible. Like you just go, Eddie's like that. 2020 and 2026, this guy's still running around. Like, oh, mate, it's frightening. So
Blitzer. Yep, he's another one that's like Danger. I love Danger, but he's done. He can only play one good game. Should have retired last year.
Well, he's got to have 4 out, right? He's got to have 4 games resting, come in and smash a team, and then he's fucked for 4 weeks, right?
No, that's it. No, correct. Like the prelim last year, absolutely one of his best games of his career against Hawthorn in the prelim.
You knew his grand final was going to be shit house, right?
No, I mentioned that. I went on the jumper punch and I said, Mick asked me, "Oh, you're confident Dangerfield's going to go back to back?" I'm like, "No, fuck no. He's going to be shit. His body can't do it no more." And you see it this year. He'll have one good game every 5 weeks, and that's the way it is. Yeah,
it's interesting if you guys do go after Merritt, because I think Essendon would probably rather deal with Geelong than Hawthorn.
I don't rate Merritt. So, I'll rephrase that. I'll rephrase that.
Lucas.
I'll just make sure to not compare him with Fistolo, that's all.
No, I'll rephrase it. I do rate Merritt, but I think it's probably 3-4 years too late for him to be a Geelong player.
Yeah.
Had to get that in there.
Yeah. So,
what is he, 30, 31?
Yeah, 30. Well, I think he's a good player, but I think it's too late to him to be a Geelong player. If he was 28, 27, in an absolute heartbeat.
Lucas, you do know that you followed Geelong, right?
Yeah,
31 to be a drafty.
Oh yeah. Well.
The only good thing about Merritt is he's never injured.
No, true. Really... He's durable. No, I get that. I agree with that.
I don't rate, like, the thing is, I've never rated him quite as high as the rest of the AFL world.
I don't.
Like, even he's like, but the thing is, you'd actually be getting him at a cut price sort of discount now.
Yeah, I get that as well. Yeah, you're getting for almost nothing. Like, probably a second rounder.
Boys, listen to me really carefully. He's a superstar.
Yeah.
He's not trying. He doesn't give a shit. He's done with Essendon, right? This guy's a rock star. When they were shit, he's carrying them over the line in games. Like, this is only 2-3 years ago. You know how to do that. And it's not because he's 30. He's lost his passion. They wouldn't let him go last year, and now he's just shitty, right? So he's just going through the motions. And it's really, I feel really bad for him. And this is the one thing that the president come in, Andrew Welsh, and I love his moxie, his attitude. He come in, he goes, "I'm going to make a serious statement here. Our captain's not leaving." What he didn't get was, we can get this for him, and next year we're going to get this for him. We need to be smart and strategic about this. And he wasn't, and now he's going to get fuck all. Right? Yeah. And what you were saying about you don't rate him, I get it, because you're rating him on what you're seeing for the last 10 weeks. And it's not much.
No. I mean, I didn't quite hold him that high even in his prime. Like, he doesn't hit targets by foot very often. Yeah. That's the one knock I've always had on him.
Yeah.
He's a workhorse, and he's great, and he gets a lot of the ball, but I just never really liked his use by foot. Yeah, and I was watching him in that state game earlier in the year, playing alongside, other A graders, and I wanted to see him. To see him in a game like that, to see how he performed with in a good side.
Yeah.
And he was kind of outclassed by a lot of the other mids like Butters and Nick Dacos and some of the other guys that were playing. Just thought he looked like he was a class below those guys.
Yeah, and that's where you guys miss what we've seen 20 years ago, because they don't play State of Origin games. You're seeing the best of the best of the best, and that doesn't happen every week. Every game is under that standard, and every game Merritt can do what he does every week, right? He wins the footy. If you don't want him kicking the footy, get him to handball it. He'll handball it, right? He's the star.
I think if he went to Hawthorn under Day and Newcombe, I think he'd be really, really good. I think he'd be really, really good.
Yeah. But he's also
That's why I think Essendon want him to go there.
No, I'd have him at my club. I just don't think he was worth the amount that they were asking for him at 30.
Yeah, I thought Essendon was so dumb to say no to that trade offer.
I think they wanted 3 first-round picks, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, technically they were all like picks 10, 12,
well,
15.
I'd take him.
They weren't picks.
Yeah, for
10,
a guy
12,
that didn't want to be there.
No, because it was low. It was all.
They were picks in the 20s.
Yeah. Oh, the academies and stuff.
Yeah.
Boo, what did you? We had another good player at Geelong as well, and he went home, and I really rated him, Tim Kelly.
Yes.
And he's gone back home, and he's had a horrible homecoming. I think he's had a good season this year compared to previous years. But I really loved him at Geelong. He was one of my favourite players, Timmy. What's your thoughts on him and his career?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't he? Tim Kelly, when he come to Geelong, was like the greatest revelation. Like, he was such a good player. I watched him every week, just like Lucas. And like, he was one of my favourite players at Geelong when I'm watching Geelong games. Just wanted to watch Tim Kelly. He went home, and in my opinion, he's gone home and he's got lazy, right? Like, it's going to happen to Indigenous boys. I'm home. I'm in my environment. Everything's easy now. When he's away, everything's hard. So I've got to try harder. I'm not in my environment. I've got to be the best player I can. And then he's got the big contract to go home, and I think he's just taken the foot off the gas. Yeah. But that, like,
it's sad.
It's not the first person it's happened to either. You know, like it's. No. And it didn't just happen to him as Indigenous either. It happens to guys. They go home to their state in the twilight of their career, and they just take their foot off the gas. You know?
Matt, what was that question by Chris?
I was just going to send him a message in the chat. So he said, would you trade Danger and Jezza? We touched on this. Lucas would be open to trading Jezza to someone like Port, but Danger doesn't have trade value.
I'd trade Danger for a bag of chips,
but you're not going to get anything for Danger.
Yeah, Jezza only what Berg said for Butters. Anyone else probably not. I'd keep Jezza. But Danger, he can go for a bag of chips for Ray, I hear you need an inside mid. You can use Danger.
No, we've got plenty of inside mids.
Hey, Lucas, if you kept Danger at 100% forward, could you get 15 games out of him? Or is it the fact that they put him in the midfield too much?
No, you could, but the problem with Dangerfield, he's got a big ego. He's got too much of an ego.
Yes, right. Dangerfield.
Dangerfield. Yeah, and he wants to play. He wants to play where he wants to play, and he doesn't want to play full games as a forward. He wants to play in midfield, and his body can't do that. But he doesn't say that. He thinks he said he wants to play to 400. That's next year. That's a minimum of 18 games next year. You're kidding if he's going to think he's going to get 18 games next year for 400. Kidding yourself.
This might sound harsh, but if I'm a Geelong supporter, I would trade Jezza, Danger, and Bailey Smith in a one-off deal for Zach Butters.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat, I'd do that. I've got to keep Neil. I've got to keep Dempsey, and I get Butters, and I've traded 2 old fuckers and a midfielder that's not as good as the midfielder I'm getting. In a heartbeat, I'd do that deal.
No, that's fair. That's fair, yeah.
Because I read this week that Geelong are fully like trying. They believe, whether it pans out or not, they really believe they can land Butters, Toby Green, and Zach Merritt, all 3 of them.
And Zach Merritt.
I don't know how this can happen, but that's what they actually.
If they do that, there'll be a national inquiry, right?
Yeah, that's what they.
Well, who would be doing that? The AFL Cats.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you this story, Matty, right? So this is funny. I'm away 2 years ago in Italy when there's this inquiry into Geelong salary cap breaches and farms and all this shit, right? So they're inquiring into that. And I'm reading and I'm going, the guy doing the inquiry from the AFL is a guy called Simon Callagher, who I used to coach at Fitzroy. So I ring Simon Callagher and the phone, he doesn't answer because he knows it's me. And then I sent him a WhatsApp message and I go, Simon, I find this really ironic. Am I the only one who knows that you are launching an investigation into salary cap breaches for Geelong or misappropriation of funds when 18 months ago you were the person in charge of the financial situation at Geelong and know where all the bodies are buried. So I just find this really ironic. And he just texted me and he goes, can you just shut the fuck up? It was hilarious, right? The AFL have employed the Geelong's financial controller and then asked him to investigate Geelong on where all the money is and how they pay all their players. Like,
you only do that when you don't want to find the answer, right?
Correct, Ray. You can't write this shit. No one would believe it. It's like the Victorian government with Albanese and Jacinta Allen. You just can't write this shit. No one would believe it. Like,
there's dodgy corruption going on with the government. What we need is the government to investigate it. That'll fix it.
Yeah, good luck.
And then the government says that
I just couldn't believe it.
Nothing to see here.
I couldn't
Someone
believe
said it the other day.
Kelleher's in charge of investigating from the AFL point of view, but he's investigating himself in effect. Like, it's
I've found that I'm innocent.
I found that I'm innocent. Yes.
I'll tell you what. Richmond and Collingwood can't give to Butters. We can give Butters a nice farm location on the Stanley farm, and then we can give him a clothing company deal, Cotton On. Collingwood and Richmond, you just can't beat that. You just can't beat that.
And a job at the AFL when he finishes.
But if he comes to Collingwood, he's not going to have to deal with the cast of Deliverance down in Geelong.
Oh, well, there's that. Yeah, true. Yeah.
The Billy
go for a wander into the city.
That's a great Geelong.
Oh, shit.
It reminds me of that scene. Remember that scene in Naked Gun where Frank gets out of his car and he sets off his what do you call the crash bag? It sends his car like floating down the street, and then it ends up having this huge big stack, shoots into this fireworks factories, and he's running down the road shooting after his own car. He gets down all these fireworks and explosions, and people are crowding around. And Frank's saying, "There's nothing to see here, nothing to see here."
Because it all exploding in the background.
Yeah.
It is funny how the media is completely leaving Collingwood out of the Butters talk. Like, we're not even mentioned as a club.
That's because they don't want us to get him. That Cal Toomey's an Essendon supporter.
I don't care if you get him. It doesn't worry me. Like, it's not going to... Not going to be up the top in a heartbeat. You've got too many other issues going on there around in other positions, like your back half. Like, what's going on in your back half? How more? Where are they? Frampton, no good. Where's your key?
Frampton, no good.
No, where's your key back?
Frampton.
Oh, I'll go Bill. Billy's a third defender. Like, so now he's
he's not. He's a fullback, and he could get All Australian.
Really?
Larky's the only person who's only key forward who's beaten him this year.
So, Matty, how old's Billy?
28.
20.
Yeah, he's playing your next flag? Not in the equation. Sorry,
50-50.
No, not in the equation. So we look at the Collingwood's back half and we go, where are they going with this back half? Like, Isaac Quainer, how old? 27, 28? So, and if he doesn't...
Our backline's fine for the next couple of years.
Yeah, for the next couple of years. They ain't winning in the next couple of years.
Yeah, Frampton's 29.
We do need another key back. We've got we've got 3 young blokes on our list who could, one or two of them, like this puncher guy, he's looking really solid.
I like
him. Played 2 games.
I like
that's why I still think
we should go. You're talking about him 2 weeks ago, Matty, when I was on and I watched him both games and he's good.
Yeah.
You're
talking about your reserve defender.
Yep.
Puncher, he was a mid-season draft.
Yeah, I like him as well. I think he's all right.
See, Matty, I'd still go for Ballard, even though we've got punchers. We still need some more depth in our stocks there. I'd still.
We need to get at least one more key defender.
Maybe.
And if one or two of the ones in the VFL come through, well, it's a good problem to have. We'll have depth.
Yeah.
I'm hearing Essendon are willing to do a deal with Ben Mackay.
Oh,
how many high fives do you think it would take?
No, I'm not taking
Matty,
that guy. Fuck him.
You should grab him.
You know
No
where
way.
he'll end up. You know he'll end up at St Kilda somehow.
Yeah, that's funny. That is funny.
No, I wouldn't take Ben Mackay if it solved world hunger.
You know what? If Darcy Moore and Ben Mackay were the last two key defenders on the planet, I reckon I'd pick Darcy Moore over Ben Mackay right now.
Oh, fucking 100%.
Why did they get? I said to Ray at the time, I said, "Why have you gone after him? Why'd you go after him?"
And I actually purely reckon it is because Ridley was just
Are you sure
down
it's
with
not?
injuries.
Are you sure
all
it's
the
not
time.
because Brad Scott coached him at North?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be.
I'll tell you what I think. I think Essendon had tried and failed to get people to come to the club for so long. And then all of a sudden they got three of the weakest mentally individuals in the history of footy in Ben Mackay, Jade Grisham, and that kid who did the bow and arrow. What's his name? He's got a brother that plays for North. Dersma. Like, they're weak individuals. Like, and that's why Ray is saying you've got so many introverts. They don't do that. They clearly don't do that fucking test. These guys are piss poor weak. All right, they're just like, when the shit hits the fan, they'd run rather than stick and fight. You know, like, it's
and out of those three, probably Dersma's the best.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because he goes in hard.
Yeah,
I love Dersma.
Yeah, how do you rate Fiorini? I know he hasn't played for us this year because of his back. Was he an okay pickup to help them?
No good. Never been any good. He's like Matt Rose at Sydney. Like, fuck. They're okay for 5 minutes until it gets tough, and then they fucking disappear in a heartbeat. Like, it's just like, Matty Rose just kicked 5. Oh, fuck, how good is he? Oh, we're playing fucking Richmond. Like, Jesus. Like, fucking hell. And then all of a sudden, you know, I said, my mate who backs the Swans goes, you told me Matty Rose is no good. He just kicked 5 or 6. I go, yeah, okay. I go, next week, here's Matty Rose's stats. Two kicks, 1 handball, no touches, fucking nothing. When it gets tough, they disappear. You've got to have. That's why you got to do that side test. Like, strength of character is so important.
That's why I think that Sullivan, Roby, and that new Sharp guy.
I like Roby.
And Sharp, I think's got it too.
Yeah, Sharp tries. Yeah, he tries.
Because Roby, like, how they got, like, he just looks amazing.
Yeah, he can
for
play.
His age.
You got a good one there.
He's 18 and he looks massive.
He's got to go his body, but that to go he didn't have at that age. Like, he's got to go his like body now. At 18.
I'll give you a big rap on Roby, like on Richmond supporter. And when Richmond drafted Dusty, they also drafted Dave Asprey. Dave Asprey lived in my house for 2 years as a drafty from 18, and Dusty used to be over all the time. And Roby reminds me of Dusty. I'm not saying he'll be that player, but in the way he goes about it, everything about him, I look at Roby and I see Dusty in his first year. So
and he
hopefully
has
he's getting better. Yeah.
He has attitude too.
Berksy, you probably answered my question here, but I was going to say, when you draft a kid and you recruit him, where do they stay? So is it like just players' houses?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So what happens is, if you come from interstate, the club puts its feelers out for a footy home, right? So they ring their network of Richmond supporters and Richmond people that are involved in footy. So with me, when Dave Asprey got drafted, he come from Tadioon in Ballarat. He was a Caulfield grammar boy, but his family lived in Tadioon, out way past Ballarat, right? So they rang me up and they said, would you be interested in having a play? And I had a daughter who was about 12 or 13. I thought it'd be good for her development to have an 18-year-old boy in the house just to whack around the head because she was very headstrong. So I met a few. I met 2 or 3 players. I didn't meet Dustin, but I met Dave Aspie, and Dave Aspie, I said, yeah, he's a good fit. So Dave Aspie come, and Dave Aspie had 2 years in my house. And then while Dave was there, I was still coaching at Calder, and I was bringing this other kid home to watch Vision, a kid that I was putting a lot of work into. And Dave got friendly with the kid, and then when that kid got drafted, it just so happened he got drafted to Richmond. That kid was Brandon Ellis, right? So
oh, wow.
Then Dave, after 2 years, left, and Brandon Ellis moved into his room, right? So I had I think Dave might have even been there for 3 years. They give him 2, but then he wanted to stay an extra year. And it turned out, it was a funny story, but it turned out that when I was younger, I played footy with Dave's dad. I didn't even realise, but his dad knew. Played footy at Northcote with his dad. So I had 3 years, Dave, and then Brandon come in and had 2 years. And so they put him in a family home. Brandon was different. Brandon lived in Carlton in Housing Commission, and the rule they've got with AFL have got with Housing Commission is when they get drafted at 18, if they can't have their own room in their current house, they find a home for them. Does that make sense? So
yeah,
they can have
that's fantastic.
they can sleep and everything. So Dave come from the country. I had Dave. Dave left. Brandon come from Housing Commission, but I'd had Brandon as a coach for 3 or 4 years. He had his Brandon had his draft night at my house with 80 of his mates, and we're all going, where's he going to get drafted? Where's he going to get drafted? And then he got drafted to Richmond, and he turned to Aspie and goes, get your shit out of my room, right? It was funny. It was a funny story, but yeah, Brando, 2 or 3 years. So the kids, that's generally the rule. If they come from away from the city, they put them in a footy house, but they've got to have their own bedroom, right? So
yeah,
the
are
AFL,
they literally?
Hey?
No, I was going to say, are they literally good? Do they like it, or do they some get homesick, or they don't adapt?
No, they really love it. Dave, I had chalk and cheese. So Dave Aspie was a thinker, really smart. He went on to be he studied civil engineer, smart guy. He would overanalyze games. He'd be Friday night. He's playing Friday night football. He's laying on the floor in the lounge room with a headset on at 3:00 because he's 19. He's playing on Buddy Franklin and he's beside himself and shitting himself, and he's laying there. And I'm thinking, oh yeah. Look at you. You've played the game 100 times in your head. You're fucked, right? And then Brandon. So Brandon's like the village idiot. He's I love Brando, don't get me wrong, but if he wasn't playing AFL football, he'd be living on a park bench right now. So Brando, I'll give you an example of Brando. So Brando's 2 weeks in, no, round 1. He's playing his first game round 1, and he's got to pick up Mark Murphy, and he's got to be into the city at the ground at 6:00 for an 8:00 start, something like that, right? At 5:15, he charges into the lounge room and he goes, Bergs, have you seen my shorts? Where's my bag? And I'm throwing shit at him. And I go, what the fuck are you doing? And he goes, oh, I can't find my stuff. I go, where have you been? He goes, oh, I wanted to go to the movies. And I'm looking at him and I'm going, you just don't care about who you're playing on. You're just going to roll up and play. And in all honesty, the 2 approaches, I'll take Brando's every day. He just rolled up. Yeah. And he played footy, and he didn't overthink it. And he rolled up, and he just, I'm on Mark Murphy. I'll stop Mark Murphy. All right. But Dave used to overthink and overanalyze. But as Dave got older, he got way better at it. So 2 different kids, you saw both of them. My daughter used to look at him and go, Dave smart, Brandon not so much. Yeah, it was funny. I've got some great Brandon stories. I'll tell you one funny. But I'll tell you one funny Brando story that it's so funny. It's got to be told. So I come home one night and it's 9:00 and he's in the kitchen and he's got one of those can openers that rolls around the top of the can. You know the ones I mean?
Yeah.
You take the top off it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's looking at it, and I'm looking at him, and he's got no idea what he's doing, right? So I start videoing on my phone, and he goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "I want to see where you go with this, right?" So he's got no idea. I eventually tell him how to do it. But I send the video to Dave Asprey, and the next day he got to footy club, and there was 17 can openers on the front of his locker, taped to the front of his locker. So it had done the whole circle through the footy club. Rambo, can you open for me, right? Yeah.
Oh, gee. But no, that's fantastic about the players, staying, people in there like adjusting there now. That's good. It's good stuff.
Yeah, they need to have some footy clarity because they'll come home and they'll say, "Oh, fuck, my assistant coach was really hard on me." I go, what happened? Like there was one night where Asprey played a practice match early on, played on Tex at Optus Oval, and Tex kicked 6, and Dimmer give it to him. He's only like 19, and he comes home, and like I could see he'd been crying, right? And I go, "What's with you?" I hadn't been to the game. It was like February or something, and he goes, "Dimmer sprayed me and told me I've got to do this and this and this." I go, "What happened?" He goes, "Oh, I played on this guy Tex Walker." I go, "Tex Walker's a good player, right?" I go, what did he kick, like 8, 9? He goes, "No, he kicked 6." And I go, "That's pretty good." I go, "Jesus." I go, "You got to put 20 kilos on." And he goes, "Oh, he was giving it to me about my body positioning. I was starting in the wrong spot and I was doing all this." And I go, "So why are you crying?" And he goes, "No one's ever spoken to me like that." I go, "Well, toughen the fuck up, princess." I go, "Jesus." I go, "He's giving you some fucking direction on what you got to improve." Now, it made me laugh when he's cleaned Tex out in the 2017 grand final, like absolutely cleaned him out, right? And I'm thinking to myself, I texted him after the game and I go, "Do you remember that conversation when you come home and you were crying?" I said, "What would you ever fucking cry about football?" And he goes, "Fuck off, Bergs, we're winners," right? You have those stories and they're so good, like you just.
Oh, yeah. Great, yeah.
All right, Void and Ray are off to bed. Thanks so much, guys, for your contribution tonight. We'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, fantastic. Loved it.
No, thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, good night to Void and Ray. But everyone's welcome to keep rambling and keep chatting.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I love the Cats, guys.
You're off, Ben.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a couple hours and then watch the soccer.
All right, mate. Enjoy the game. I'm trying to stay up till the game too.
Okay, I might be back at 5 then if you're still on.
Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this Wednesdays. So you're welcome to jump on again.
So what's the time?
Or any other time we're doing a stream for that matter.
2:20.
What's the time where you guys are?
2:20.
It's
2:20.
Yeah, in Melbourne.
Okay, it's 12:20 here in Bali. Yeah, okay.
Oh, you're in Bali. Jesus. Matt's in Thailand and you're in Bali. Bloody hell.
Yeah. I'll be ringing in a few weeks. I'll be in Albania. We'll get round the world participation. Will be fantastic.
Gee whiz.
Take Uze with you.
Yeah. Well, 150 for me in South Australia.
Although, Bergs, I will say this. Yeah.
Go on, Shawnee.
I was just so Bergs, Darcy Fogarty. I've got to know. I have to know your thoughts on him. Do you rate him? Do you like? What's your overall?
Who's left, Matty? Me and you.
No, there's me. Yeah, you, me, Lucas, and Sean.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I was about to head off in 10 minutes anyway, but I'll stay for.
Lucas is Geelong, right?
Yep.
Yes, correct, mate.
Yeah. So in terms of Darcy Fogarty,
the 7 changes thing, I don't get it. He could have made 4, I reckon.
Are you not hearing Bergs? Are you not hearing Sean or us?
I'm not hearing anyone but you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Sean.
remove you and put you back in, or do you want to remove yourself, Sean?
Yeah.
You stay there, Bergs.
All right.
I'll go back.
Okay.
No, so it's all right, Bergs. I'm one of the rational Geelong fans. It's not many of us.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
you
can't hear us, Matt.
Can you hear us, Bergs?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yep.
Can only hear you, Matt.
Anyone else? No.
Yeah.
No,
How
okay.
about me?
I'm gonna
Greatness?
Bergs.
No?
I'm gonna
Or
remove
Lucas?
you, and I'm gonna bring you straight back in. Okay. All right. Bergs.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear us, Bergs?
No?
Oh no.
No, you can't hear
Oh,
me at
dear.
all?
I can
Can
hear
you
you,
hear us,
Sean,
Bergs?
but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bergs, can you hear us?
I mean, to be honest, in fairness, there are times where it'll only be one person though, which is always weird. It'll be like an audio glitch
Oh,
where
wow,
like
okay.
it'll cancel out one person, but you can hear everybody else. It's so strange. Because I kind of got that feeling about an hour ago as well. Because like whenever I was talking, Bergs would talk, and like it would just be like during like I'll be like midway through a conversation, and he'd be talking over me. I'm like, surely he's not doing that intentionally. So maybe it was. Like
I think the others were talking at the same time as you. They couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
No,
it's so weird though because it's always one. It's always one you can't hear, and you just don't know who it is. Because I left before. It was like early on when I turned up, and it was I couldn't hear hotkeys for a bit. And then I left and came back, and then everything was all good. Sometimes you just need to come back on, and it'll like refresh. It's so strange, but yeah. It's even more weirder when it's only one person though.
Yeah. All right, Bergs is gonna hit the hay, I think, anyway.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Damn, I really wanted his opinions on Darcy Fogarty because there was a question he was saying about there's like no point on picking guys that kick 5 goals against like the bottom teams. So that's why
he does not Fogarty, doesn't he?
Yeah. So and because anytime I talk about Darcy Fogarty, I always cop a lot of shit for that. And because talk to any Adelaide supporter, and they reckon they've got Jason Dunstall in his prime in Darcy Fogarty. So I don't know where they got that delusion from, but yeah.
Now, Matt and Sean, I've got yours. Talking about trade for Butters, so Berg's asked the big question: would I trade Cameron? Would you give up Josh Dacos in the trade?
No.
Yep. But
mixed answers.
Yeah, no, I would, but the club won't because of his name.
Yeah, and
Sean, that's where I was. That's exactly my reasoning, is that the club wouldn't trade him because they wouldn't want to upset Nick. So it's like the opposite answers, but I'm taking it from a realistic standpoint of like they wouldn't do it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to upset that dynamic. You take that out though. Is it just?
Who's a big name that you got that you could trade? So
in terms of Josh Dacos, so with Josh Dacos, are we talking just a straight swap, or are we talking Dacos and say a first round pick? Like, what's the trade?
Port would probably. Port would probably want a first round pick or one. Yeah, would probably want to pick in a player. They would say that. Yeah, Dacos and a first rounder.
It'd be hard to say, because if the whole Dacos thing wasn't a factor, it'd be hard to say no if it's just Dacos and you get Butters.
Okay, so you've got Nick's obviously out the table. You wouldn't do a straight swap.
No, I'm pretty sure Butters. I'm pretty sure Nick is the reason Butters is coming if he does.
Yeah.
If he does turn up, so it's like that's
Imagine that, like some idiot at the club, like it'd be like a sitcom, and someone comes rushing into like Ned Kelly's office or something. Hey, we've just done the deal. What?
Yeah.
What deal? We're getting Butters. Fuck. Oh, what did you have to do with the trade? Nick Dacos.
We had to trade you.
What?
Yeah. You just have
You
Nick
said you
Dacos
wanted
walk into the
Butters.
room.
But you said you wanted Butters. But
Yep.
to not replace Dacos, to play next to him. Oh, right. Okay. I get it. I get it.
I think Peter Dacos would absolutely lose his marbles.
So would every
Goodness.
Collingwood supporter, present, past, and future.
Oh God! If you ever wanted a certainty of a building being burnt down, that's how you do it.
Yeah, but who have you got outside? So you obviously know Nick, but who have you? You haven't got another superstar, have you? You haven't
to trade out.
You haven't got anyone else.
You mean for picks? Yeah. Okay, so
no,
the potentials that we could trade
swap.
out. I'll give you some names. Isaac Quaynor.
Yep.
All Australian squad member before.
Yep.
Dan Houston, who we've talked about. Jordan DeGoey. Ed Allen, Bo McCreary, who we've spoken about, Charlie West,
Perryman.
Yeah, that'd be the
no
one. They wouldn't take on his $900,000.
Okay. Well, if they're willing to match Butters at any offer, they probably would.
If Perryman goes to Port, like there's going to be a building that's burnt down.
Yeah, Perryman's a real clubman,
so Port
and
say,
he's very important.
So Port say, give us the Gorry and Josh Dacos. Would you take it?
No, we're not. It's because he's a Dacos. Dacos would be the perfect to trade out, but it just we're trying to keep Nick happy, not make him want to leave the clubs.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying now. Yeah. See, I'd give a couple of first rounders for DeGorry because we need an inside. We needed DeGorry.
Will you really?
I would.
If you offer us 2 first rounders for DeGoey, I'll take him to Spencer Street Station.
Yeah, I'll be his personal Uber.
Oh, he's 30, isn't he?
And
so
I love DeGoey.
Yeah. We'd get.
You give us like say 2 first round picks. Say they're picks 10 and 12. Yeah, I'll be his personal Uber.
No, not 10 and 12. Something like 25 or 30. So 2 high-end first rounders. Well, no, we wouldn't give you 6 for DeGorry. Like that's where we sit right now.
No, I'm saying like pick like somewhere like around like pick 12. Because if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do this year and next year's first round picks. So if you finish 6th, let's just say that would be about pick 12. You finish say 4th, say the next year, that'd be like pick 15 or something. I can't do the math. I can't be fucked right now, but
no, it's around that. We'll say it's around that. Yeah.
If that's the deal, then I'll be his personal Uber in Geelong for the next however long his career lasts.
No, I don't think we'd do that. But if we got rid of a fringe player for like a pick, 25 or 30, would you take that? 2 high enders?
Well, 25 is basically second round. I know it might be 25 after like academies and stuff.
Yeah,
but
true.
But to get pick 25, you need to trade a 12 to 15 pick.
Yeah, true. Yeah, okay.
G'day, Chris.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Chris. Hello. Well, maybe we can throw in you playing in Geelong as a part of the trade.
You're never going to give up on that, are you?
Well, are we trading Chris to Geelong? Is that what's going on?
No. Are you serious? Sure, he's serious, Sean?
No, as a sweetener, not the main part of the deal.
To be fair, I didn't say I would do the deal. I'm just trying to explain. I'm just trying to understand what the deal is.
He said the deal was, could we get like someone could get us to go into Geelong?
Okay. Here's a question for you, Lucas. Now, I'm not doing this to trigger you, Chris. It's a serious question.
Yeah.
Would you take Lipinski, Lucas?
No. For what?
High first rounder.
Oh no! Fuck no. Nah.
How about a bag of Cheezels?
I'm
not a very good negotiator, am I? But I want him off the books.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the flavour of Cheezels, though.
Yeah, Matt, well, we are building a VFL list, so at least Perinsky could play that. So yeah, maybe.
Okay, serious question. Would you give us a second rounder for Lipinski?
Oh. See, if
Lucas.
Yeah.
He'd look good
if
in a
he came
headband.
to our club, yes. Well, he might
so
be well
very
let's just say if we want to pick 32 and you had pick 32, would you do it? Actually, let me look up the draft order. What do you guys have?
No, I don't. I don't think, because we got Warple. We've got. So when it comes to fringe players, we've got heaps of them. We don't need another one. We would need. What we need is a replacement straight away for Dangerfield and Atkins, which are inside mid.
Dangerfield's pretty hard to replace.
No, well, not the way he's played the last 2 years, Matt. Not that hard.
You know how much you love him. You know how much you love him, Lucas.
Actually, Geelong had pick 28. Geelong had pick 28, and then with academy bids, that might be 35, 36, maybe even more. So I'd be if it's pick 28, that might be all right.
He's a champion. He's a champion player, Dangerfield, but he's just too fucking in with his politics, with his fucking AFL PA and all that shit.
You could literally you could pay me to take Dangerfield, and I'd say no.
Hey, I've got no idea. What about that Dangerfield for Lipinski? Would you do that, Lucas?
Oh, fuck yeah. I'll do that.
We've already got
anything.
Too much wokeness.
Would you do that, Sean?
That's way too, imagine Darcy Moore and Patrick Dangerfield on the same list. That's way too woke.
Oh, fucking me.
You basically got the president and the vice president of the Players Association. How great!
While you're at it, Matt, why don't you get that Captain Palestine from Fremantle down at your club, Alex Pearce?
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't he be good at that?
Now you're cooking.
What is it about really tall people with long hair? All of a sudden, they're like into politics. You got Darcy Moore and stuff, and Alex Pearce.
Yeah.
What is there? Is there a resemblance that I'm not aware of?
They want a career after their footy career.
But it's crazy how they've got the same exact figure though. Like outside of the hair color, they're essentially the same person, right?
Yeah, same positions. Yeah. Same thoughts.
Yeah.
Same style.
Because Darcy's a blonde and Pierce is a what's he, brown haired or something? I don't know.
Yeah, brown. Yeah.
That's the only difference between the two. I feel like.
That's it. No, they're both slow, so they've got that in common.
Slow in terms of running, or.
No, in terms of running, but at least, to be fair, Matt and Sean and Chris, at least you'd get a reliable player.
I saw Josh here is talking about Essendon chasing Pendles to do the Hodge role and turn the club around. They'll probably pay him close to $1 million a year to do it.
You'd take
for
that.
a year or for 2 years? Jeez.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that other clubs are interested in Pendles.
But also as well, because Pendles would be a free agent as well. So that $1 million a year, that could net us a second round pick or even a late first. Because $1 million could net us a what do they call it? What's the term? Like first round compensation or something? Because it comes off how much money you actually give that player. So if Essendon he's $1 million, we'll take Pendles off your hands and we'll put them on our books. So if that nets us like a late first. I'm talking that shit in a heartbeat.
Absolutely, and that's it's not up to us. It's out of our hands. But is that similar to Neil getting $1 million from us? Does that mean Brisbane would get a pick for that as well? Because
correct.
I don't know. What the cutoff is. Well, I don't know what the cutoff is, but the more money they get, the higher the band compensation is. So if it's band one would be like first round.
I don't. No, because they're unrestricted. Do unrestricted still get compensation?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought it was just restriction.
It might be like a higher. Yeah, absolutely unrestricted. Yeah, you get it, but I think it might be a thing where it might be like a higher standard or something where like if you're unrestricted, it's like it's harder to get like band one or something. Where like restricted,
Matt, would it upset you? Would it upset you three seeing Pendle be playing another team?
No, absolutely.
No,
okay.
Because we I and a lot of Collingwood supporters want him to retire.
Yeah.
And of course, I would like him to be a one club player, absolute legend of the Collingwood Football Club. Obviously, you know, I've known him since he was a little kid. Played footy with his dad. And but this is his you know, his life. Remember, he got tooled over by some finance guy. Remember, he's like
I remember that.
He wouldn't mind a couple of $1 million over the next couple of years, and we don't want him anymore. We potentially are going to move him on, and we're telling him, we want you to retire. But we don't want you to go play for Essendon for a couple of years. Absolutely, you should take it.
I'll tell you what would be interesting.
The other good thing.
I'll just say this real quick because I know that this is going to be interesting because I know for a fact he was an Essendon supporter. I wonder if they would take Sidey as well. I'm pretty sure Sidey was an Essendon supporter growing up.
He was an Essendon supporter. The good thing about this is, you know, we've talked about how we want Pendles to coach for Collingwood. The last thing we want him to do is just stop playing and then be assistant coach straight away. This is the way he can essentially go away and he'll be like an assistant coach at Essendon.
I see that happening though.
We don't want him to learn. He's not going to learn much at Essendon, but it's still at least it's not at the club.
He's going to teach them more than he learns.
Yeah, he's going to take.
No, Matt. In all seriousness, I could see him like retire at Collingwood and then go straight into coaching at Collingwood.
Yeah, he won't though, because we should have learned our lesson by now, not to just let players go from playing for the club straight into coaching. Go somewhere, learn for a few years, and then come back and take over from Fly. But don't do it straight away. Go away for at least a couple of years.
Like if Pendle, like hypothetically, if Pendles went to like a Geelong assistant for 3 years. And he was to decide I want to coach at Collingwood, you'd be happy with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
If Pendles retired tomorrow and was coaching any side, right?
Yep.
Let's assume he's got some decent experienced assistant coaches. He already is a better coach than Fly.
Wow. Okay.
And Josh Fraser showed. So Josh Fraser's gone to the club and he's taken the good stuff and the crazy Fly shit. He's just like, I'm not doing any of that. So the best, like attacking football, which he saw the club do and was involved in that program, and selection integrity. They're the two main things, and obviously modern parts of our game. All of the crazy Fly shit, he's just left that on the table and he's taken the good IP with him. Pendles will be better.
And you'd take Josh Fraser in a heartbeat, though, wouldn't
you? Yeah, absolutely. I want him to come back to the club.
Yeah.
Over Fly, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you want, we can swap their roles because apparently, according to some reporters, Carlton were going after Fly anyway, so why not just make it happen?
Could you see it happening though? Could you see a Josh Fraser or Pendlebury coming back to the club and coaching?
Yes, but hopefully it's not straight away. Like,
I wouldn't want Fraser doing it straight away. Like if it was literally next year we have Fraser as a head coach and Fly goes to say like Carlton or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I would
been out of the game.
But yeah.
Is Collinwood the only club he's worked at?
No, he's worked at the Bull Ants. He was our VFL coach for 2 years. No, he's definitely been the main coach in a couple of teams. So no, Fraser's definitely done some work around the league for sure.
I assume you don't have the same confidence with Goldsack?
I just don't know anything about Goldsack in terms of having an opinion. So, like, when I know Manny had an opinion where he didn't sort of rate him and stuff, but at the end of the day, how can you really know? And, like, I can understand, like, from a motivational point of view, getting in someone like Wayne Carey would be awesome. But again, it's like you just don't know, like, you know, and he's also saying, oh, why is the defender teaching forwards? Well, Goldsack had time as a forward. Not that he had a lot of time up forward, but like, you know, just because you're a superstar player doesn't also necessarily make you a superstar coach as well. So, and a lot of the average players in AFL end up being the best coaches anyway.
Correct.
I don't know whether it's an ego thing or whatever, but like, yeah.
With this question here from Void, like, he essentially becomes an on-field coach, plays 12 to 15 games a year at Essendon, $1 million. What's he getting as an assistant? $300,000? Something like that?
I would have no idea.
Yeah, something. Yeah, far less.
Along those lines. So I think that's the reason. It would be a financial thing, Void. He thinks, okay.
But in fairness, though, if he's going to get $1 million at Essendon, $800K of that would just go into therapy. You know, when you have to be a part of that club, you know, surely you got to see a therapist. Probably a few times a week. You would think, yeah.
I think it's very unlikely to happen, Voidoid, and I want him to be a one-club player as well, but I won't begrudge him if.
Oh no, absolutely. So like tomorrow, I know the season doesn't end tomorrow, but like hypothetically, if we get an article saying confirmed Pendles is going to Essendon for a player coaching role, I'd go awesome. Thank you. You know, well done, congrats. Because again, it's like we can't begrudge a player from going to another team. Especially, if obviously I'll speak for myself. I think Pendlebury's cooked. I don't think he's got any juice left. Obviously, if he's going to go to Essendon, they're going to be in the bottom 4 next year. They'll get an easy draw. He seems to play the lesser teams pretty well still. Yeah. So if he gets 15 games there and you know, I mean, the only thing that you might maybe say is that it might tarnish his opportunities for like club nights of like, you know, to say Pendlebury is like a one club player, so maybe that could be something down the line he's maybe thinking.
Yeah, you got to weigh that up.
But in terms of the short term and as a football club moving forward, and again, I'm always about winning flags and whatever gets us to the next flag, because sometimes playing the kids is the thing that's getting you closer to a flag. It's just playing
in real
kids.
Time.
Yeah.
In real time.
So like, to me, Pendles is
It's not so much going to play for another club, but would you care if it's Essendon? Like they're one of your rivals. Like you have a Collingwood legend going to, you wouldn't care about that compared to like.
it could be Carlton. I wouldn't give a shit.
Okay.
Especially, you know what? I'd actually welcome it, especially if the compensation pick is going to be, say, a first-round pick, and we get, say, pick 10 for Pendlebury. Yeah, okay. See you, Pendles. Off you go. We'll get pick 10, and you know, and then we'll do with that accordingly in the draft. Like, again, it's a whole. I get Boyd's part of it where he's like, oh, you know, he's too much of like a romantic. Like, I get that, But at the same time, it's like this is also business at the end of the day. Like this is, I feel like sometimes we can be emotionally too attached at times, and in certain situations we probably should be. But I mean, again, if it comes down to it, if Pendles is going to net you, let's just say it's like a late first round pick, or like, let's not be realistic. Let's say it's pick 15, 16. If you're getting picks 15 or 16 for Pendlebury, take it in a heartbeat and fucking run. You know,
if as much as I want to get rid of Dangerfield, as much as I want to get rid of Dangerfield, geez, if Hawthorn was one of the clubs, I'd rather him retire. I don't think I'd want to see that.
Yeah, how is a bit different because I can see him playing next year and having some impact. So,
we need Howe.
Yeah, so that's where I'm sort of a bit hesitant to be like, okay, Essendon can fuck off with that. But yeah, Pendle, Sidey, like guys are already cooked and washed, and they've already got one foot in the retirement home. It's like, yeah, take him and all the best, congrats, and I wish you all the best because you guys were fucking legends at this footy club. But then again, if they don't and they retire, that's also good too. It's like it's a situation where you don't lose either way. You know? I'm pretty
Can I ask a question?
This is the Voidoid. Okay, we've got some contention here. So Voidoid saying Pendles won't net us any picks.
I was wondering if I could ask a question.
Depends on his wage.
Yes, yeah. So if Essendon paying $1 million or whatever per year, and that's the Essendon will have that money for someone like Pendles, unrestricted.
Are you AIing as we speak, Sean?
No, I'm using something called Google.
Same thing.
I was going to ask, you know, with the Lockie Neal situation, I thought one of the reasons Lockie Neal was coming to Collingwood was to play with Scott Pendlebury. Well, if let's say Pendles goes, wouldn't Lockie Neal not be happy with that?
Nah, play with Nick Dacos. I wouldn't have thought Pendles would be.
Yeah. Like if you're a big name going to Collingwood, you're not there to play with Pendlebury. You're there to play with Dacos.
Pendles maybe 10 years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of the picks you get, you either get the first round pick, and these are picks where your picks are at. So you get a first round pick, end of first round pick, second round pick, end of second, and then a third round pick. But the first, second, and thirds, they're at wherever you finish. So if you finish 15th, you'll get pick 15 and 16. Or if you finish, or if it nets you a second round, it'll be, let's say you pick 32, you get 32 and 33. So it's whatever your pick is, and then you get the pick underneath it as well.
There's an age factor though, isn't there? Because he's so old, does that dwindle away the value of the pick?
Only because of the contract length. So the contract length is what the age has nothing to do with it. It's the contract length that you sign to. So if you sign a 5-year deal, then that'll be considered. But if you sign a 1-year deal, that'll also be considered.
And would that not be so there's a net loss rule. Clubs are only awarded compensation if they experience a net loss of free agents. So if we're getting Lockie Neal and Mitch Lewis in, does that cancel out Pendles?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, because you can't have 2 free agents and get compensation.
Yeah.
Oh, no, so you can't. Yeah, so you can't. Yeah, so if Lockie Neal comes in, we can't get a pick for Pendles.
Yeah.
But then again, clubs have done that before. Because when Gunston came back to Hawthorn, there was a player that went the other. Someone left Hawthorn to go somewhere, so I think they traded Gunston for like a 4th round pick or something.
Yeah, that was worth it.
Yeah. Well, the one did Gunston win a Coleman?
Nah.
What was the
No, I
recent
don't think
year?
he
Like, was he close? There was a
Yeah,
year where
he was
it
close.
really close.
Yeah, it was close. I think a couple of years ago during COVID, it was real close.
No, it was like, was it last year? Like, if it wasn't last year, it was the year before. Let me look it up. Because it's going to annoy me now until I figure it out.
Have you guys seen this?
So,
Compare the pair.
Oh,
that's a lot closer than I thought.
Why do we want Mitch Lewis so bad?
I think it's all because of his injuries. That's why a lot of people are against it.
Yeah,
Sean, he kicked 73 goals last year, Sean Gunston.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Mitch Lewis?
He did.
Yeah. Was it the most
Gunston.
of any player?
Oh, sorry. I thought we're talking about Mitch Lewis now.
No, he didn't win the Coleman. He missed because they managed him. He missed about 6 games. He didn't play every game.
So then, who won the Coleman last year?
Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron Jezza did.
Yeah, Jezza.
Yeah, because Jezza kicked 30 goals in the last 4 games because he kicked 10 against. If you remember, he kicked 10 against Richmond.
He kicked 10 against like all the shit clubs. Yeah. Yeah,
he did. Yeah, he had about he kicked about 30. Yeah, about 40 goals in like 4 matches.
Yeah, because he's playing against shit kickers.
Anthony, would anyone take more in a trade, second rounder?
You know what? I'm actually going to say that. You know what? I'm actually going to say this right here and right now. Puncher is the key to making Moore better, and I think Moore's going to have a good season next year. You heard it here first, because Puncher is literally Murphy, and if Moore can play well under a Murphy type, I think we might see Moore back to his best. Or maybe not back to his best. That's maybe a bit of a stretch, but I think you'll see a big improvement out of Moore next season because he'll have someone like Puncher.
Okay, so, but what about Howe? We don't need more. Billy Frampton, Puncher, Howe. Where's Moore fit in?
Well, I mean, basically any time Howe needs to be managed.
Depth.
Are they going to be playing Howe over Moore, though?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like our second best player at the moment. He's so good. But I mean,
could you not play all 4 of them, though? Could you not play Moore, Howe, Frampton, and Puncher?
No, you're only playing all 4 of them if either Howe or Moore play up the ground, like as forwards.
Yeah, I'd take Howe as a forward. I would like Dillis like a Membry, and then I'd chuck Howe up forward.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, I rate Membry, though. What am I talking about? I'm not a fucking Collingwood fan.
Yeah, shut up.
See, I knew you were a Collingwood fan, Lucas. The Collingwood zone. I started. I knew it. I knew it, Lucas. I said it.
I just answered that. I just made that statement like I'm part of you guys.
You already are, Lucas. You already are. We've already said the Collingwood zone had started.
Yeah, I called you out the other week for it when you said a week.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, so did I. So did I.
That's all right. We'll come over to your channel soon, and one day you'll be able to do. You'll get a screenshot of us saying "we" when we're talking about Geelong, so you'll get revenge.
Yeah, no, but I like this player. I like this player rating though.
Yeah, Mitch Lewis is overrated, I think. He is only 27 though, so
they both take the same amount of marks, don't they?
Yeah. I will say this: every time Lewis is on the park, he actually looks pretty good. But like, the only thing that scares me with him is that he's too much of a Kruger-like, and like Kruger in the worst way, in terms of like just being that tease. You know, anytime he looks good, injury, or look, Kruger's Kruger's looking good. He's kicked his 3rd goal. During the week he gets a concussion or something. Like, in like training or something, in like a training drill. Like I'm sure there's going to be players that we're going to pick up eventually where it won't be a Kruger situation and they'll potentially come good. But
do you like Kruger? Do you miss him?
I mean, it's hard for me to not like any key forwards just because we've been missing a key forward for so damn long.
Because he's in our VFL team.
Yeah, well, when Kruger played as a key forward, when he was up and about, he was actually really good. But a lot of injuries also affected the way he played, because I feel like once he got a lot of those injuries, his ability and his, I'm sure he would have lost a ton of speed. Like his attack on the ball was just wasn't just it was so over. Like his attack on the footy was just too much, to where he would kamikaze himself into players. Yeah, and that's why his shoulders were screwed, because he would just go, head first, shoulder first into players, and not only would he injure himself, but he'd probably even injure other players too. And it wasn't until really late in his last year, maybe the year before, was actually when he was being a lot smarter as a forward, and actually was probably when he was at his best, where he wasn't like this. He wasn't trying to bash and crash all the time, where he would sort of come in as an intercepting, not obviously as an intercepting defender, but as a forward he would intercept, if that makes any sense. He'd come in from the side and try and jump for the ball. But again, if you had Kruger in his prime, and no injuries, I probably would take him. But yeah, the version of Kruger now, no, absolutely not.
So, a question for you, Matt. Are you there, Matt? I think Matt left. Oh.
Well, this is what I was going to say. Matt brought it up. This is why I'm against Mitch Lewis. There's lots of players we've regretted. Dane Beams, we regretted him. We regretted Jesse White. We regretted Quentin Lynch. We regretted Kruger. Because of all one reason. A lot of them had injuries. And look at Dane Beams. What happened to him? You take a player like Mitchell Lewis. Are we going to regret it because he's got a lot of injuries?
He's been pretty reliable this year, hasn't he? Has he not, Sean?
This has been the one year I haven't really.
Yeah, Matt, if you could bring up can you bring up his games?
Yeah. Look up his goals.
I think he's been okay this season, to be fair. I think he's played every most games.
He's played 17 of 17.
Oh, well, there you go.
17 of 17.
There you go then. Yeah. So Matt, I was going to ask you this, Matt. Who's got the better midfield in your opinion, Hawthorn or Collingwood?
Collingwood, just. It's actually pretty even at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty even. So the talent that Hawthorn have...
You've got Day.
Yep.
Right. Newcomb. Who else?
Yeah, he missed round 14. So that's the only game
they've got that Ward kid, Ward.
Okay.
And in terms of his goals, he kicked 3 in round 5 against Dogs. He kicked 3 in round 6 against Port.
Yeah.
He kicked 3 against St Kilda, but he hasn't kicked anything over 3, and he's had a couple of 2s. And if you think about it, with his 3 goals, that the Dogs game in round 5, that would have been when they were hit with a ton of injuries. Port is Port, so again, another sort of team that's not going to do anything. And then he kicked 3 goals against St Kilda in round 12. Do we rate a St Kilda team in round 12? So again, it might be another flat track bully type of operator. Yeah, but again, when he's doing his flat track bully stuff, he's only kicking 3 goals at most.
That's it. See, the reason I asked Matt that is because Matt thinks Collingwood just. He said even. So with the midfield, your midfielders are giving you the forwards the ball. Memory's averaging more marks inside 50 than Lewis.
Yeah.
With the same amount with the same even midfield.
It's just the age.
Are you really? Age is the only difference.
And it's
Age
25 goals this year.
Yeah.
Mitchell's more of a bullocking sort of a player. Like he's much taller.
Yeah.
And is better like in a contested sort of pack mark.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a very interesting. That's very interesting comparison. Well, would he be the number one guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he'd be our full forward. And McStay would be centre, would play up the ground, which suits McStay.
Because Hawthorn, he's the number 3, so he's as much as I think it's a joke. Like Gunston, of course, number 1, but then Charles ahead of him. How the fuck that happens? But then Lewis is the number 3.
Yeah, so you would have our full forward would be Lewis. You would have McStay as a centre half forward playing up the ground, and actually a good point that McStay is at this point in time. McStay is having a better year than Lewis, but in the same forward line, I think that'd be good. And if we keep Membry would play as a third tall. But I hope that we move Membry on and West becomes that third tall and Buller is depth.
Yeah.
That's how that would look.
Aren't you guys linked to King as well?
No, King's done deal to Hawthorn pretty much.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Wants to go to Hawthorn and they want him. That's why we're getting Lewis, or we're likely to get Lewis.
Well, that makes sense because Lewis would become the fourth forward then. He wouldn't even be the third.
Yeah, even with Colshadir, because I saw someone in the comments saying we should look at Colshadir. He's only played the 5 games in the AFL, but he's kicked 2 goals against Port, 1 goal against Collingwood, and 1 goal against the Giants, and then he was goalless in rounds 10 and 7. So what's that? 4 goals in 5 games. So that's really nothing to really write home about. If we're going to go after anyone, you'd go just... I know that's like 1 year. I'll go back another year.
Well, hang on. If you got Lewis, you'd get him cheap then, because if Hawthorn want King, they would have to get rid of their forwards. They're not going to get rid of Gunston. They're not going to get rid of Chol. So they'd say to Lewis, well, if they'd say to Collingwood, if you really want him, you can take him. You'd get him pretty much for probably a late first round or early second. You wouldn't get much for him.
So with Colshadir, he kicked 25 goals and 24. So that's, if you're going to be banking off anything, that's probably what you'd bank off.
But I like Deer as well.
Yeah, but he kicked 10 goals and 25 and 4 goals this year.
Wow.
So that drop off is pretty significant.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, so in terms of a proven play, you'd have to go Mitch Lewis more than Colshadir. Okay. Apparently, Colshadir's only 20. I guess, but But are you really just banking on it off the fact that he kicked 25 goals in his first year, though? Is that why we're... And then even if that's the case, we're going to have to, I don't know, I feel like Hawthorn would be pricks in the trade negotiations, though. They'd want, a second-round pick. And if they were to do that, I'd just say, no thanks. I'd rather just take Mitch Lewis. Because Mitch Lewis is an unrestricted free agent, yeah?
Just out of curiosity, Matt, can you do the Butters DeGoey comparison?
Yeah, I wouldn't like it, but I'd do the deal. Especially if it's a straight swap.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard not to. You'd probably. I mean, you'd have to throw in an extra first rounder, which I'd probably still do. But
interesting. Matt. No, I think Matt's gone again.
I'll be back in a sec, guys. Give me 5 minutes.
I just worry that Lewis is behind. Hawthorn, which is a bit of a worry.
How the fuck? How's he getting games at Hall? How's he the number 2 guy?
Joel.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, mate. You can't be slandering my mate. You cannot be slandering my mate.
Oh, no. Gee,
I'm telling you, Joel is one of the most underrated players in the comp. Like, chill, all right? Chill.
Oh,
no, like, I'm actually serious. Like, that guy just does not get the credit he deserves. I'm actually dead so serious.
No,
like,
you mentioned this on my show last week. You mentioned this, yeah.
Yeah. He does not get the credit he deserves, and a lot of the impact he has isn't even on the isn't even on the stat sheet, like because it's all like tap-ons. Like do you remember back in the Richmond days when they were winning flags, like a Jack Revolt would like tap it to his small forwards, like it wouldn't just be like a tap in the mark. It'd just be a random play, and he would just punch the ball just randomly into the direction of some small forwards. Chol does things like that.
Void, go to bed, mate. He's like, Charles is a more dangerous forward than Lewis, so it shows how average Lewis is. Yeah.
I mean that's how Mitchell would probably see it.
Yeah.
Sam Mitchell. Again, it's like I just think Lewis is just like I don't know, and it's more the fact that I'm more talking myself out of it than like trying to talk myself into it with Lewis, because like I just see, like, every time I see his name I think of Kruger, and then I look at how Kruger went and I'm like, nah, I don't want to go through that again. And then even with like our medical department, I used to rate it early on, but I just don't really rate it that much anymore.
Well, what made you stop rating it? Like, what was the problem?
It's funny because it's literally the thing that made me hyped about the medical department is the reason why I'm actually concerned about our medical department. It was because of Jared Wade, because
okay.
Early days he did such a good job because he got all of our players fit, but I'm also I don't know. I really do. I think it's also when it comes to Jared Wade, I'm kind of in a position where I think Jared Wade does a good job, but I think we have to cater so much to the older guys that it's really the older guys that are actually. So I'll say this. So in terms of the media narrative that they have about Collingwood, they always keep saying, "Oh, Collingwood have got no kids," and someone like Pendlebury has to prop up Collingwood every week, and yeah, okay, Dacos is the only kid, and all that, blah blah. I would say instead of someone like Pendle's propping us up, it's actually guys like Swaddling that's propping us up. Like it's actually the kids, and we'd probably be winning more games if we had someone like Oscar Steen playing, and like I feel like a lot of the positives and the factors that basically give Collingwood supporters hope is really because of the kids rather than being God, now I've lost my train of thought. But it's actually the kids that are propping up Collingwood and not the older players. Obviously you've got like Howe and stuff, but I mean, fuck, how long has Howe got? A lot of the kids have been basically, putting us in positions to succeed rather than the older guys. Yeah, I mean, Allen is like another one. Like Anderson. There's so many of them. Like I'm only just going off the top of my head, but a lot of the kids that are playing now should have probably played like round one. And the fact that we've just been so slow to just pull that trigger to just play all these kids. Like, it just should have happened a long time ago. Yeah, so guys like Pendle, Sidey, I don't mind if Howe goes another year. Like, I'm sort of 50-50 on it. If the club cuts him, or not cuts him, but if Howe retires, I'll sort of go, okay, that's fine. But then if he stays, I'm not really that worried either. But
Matt's pretty big on him, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Sidey and Pendles have to go. Those are the two that's like it's not even a discussion point. They have to go. And then we just have to play a lot of the kids. Even if it is us playing someone like a Jacob Ryan, okay, cool. Like, he might be shit, but like, we're not going to know if we don't play him, because for him to basically have a debut 3 years ago and basically got concussed halfway through the first quarter, and for him not to get an opportunity since then, I think is really an embarrassment towards like the club, to be honest. Because like, how can you? Because again, if he's that bad to where he debuted and then he hasn't played a game since, why haven't you delisted him then? Like, why haven't you like? It's just, it blows my mind that like we haven't given him one game just to go, hey, here you go, just like have a crack and get actually finally get a full game of football and let's just see how you go. Because he is like a John Noble type, which is like a type of player that we've kind of been missing, and he would put in more defensive efforts than fucking Houston. Like I was saying it the other week, I reckon like a Jacob Ryan would be better than Houston right now. And I'm not even joking about that either, which is crazy.
Do you see a possibility that the club could say to Pendles and Sidebottom, here's another year?
I fucking hope not. One thing I've learned this year is I don't trust the club with anything.
Would I'll rephrase that then. Would you be okay if they said, well, Sidebottom time to go, but we'll keep Pendlebury another year? Would you be okay with that, or you want both gone?
Jesus Christ. I want them both gone.
Yeah.
But it's also more the fact of how Fly goes about it too, because Fly's also going to make Pendles and Sidey the main players in their respective roles too. That's the other thing. So even if it's like, oh, okay, I'll take Pendles, but like only if he's our like 23rd best player. Like, no, if Pendles is playing, he's our Fly's going to play him as our second best midfielder. So because of Fly, no, Pendlebury needs to retire and he needs to go.
I was actually, you answered my other question, because I was going to say to you, if they Fly said to you, now Sean, you can only keep one, Pendles or Sidey, you'd say Pendles, wouldn't you?
I would.
I'll say this. If I had a gun and 2 bullets and I had to shoot one player, the person I'd be shooting is myself twice. Because I'm not making that call.
Oh shit!
Because
I would take Pendlebury over Sidebottom any day of the week.
I think they're both cooked. Like it's irrelevant keeping one over the other. Honestly, I just think they're both cooked.
You're getting rid of one of them.
That's what he's saying, and I would keep one. I'd keep Pendlebury if you had to.
But again, you need to look at it in terms of like this is like a Fly. This is Fly we're talking about. Like if Pendlebury is playing, Fly's going to make him the second best midfielder, and if Pendlebury is our second best midfielder, we are fucked. And if Pendlebury is our second best midfielder, it'd be someone like Ed Allen that goes from playing 80% game time back to 60 to 65, or like 60% game time. Like, nah, like. If anything, Ed Allen needs to be our second best midfielder. Can we do that? Can we do that? Because I know Void's obviously in the comments and stuff, and I know he's been big on him. Like I've been big on Alan too. My only issue with Alan was that he was too timid. But you want to know why, Lucas? Why he was too timid?
Yeah,
because he wasn't getting a consistent game.
Yeah.
Who the fuck picks the side every week? Yeah. How the hell is he supposed to put his head over the ball when he knows that if he makes enough mistakes, he's playing in the VFL the next week? You know, and I'll say this time and time again because I will not shut up about it. Fly killed Finlay McRae's career. Like that is a genuine fact. Because yes, you can go over to West Coast and you can watch him, play in the waffle, and people go, "Oh, Finlay McRae was shit." But oh god, and this so annoys me because we were looking for this Lachie Neale type of player for a couple of years now, and we had fucking Finlay McRae in our reserves that was rotting in our reserves, and we barely gave him a consistent game. Like you can only keep a man's confidence for so long when he's just playing VFL every week. And when you're not giving him the carrot at the end of the stick, there's only so much hope someone can actually go through.
Yeah. Well, now that he's getting game time, he should be good. He looks promising, no?
If Pendle stays, he'll play a half forward. But again, Alan. No, I'm talking about Boyd's comment. Like, even if Pendlebury plays half forward, I guess the modern day half forward doesn't really kick goals, but again, I'd rather just play Harrison. I'd rather play guys with a bit of speed, a bit of dare, and just guys that are willing to take the game on.
He's got a nice kick when he goes forward.
Oh, I mean, he can rack up the goal assists and stuff, but it's also I just don't know how you can have a guy on the field. And I know it's like Pendles, and it kills me every time I say this because even though I'm not trying to shoot him down as a player or I'm not trying to shoot down his career because his career's been fucking phenomenal. He's a fucking goat of this football club, and he's probably the greatest player I've ever seen, especially in Collinwood colours. I just feel like I always have to mention that because I just don't want people to get the wrong impression that I'm hating on Pendles. But,
so you think he's better than Dacos, like Peter Dacos and all that, and Buckley?
Well, I never saw the only bits of footage I've seen Dacos play is the 1990 grand final, and that's only because I've seen the footage of it.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But outside of that, I've never seen I've never seen a live game, obviously, because I wasn't born in 1990. But
obviously, yeah.
But
it was a shit comparison by me. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, I just can't comment on it because, as I said, I've only got a VHS copy of a 1990 grand final as my only form of experience of watching Peter Dacos. But yeah.
No, that's all right. That's fair.
Yeah. And then on top of it too, I've never been one for individual awards or or I mean, yeah, if I was to say who's the best Collinwood player I've seen, my first thought's always Pendlebury and stuff, but that's only really just because I don't know, I'm not the type of person to deep dive into those things. I'm even more prone to even just say a wild card name like a James Clement. James Clement was fucking amazing at Collingwood. I know he played at Freo as well.
Defender?
Yeah, but he was awesome. He was an awesome defender for us in the mid 2000s and stuff.
Yes.
And it's just someone that I know will never be the greatest player at Collingwood, but it's just I just want to just give shout outs when things like that happen, if that makes any sense.
Did he play in your 2000 grand final team? So 2001?
No, don't believe so. Because we got him from Freo. Fuck, when did that happen? Let me. Comment. Oh no, he might have. It was in the 2000 trade period.
Okay.
Oh, he actually might have. Fuck. Okay. Because the 02 and 03 grand finals, that was I was obviously a kid at that point, but I wasn't like. I'm sure I could see highlights from a certain season and go, okay, I can kind of remember that, but anything before. God, anything before. This is going to sound sad, but literally anything before Pendles is such a hazy memory.
That's all right.
Like anything before 06 is like just like, you know, I'm sure I can remember like a handful of games here and there, but yeah. Yeah, I probably wasn't like super invested. I was obviously watching every week because it'd always be on TV, but it wasn't probably roughly. Yeah, what was it? Because I know. Well, it was really when we got Beams and Slybottom. That's when I started going to games. When I was going to games on a consistent basis.
Nah, that's all good, mate. No, you can only go. You know, not everyone was born in the 90s or 80s, mate. So, also I'll rephrase that. Not everyone, you know, grew up watching footy in the 90s or 80s. So, no, that's all right, mate.
Oh, yeah, have we still got Chris? Is Chris still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So are you going to hop on the Lipinski bandwagon if we beat Carlton?
You're right, boy. You're never going to let me live that down, aren't you? You're never going to let me live that down, aren't you?
So, looking at this comparison, are you there, Matt?
Yep.
So, yeah, so DeGoey's had a very good year, but Bud is obviously a better year. But there's one big stat. You said you'd give up
the score assist.
And something else, Matt, the goals. So if you gave up DeGoey for Butters, you're giving up his goal scoring ability. That's a big stat.
Yep. But
I didn't know DeGoey was rated elite marks as well.
I'd like to see goal assists and score involvements. That's very important, especially goal assists.
Yeah. But, geez, I didn't know Butters was that low. Fucking hell.
For goals?
Yeah, I didn't know. Like, I know there was a fucking joke going around that he doesn't kick goals, but, geez, it says average, but, geez, I don't know. Like, you're giving up a midfielder that kicks goals for, like, everything else. He's more better than DeGoey, but, you know, you midfielders that can kick goals, they're so rare.
Yeah.
But again, like there's the goal assists and score involvements would be better. Yeah, that's who you're more.
I'd rather give up
because the other thing that comes with DeGoey as well is that he picks and chooses when he wants to be motivated. This has probably been the 1 year where he's been a lot more consistent with his performances in the home and away season. But even when Dustin Martin was winning his like Brownlows and stuff in the home and away season, after he won those couple of Brownlows, he then was very average in the home and away season. DeGoey was always the Dustin Martin post Brownlows in terms of his efforts, and it's only been till this season. Not saying he's going to win the Brownlow, but like this has been the first sort of season where he sort of put together somewhat of a consistent season. Like, oh damn, okay, maybe we might be able to have a realistic conversation of him being in the top, I don't know, maybe top 20 in the Brownlow. Which, he wouldn't have been even close to top 20. He probably wouldn't even crack the top 200, in previous seasons. So,
yeah. I reckon, Matt, if you went individually, like as the player, the score involvements might come up.
Okay.
Well, can I
But
ask a question? Sorry, I was just going to say to Matt and Sean, do you think Butters would be a better player if he played with Nick Dacos? Because he's playing for Port at the moment.
Yep.
You would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, he's playing with no, like he was playing with Rosie, but then Rosie was out for the year. So Rosie's pretty A grade now, but yeah, he's gone for the rest of the season. So Butters has been doing it alone.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, Bergs also got me a bit more convinced than Zach Merritt as well. And I think that can be a factor if you're just in the shit side, like you're not motivated enough to play your best footy. I still think that I just don't think Zach Merritt is as good as we think he is, but but I think he did raise a good point of like, if you're in a terrible side, I mean, how the fuck can you get motivated?
Yeah, true.
Especially when it's a culture like Essendon. It's like it's one thing to be bad for like 2 or 3 years, but Essendon haven't. I know we talk about it all the time, but Essendon haven't won a final in 22 years. So like that becomes like a cultural problem. Like there's no player outside. Well, I mean, I'm sure you can argue like Gresham and stuff. I think he's obviously played in some like semi-finals and stuff. But that whole team in Essendon, like they just don't have any finals experience whatsoever, or they don't have any there's just no actual success within that club. So how can a club be successful if they don't even know how to be successful?
I can't work out how to do it.
If you go to Stats Home, this is the AFL website, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you go to Stats Home on the page there.
Although I'll just say this like real quick, like obviously I know there's a 0% chance Merritt's ever come to Collinwood. That ship has sailed. I think we tried to get him 5-6 years ago, but I think around 18, 19. But
we did.
No, that ship has long sailed. But yeah, I don't know. I think the club culture has a bit to do with it. Like if he was to go to a club, I think he would play better. If he had better supports around him and a better culture that was encouraging the best out of himself.
Yeah, that's the same with Geelong with Mayor. I think it's probably 3 years too late.
Yeah.
Because we got Atkins and whatnot, so we need to move on from them eventually. But they're not like.
Yeah, but even with Butters, is Butters like I couldn't give a shit about the Brownlow, but is he up there in the Brownlow tally? Like in terms of, is he going to poll well?
No,
yes,
he will. Yeah, not anymore, but yeah, he'll poll. He'll probably. So he's out for the season. So if the Brownlow stopped now, I reckon he'd finish in the top 5.
Oh, wait, he's out for the season. What happened?
He did his ankle.
He did a
Marvel.
He's out for
Marvel got him.
Marvel injured his leg.
Marvel strikes again.
Someone should tell the Bulldogs they're dreaming.
Yeah.
Like John, it was one of the worst things you ever said. His leg went backwards. He did his ankle.
Oh, it was one of those horrible ones, was it?
It was a Swanee.
Yeah.
it was a high grade. Yeah, it's worse than that. It was like twice as worse as the Schultz one.
It was really bad than Schultz. It was really bad.
The came out of like he's almost out of his skin. It's like a big gash of blood.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously, yeah. He's out for the year, mate. He's gone. He will never play for Port Adelaide again.
Yeah. It was really bad.
Like, honestly, you literally could have told me that he was like best on ground. He's looking to win the Brownlow, and I would have ate it all up. I had no fucking idea.
Well, if the Brownlow stopped now, he'd be in the top 5.
Yeah.
Maybe you should look it up. Maybe you should look it up, Sean. You'll see the injury. Maybe you could look it up yourself.
All right, I will.
You'll see it bad. It was really bad.
He almost. It was like Yeah, it was like rolling your ankle, but he did it in the inside, and it was a high. It's a high. It wasn't like a little one, like Shields. It was a high. It was a high, severe one.
He tried to spoil the ball, and he didn't. He didn't connect and did his ankle.
Yeah, and when you see it, you'll see all the dirt come out from the fucking ground and that, the grass and that.
And Port was coming back like at that stage. He was sort of leading the comeback. Like, and so was Horn Francis.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got injured as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they're fucked. They're fucked now.
So was it this weekend just gone?
Yeah, it was against St Kilda.
It was in the third quarter.
Against St Kilda.
Is it in the highlights for like on the AFL channel or?
It should be.
I don't know.
It should be.
Yeah.
It is a high profile injury to a high profile player.
And didn't St Kilda score a goal after that, I think? Didn't they score a goal after that?
Yeah, I think they
Yeah,
did.
well, I was about to say with Port season, there wouldn't be too many highlights in it, so you'd have to show something.
Well, they got Fremantle this week, so there's no Georgiades, no Connor Rosie, no Zach Butters, no Jason Horn-Francis, no Lacrochus. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So they're fucking going to get flogged. They don't have all this side.
William Drew's their captain now.
Yeah, right.
And no Sav.
Yeah, they're fucked. There's no way they're going to... I think Fremantle will flog them. They don't even have all their side in. They're going to flog them.
They win by 60,
you know roughly what
points.
quarter or whatever?
It was in the third.
Quarter. Third.
I think it was the third. Because he didn't play the fourth.
No.
It was like near the end of the third quarter.
Okay.
He's trying to spoil the ball, and then he's done it. He does his ankle.
Oh, okay. I think I see it. It's like
yeah. And you see how his ankle goes backwards. It's really disgusting.
And all the fucking grass comes off the fucking ground.
And it has to be Marvel again, strikes again. This is where all the injuries come from. Marvel.
Oh no, this is number 5. Who's 5 at Port? There's a number 5 that was on the ground.
Oh, that's fucking right. Yeah.
We should start a petition that Collingwood sells all of its Marvel games to the Gold Coast.
They'd probably take that, Matt.
I agree.
We're more likely
no, they
to
won't.
win.
Dimmer won't take that. Dimmer won't take that.
Imagine playing North Melbourne at the Gold Coast.
North would
I agree.
Win by 6 goals. Same with the Bulldogs.
Same with St Kilda.
Fuck's sake, mate. They sell games to Perth, to Brumby. So, yeah, they'd do that Gold Coast deal.
See it, Sean?
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah, look how bad his leg goes.
I believe you didn't know, Sean.
No, I literally had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know you knew what you didn't know either.
Matt, you surely knew. Well, Matt, you knew because I fucking showed you.
Yeah.
I knew. I watched it.
I didn't see the vision. I just saw the aftermath in a photo.
No, I watched the whole game. I saw it from start. I watched the whole game.
I couldn't upload them because it was live. I couldn't fucking.
And I knew when I saw it, that's the whole year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's his other leg. Okay, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm watching this in real time right now.
When you watch it, you know that's a year. There's no way he was going to play the rest of the year. No way. The way his leg looked.
No.
Is there a better replay on it than the actual footage of it? If that makes any sense.
Have you got KO?
Maybe. Yeah, KO would show it.
Yeah, KO on the replays would show it.
Yeah, they would show it, but they showed all the replays.
Okay, yeah. So his ankle sort of like bucks and like
his
toes are literally touching his shin. Is that?
Yeah, he'll need surgery.
Yeah.
And you see Sean fucking the grass, just fucking give way under him.
Yeah.
See, this is why no one should play at Marvel. This is where all the injuries come from. This is why I'm pissed off. We have to play all our games there.
That is wild that that's a part of the highlights, though. Hey, here's the best part of the game. Fucking Zach Butters does his ankle. Enjoy, guys.
No, but I agree. I agree with Matt. We should sell off our games to Marvel. I agree with Matt 100% on that. And we should start a petition not to play any games at Marvel.
Yeah, Matt, why are you playing games at Marvel? Anyway,
it's an agreement with the AFL. So I think the case for it would be saying we will develop the game in the northern states, like in particular Queensland, and any games you intend us to play against minnows, either a Melbourne minnow or an interstate club, that you intend us to play at Marvel, and you're calling it our home game, we will play it at Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
So what do we play 2 there a year, something like that?
No, we play North there at Marvel. We play St Kilda, and we play always Western Bulldogs. They're the ones that we always play at Marvel because they want to play there every year, and we don't.
Do you play Essendon there?
No. Just St Kilda, Dogs, and North.
Okay. No. What I mean is like outside of if you play Essendon outside of.
Well, this year we played Saints at the MCG. That was a one-off.
Yeah.
And because of the opening round. And this year we played GWS there.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do get an interstate team as a home game.
What about outside of Anzac Day when you play Essendon? Is that at Marvel?
Always MCG. Always MCG.
We don't play any big clubs. We don't play any big clubs at Marvel.
Yeah.
Because it's
Essendon's a big club.
80,000 minimum. Sorry?
Yeah, and we don't play them at Marvel.
We play West Coast there too at Marvel.
I was gonna say, Matt, is Essendon really a big club?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are still. They still are.
We get 80,000 people there.
Yeah, in terms of
the bottom or top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're footy shit, but yeah, they've got a lot of fans.
And we play Richmond at MCG too, Lucas.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Richmond, unlike Essendon, those stop turning up when they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another team you play at the MCG that you haven't mentioned.
Who?
No, a Victorian team that I'd love for you to play somewhere, but you don't.
Oh, are you going to keep going on about Geelong? We told you.
We'll play you there.
We told you.
You've got the right to play there, but you're greedy.
Yeah. Agreement. Yeah, we play.
That's what I said. Didn't you hear my idea? What we're going to do? We're going to start a GoFundMe, right? Like, this is what's so ridiculous. You've obviously got all this money to just give away free farms and all this under the table cash. But then you go, oh no, we need to play Collinwood at the MCG because we need to make money. We'll play with the bloody Geelong shithole.
And then we hear that Geelong song, Pink Pony.
Have you been there, Matt? Have you been to that stadium?
Not to a game of footy, but I've been there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just to
check
it out.
Yeah.
But
they used to play cricket there as well. They play big bash games there as well. Okay. Oh, so one of those stadiums where it's public.
Is it common knowledge among the Geelong supporter base? Does everyone realise that it's Geelong's financial decision to play at the MCG for games like Collingwood and Carlton?
And Hawthorn,
yeah. So why don't the members get together and say, let's have a fundraiser? How much money are we losing to play Collingwood at GMHBA Stadium? And then raise the money, like walk around with tin cans on the street in Geelong So we want to play Collingwood at GMHBA Stadium. We need your help.
And we need to build it bigger, or Collingwood will never come.
We'll come there. If Geelong want us to play at Kardinia Park, we're obligated to. They don't want to play us there. It's
the same as like Mars Stadium with like the Doggies.
And Ballarat.
Mars Stadium only holds like what 20,000, if that.
See, that's what we always forget, and the huge hook that the Dogs have to get Butters. We keep forgetting Mars and Ballarat. Like that's a huge.
There's a reason for that.
Play footy in Ballarat.
There's a big reason for that. There's 20,000 reasons for that.
Oh, gee.
Well, at least it might even hold 15,000. I don't even fucking know.
It's like a 10,000 job.
At least the ground will be better.
At least he won't injure himself on it.
Yeah, true. We played there. We've played there a couple of times. Hasn't been too bad.
You played the Doggies there?
Yeah, I reckon we have. Yeah.
Gee.
Oh my god! I've got the number.
So
it holds approximately. Are you guys ready for this? 11,000.
Wow. Blockbusters.
11,000 stadium hold.
So it says here, Mars Stadium in Ballarat has a total capacity of approximately 11,000 spectators. However, this capacity has been reduced to 5,042 during the ongoing venue redevelopments, which will ultimately decrease the stadium's total seating capacity to 10,000 once completed. So they're actually downgrading it. Holy shit! They're actually taking seats away from the stadium. That's how. Wow.
Oh, we have played them down there, but it doesn't count. It was just a fucking pre-season game.
Do you think Marvel could turn off Butters now because of all the injuries? Because he's just got injured there now, going the Bulldogs.
Wait, but why would you take seats away though? That makes no sense.
See, I thought the point of a redevelopment was to make it bigger and better, not to make it smaller. Unless it's got
it wrong and it's like they're adding 10,000 more seats. Maybe that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
But the way they've said it, it's as if it's like we're gonna upgrade this. You know what? That's a very Collingwood thing to do right now. Yeah, we've got this 11,000 seater stadium. We're gonna upgrade it so it only has 10,000 seats. Then what the fuck was the upgrade? You're gonna go down and see them. What the fuck are you upgrading?
Oh, they're upgrading the broadbands, the internet, everything. Oh, I'll tell you what. If Collingwood did play in Geelong, you wouldn't want to go there for the internet. Jesus, it's an absolute. Apparently, like my co-host goes to games there, and he says the internet there is absolutely shit in Geelong. Terrible.
Oh.
Like one bar stuff, can't get anything. Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. I went to a couple of Gates games. It wasn't too bad, but it was like it definitely had like a local cricket sort of feel to it, which I didn't mind actually, to be fair. But I went to some Big Bash games. And there was something else. Oh, there was some of the women's games. I went down there and saw some of the women's play.
Oh yeah.
When the Collingwood women's were playing down in Geelong. That was like a couple of years ago. That was like ages. That was like
they used to play
24.
They used to. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to play BBL games in Geelong.
Yeah,
a couple of years.
Well, apparently we're using the MCG now.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, I think we're just using the same ground with the Stars. So Although,
guys,
how can he? Yeah,
guys, I'm gonna shut this down. But we can keep chatting backstage.
Yeah.
So if there's anybody in the chat who wants to keep in the conversation, the only way is to come on stage.
I'll
unless
probably head off. It's 3:30
yeah,
here.
unless
so
you
I'll
want to
probably
keep
head
it
off.
going, Sean, and you can run it.
No, I need to get to bed. It's nearly
All right,
4 a.m.
okay.
No, I was going to head to bed too.
That is a wrap then.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. How can you call yourselves the Melbourne Stars when they really have no stars?
Well, they're folded now, so they've re-merged.
No, aren't they still playing? It's just that they'll just be playing. They'll both be playing the same stadium.
No, I know Matt wants to end this. So I thought they were re-emerging. The Stars and the Renegades were re-emerging, and they're going to call themselves the Melbourne Blues.
Yeah,
That's
I think
what
they
I
were
heard.
going to do that, but I think they're backed out of it. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go then. Fair enough. Okay. There you go, Matt.
Yeah,
Well,
I know because it
I'll
was
see
the
you
whole.
tomorrow for mixed stream.
All right.
Yeah,
Good
'cause
night,
it was all
everyone.
like